here. Всем привет! Hello everyone! I'm Alex, head of the program committee of the PHP Russia conference, and I'm really glad that despite difficult situation in the world, we are able to get together to learn from the best and to enjoy socializing. We've got more than 3,000 registration. I'm not sure how many people will actually watch us live, but that's just wow. So thank you very much for joining, and I hope you will enjoy it. You can see on the left Roman Pronsky and Sammy Powers, and they'll be hosting most of the event along with other members of the program committee. So I'm giving the microphone to Roman Pronsky from the program committee, and he'll tell you some important points about the conference. Roman, welcome.
Thank you, Alexander. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to PHP Russia Online. I'm going to go through what we're going to have today, just real quick, because I know everyone is waiting for talks. But before that, let's speak about what we're going to have today. So the PHP Russia Online. Thanks, first of all, big thanks to Badoo by Magic Lab for sponsoring this event. Thanks to this company, thanks to Badoo, we were able to make this conference free for everyone. Sorry. On YouTube for English speakers, and the second one is in Russian. You may watch the Russian one either on YouTube or through Ontico system. Inside the Ontico system, you can also switch tabs between English and Russian versions. So we have live stream, we have discussions in Zoom and networking. So let's go through this, and I'll explain what's all going to be about. So the program is one track. We have 7 talks and 1 panel discussion about PHP performance. You can see the schedule on the website. After each talk, our org team will post a link to a Zoom meeting, where a Zoom room. You can join it to ask questions and discuss the topic. Basically, each topic can be discussed in its own Zoom room so that they don't interfere. And after each talk, we're going to have a short break. And there are also going to be 2 breaks, 15 breaks with discussions in Russian. So if you don't know Russian, you can either have a break, have a coffee, whatever you want, or you can listen how Russian sounds in real life, not in James Bond movies. We're also going to have a longer break for lunch at 2:30 Moscow time, so that we all can eat something and then come back for more topics. So discussions in Zoom. You may want to join these links so you can see this example, how this is going to look like. So our organizers, our team will post a link to Zoom room in chat during each topic. So you can join this link during the topic. Post a link to Zoom room in chat.
Okay, so we have some issues with the Roman connection. That's yeah, that happens. So we stopped on the thing that you need to rate talks. The speakers will be very thankful for rating them at joined in. I've just posted a link here in the chat. So please get there, and there is also a networking available in the both YouTube chats. You are seeing that right now. You can join the Telegram chat for the PHP Russia channel. And also in the Ontico system that some speakers are connecting at, there's a search by and propose a Zoom discussion feature is available. So about the program committee, I can say a few words. So there are 9 of us, actually 10, considering the Ontico team as Oleg Bunin. So we are all professionals from the different companies. And well, that's me, Alexander. Okay, so I'm Roman is back. Program committee, I can say a few words. So there are 9 of us, actually 10.
Okay. So we stopped so far on program committee. Yeah, these are the guys that you want to blame if something went wrong, just like it did.
That's me, Alexander.
But if you did like the conference, please rate every topic on joined in. Give it 5 or whatever stars you want. If you didn't like it, please provide us your feedback so we can do better next time. This is really important. So a few words about our partners. First of all, Badoo, as I said, this is a company thanks to which the conference is actually free for everybody. Badoo is heavily driven by PHP. You may know PHP FPM, you may know Pimba, and LiveProf, many other tools that they built.
And yeah, we have a problem again with the Roman connection. So we've stopped on the partners. Badoo engineering team is running one of the biggest PHP-based applications in the world. That's a social network for making connections with people, and they are big supporters for everything PHP. And they brought us in the past PHP, FPM, Pinba, and many core PHP contributions. Also, it's the super job. It's a big job board in Russia, and ManyChat, that's SaaS platform for advanced Facebook and SMS chat marketing, and of course Avita, the most popular classified ads in Russia. They are all big players and big users of PHP, so they decided to support us, so we'd like to thank them. And finally, Skyeng, a big online school, and at actually more, gave us a stream with synchronous translation from English into Russian, so more people could enjoy the talks. So to get support, you can tag support in the YouTube chat. You can message Ontica support via Telegram or mail to support@ontica.ru. And one other thing is about respecting each other. So there are only 6 simple rules, but it all comes to respecting each other. So no bad behavior, no discrimination, no sexually colored images or phrases, no obscene language, do not interrupt each other, and no advertising. So about violation, I will not voice that, but yeah, you can imagine what may happen if in case of violation. All right, so Viva Online, as you can see, online is not perfect. We have some problems, but that's expected. We are prepared. So you won't get bored. Someone will always be there. That's it. So enjoy the conference. We'll have another one at 14th of September, hopefully offline, but it may be online as well. So I'm giving a word to our host, Sammy Powers. Sammy, hello.
Hello, Alexander. Thanks so much. And hello to you, and welcome to PHP Russia Online 2020. I'm Sammy K. Powers, and I am honored to be your MC for the day. I wanted to extend a warm welcome and a big thank you to all of you for joining us in this very socially distanced PHP event. We have a very exciting schedule for you today, which includes giveaways, a discussion panel, and a fantastic lineup of speakers. The talks are in both English and Russian and are on topics that range from security to queues to the very fabric of space-time itself. Speaking of which, we probably don't even need to worry about starting on time for our first talk, because we're about to learn that time is an illusion, and it's doubly true for lunchtime. Our first speaker of PHP Russia Online 2020 is a problem solver at BitExpert, which is a German software and media solution provider. This speaker contributes to a number of open source projects, and he still finds the time to run PHP user group in Frankfurt called PHP-UG FFM. He is also the maintainer of PHP.UG, which is a fantastic website that can help you find a PHP user group in your area. So please welcome Andreas Heigl. All right, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties getting Andreas set up here. So we are going to switch gears a little bit because we are about to learn about how time is an illusion, and that we are going to do a little time warp and switch topics to RFCs. Because if you're not familiar with RFCs, this is how features get added to PHP. And we're going to pause that and go back time warp once again, talk about RFCs a little bit longer when we have technical discussions in the future. But we are actually going to switch to Andreas Heigl now because I think the technical difficulties have been worked out. Andreas.
Hey, Sammy. Thank you for introducing me. It's an honor to be here. And welcome, everybody, to Time is an Illusion. Well, time is an illusion, and when I find my technical problem solved, I hope that it will be also working. Yes, and time is an illusion, and you already said so. Lunchtime, doubly so, because, well, for me it is morning, for others it is evening, and for some of you it might even be lunchtime. So I came upon this when I, in 2018, read a tweet by Cal Evans, a friend of mine, who started every day with an encouraging message on Twitter, and he posted out a heartily "Good morning." And I looked at the time, and it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? That was the point where I realized, yeah, time is hard, or time zones are hard. So who am I? Sammy already introduced me. I'm a software development company called BitExpert. I'm co-organizing a PHP user group, head behind PHP-UG, callingallpapers.com, and I'm contributing to Joined In. You can find me on the internet. If you have any questions, feel free to ping me. But due to the stuff I'm doing for PHP-UG and especially Calling All Papers and Joined In, I had a lot of knowledge about time zones, or I had to dabble with them. And I want to share a bit of that with you. But first and for all, I would really be happy about some feedback for that talk. So if you think that there is something that I could improve on, please feel free to leave me feedback on Joined In. And now let's dive into the whole thing. This is something that Sammy perhaps might have seen already in Natural. This is the first coffin to the first nail to the coffin of time zones. This is a golden nail that was put into that marked the merging of the railway between the West Coast and the East Coast in the United States. There was a huge party when those two railroads met, and this was celebrated with inserting a golden nail into the railroad as the final point where people now could travel from the east to the west by train, or from the west to the east. And that was great. but people very fastly realized that it was perhaps a bit interesting in getting the right time for when the train actually arrived at a station in between. Because, well, the United States are pretty large, well, not as large as Russia, but they were the first that had the problem that when a train started out in San Francisco on its way to New York, it traveled more or less 4 or 5 time zones. And so the times for the trains on the stations in between had to be calculated in a kind of interesting way, so that people actually knew when to catch the train and weren't late or too early. So in 1800 and whatnot, 1883, the bosses of the different railroads that were part of that network met and decided on a way to make calculations of time zone or of timetables for trains easier. So they met and they decided, okay, let's divide the whole country into 4 different zones. And each of these different zones should have an hour offset to another or to the next one. So that would make calculation of timetables much easier, because now suddenly people could know, oh, okay, I'm in this time zone, so the train stops at this specific time, 12 o'clock specific, on this at this station. And how did they transport that information? When to actually switch the time from local time to that specific time? Well, they used Morse code. They used the telegraph that was invented, so they could actually rather reliably send a message or a signal from East Coast to West Coast in almost no time, and everyone on the line could then set their clocks to the appropriate time. Why is that necessary? Because the Earth is not flat, as some people might believe. The Earth is round, and as we see in this great image from, I think, one of the Apollo missions, there is a part that is always covered by darkness, and there is a part always light. And we as humans are used to calling the light part the day and the dark part the night, and it is much easier to work during the day part. So we decided at one point in time, okay, when the sun is at its highest point, this is called noon, and from that on we calculate our times. But as the Earth revolves and the light and the dark side moves, well, so do these times move, and the noon moves kind of around the globe. So when it is noon here in my area, it is already 1 o'clock in Moscow time, or actually from the sun point of view, it might even be 1:30. So because this is what it more or less at this point in time looks like. We have the sun at around the area of Africa, and the moon is at this point in time over South America, and the South America and the United States are more or less covered in darkness, so it's rather late for them. So I assume Sammy has about 10 o'clock in the evening at his area. So how do we cover that, or how can we cover that or how can we handle that in times? Well, people then decided, okay, we have 24 hours, so just let's divide the whole world into 24 zones that have 1 hour offset, as they did in the United States. And over the sea, that is pretty easy because that's just a straight line. But on land, that becomes rather cluttered, because sadly, it's not that easy as drawing a straight line over a country, because, well, governments. So the different countries decided on different rules, and perhaps a country also had to decide on different rules within the country because of its sheer size, like Russia or like the United States. And so one of the main things is that we have to remember if we're talking about time zones is that a time zone is a part of the Earth's surface that by governmental definition has the same date and time. And this is the thing that usually bites us as developers, this governmental definition. Because from a sensible point of view, everything is pretty clear. There are 24 different zones, so that's easy. But governmental definition means suddenly people are in charge and people can have weird definitions or weird ideas. I said that usually the offset is 1 hour, but that is just, as I said, usual. Nepal, for example, has an offset of 4 hours and 25 minutes, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Or Venezuela, for example, has an offset of 4 hours and a half. So there are political decisions that make life much harder. So an offset. What is an offset? An offset needs some specifics in time, because usually we're saying, yes, this is an offset from Greenwich Mean Time. So let's have a look at what is this time coordinate, this offset that we are, or this time that we are calculating the offset from. In the beginning, there was the Greenwich Mean Time. Greenwich Mean Time is based on the fact that noon depends on the sun. So when the sun is at its highest point, this is called noon. That can be calculated or observed. The problem is that throughout the year, this can lead to differences of up to 6 due to the differences in the Earth rotation. This equalizes out over the year, but well, that can make calculations pretty difficult. And so at one point in time, when physics demanded more precise times, there was the invention of the universal time, or in French, pardon my French, temps atomique international, so the international atomic time, which depends on an atomic clock. And that was started in about 1955. And this is completely independent from a solar orbit. It's just counting the seconds based on the wavelength of an atom. The problem is that by 2015, there was already an offset of 36 seconds against, well, Greenwich Mean Time. That's not that much, but it means, yes, there is an offset. So it doesn't 100% work out. And that was the point in time, or when people realized that was the point in time where they said, okay, we need a universal time, but coordinated with the solar noon, which was the birth of UTC, which is the universal time, but in a coordinated fashion. And this is based on the temps atomique international, so on an atomic clock, which was started in 1961. And the main thing is this adds leap seconds every now and then. And this every now and then means exactly that. It's not calculated. It has to be observed, because the idea is to have the offset between UTC and Greenwich Mean Time at 0.9 seconds max, so that we don't have more than 1 second or a second or more offset between UTC and Greenwich Mean Time. So, having said this, we need to make some definitions, caveats. What are those? So we are talking about time zones. A time zone is a geographical region that by governmental definition shares the same coordinated time with an offset from UTC, or sometimes from Greenwich Mean Time. There is also time D, which is the identifier for the geographical region. We come to that in a second. And then there is also the time zone abbreviation, which is a sum of geographical regions that share the same coordinated time. And then there is the zone time, which is the time offset against UTC or Greenwich Mean Time of a geographical region. This sounds pretty complicated, I imagine, but that's actually the easy part. Because to make it complex, I said it, time zones are by governmental decisions. So governments decide sometimes weird things, and they can decide one thing and 2 months later the other thing. So time zones actually change. And this is something that happens quite frequently in Russia, actually. I think there is almost no change in the time zone database, to which we come later, where there is no change in Russia. And that is not only because some areas, some political areas are shifting from one time zone to another. That is also due to some smaller things, like let's have a look if you can see this one, this part here, down here. This little bubble, which is missing on the lower, which is on the lower image, but is missing on the upper image, which is the Crim area. So time zones can also change because of political decisions, because of war, because of whatever the reason might be. Just to make that clear, just because some time zone changes within the time zone database for a certain region, that does not mean that that is a political right decision. That's just to help people in that area to make the right changes or to get the right information. This is usually a very heated debate on the time zone mailing list. So time zones change frequently. The question is not, will the time zone change? The question is always, when will the time zone change? Okay, so that's quite complex. But to make it even more complex, yes, my country invented something, or actually, well, at least started something 104 years ago, which was summertime. In 1916, that was during the First World War, people realized, oh, we need more fuel for our tanks, so we have to save on fuel, so we can't have that much fuel spent on lighting, so we need to extend the daylight, and so we need to do something about that. And so they invented summertime, or what it is usually called daylight saving time. Daylight saving time starts at different times in the throughout the globe. So we come to that in a second. And usually the offset is 1 hour, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be 1 hour. It can also be just 30 minutes or whatever government thinks makes sense. And summertime or daylight saving time does not need to be only once during the year. It can also be multiple times. For example, in Germany after the Second World War, we decided, yes, in May we are going to have summertime, daylight saving time. And then in June or July, I think, government decided, oh, you know what, let's have another round of daylight saving time and add another hour offset to the whole thing. So now we had, instead of 2 hours offset, we had 3 hours offset. And then in August, we went back 1 hour, and in October, I think, back another hour. Or what happens frequently in African countries, for example, is that they have summertime or daylight saving time, and then suddenly say, okay, now we are switching back to standard time, and a month later we are switching back to daylight saving time, and 3 months later back to summertime, to standard time. Why do they do that? Because usually during that month where they use the standard time, they have Ramadan, and as Muslim country, people are allowed to eat as soon as the sun goes down, and that happens earlier during the default time. So yes, summertime can be very intimidating. How do you know when those transitions are? Well, in PHP we can get actually the different transitions for the different areas. And in this case, for example, these are the transitions for this year for my area. So on the 29th of March, we went to 7,200 seconds offset from UTC. And on the 25th of 10, we are going back to 3,600 seconds offset from UTC. So back to 1 hour offset. Yeah, daylight saving time is not simply 1 hour offset. It can be 2, it can be in half an hour, whatever you think. Daylight saving time starts at different times throughout the world. So daylight saving time in Europe, for example, starts at a different point or a different time than, for example, on the North American continent. And it is at different seasons throughout the hemispheres, because what we in the Northern Hemisphere call summer is winter in the Southern Hemisphere. So in the Southern Hemisphere, usually they have daylight saving time throughout our winter. And also, you have to be prepared for days with 23 or 25 hours or even more or less. Depends on what happens. You can also be prepared for days with, well, actually 0 hours, because at one point in time, a small island in the Pacific area actually switched from 1 day to 2 days in advance. And they skipped a whole day because they moved from, what was that? I think minus 13 offset to plus, no, they switched from plus 13 to minus 12 or something like that. Because they decided we're not doing that much business with Australia. We're doing much more business with America, so we want to be more near to them. Yes. And daylight saving time can occur more than once a year. So then, the summary is time zones are political definitions. Time zones do change. And time zone abbreviations cover a stripe from North Pole to South Pole. So the time zone abbreviation might be something like Central European Time, which covers a whole stripe from north to south, or at least a part of it. The zone time, on the other hand, is defined by the offset from UTC. And most important things is the daylight savings time may add or remove time from or to the zone time, not from the time zone. So when we have daylight saving time, the time zone does not change. The time zone will still be Europe Berlin or Europe Moscow, but the offset of within that time will change, and so the zone time will change. So that's it about for the basics. I hope I didn't confuse you too much, but now I think we're going, now that we have set the basics, we're going to understand a bit more of what is happening within PHP. In PHP, there is the date time zone class, which is the main thing when we are handling time zones. So we can instantiate a time zone object with, for example, like this. We create a new date time zone object with an offset of 3 hours, which is fine. We get a time zone object with a time zone type of 1, and that has a time zone, well, as time zone, we have plus 3 hours. Perfect. We can also use plus 3 hours and 15 minutes or whatever you want. We can also initialize the whole thing with a new date time zone MSK, which is the time zone abbreviation. And that gives us a time zone of type 2 with the time zone MSK. And then we can also say, yes, we create a new time zone Europe-Moscow, which gives us a time zone type 3, and the time zone is now Europe-Moscow. That's fine. But why are there these 3 different things? What happens internally? Well, let's have a look at the Europe-Moscow time zone if we call getLocation. This returns us an array with a country code of RU, like Russia, and with a latitude and a longitude, and with a comment which is Moscow area plus 0. If you wonder, those geographical coordinates are just outside the Kremlin between the History Museum and the Museum of the Patriotic War of 1812. I have no idea why it's exactly those coordinates. If someone can find that out, that would be really awesome. Okay, so what happens if we call this getLocation on one of the other 2 ways of instantiating a date time zone object? Well, if we create a new date time zone object MSK and call get location, we get exactly nothing, because MSK covers much more than just one time zone. It covers, I think it was 13 or 16. We'll see that in a later example. So we don't know what geographic location might that be. Worst case would be, it's somewhere on the equator, so it doesn't help us in that part. And the same happens if we initiate a date time zone object just with an offset. We just don't know where that might be. So we have lost information here if we use date time just with an offset or with the time zone abbreviation. So as I said, time zone informations change. So one of the first things I usually do when I work with something PHP related, I'm doing the PHP-E and grep for Olsen, because the time zone database is called the Olsen database also. And at this point in time, you should see this output. The current time zone database is 2021. Though if you're using the latest PHP 7.4.5, I think, that was built or released just before the last time zone database release. So this still 2019.3, I think. So if you want to stay on top and if you want to stay current, which you should, there is a pickle package, timezone.db, which just replaces the time zone information if you cannot update your PHP version, because with every new PHP version, you will always get the latest, well, at the point of release, the latest time zone information. And of course, at ayana.org/timezones, you can always download the latest raw data and do whatever you want with it. So how do we handle date times in PHP, or how we should handle date times in PHP? One of the main things is please do not rely on server time, because who knows whether the server is actually set to UTC or whatever. You should always use datetime with time zone information for user-related dates, or use the datetime with UTC as a time zone for server-related days. What is this information or this difference between user-related dates and server-related dates? Well, for example, logging information, stuff where you are creating a timestamp or need the time of something that is happening right now, you usually know how to convert that to UTC. So you can use UTC as the time zone, and well, as you know, it's UTC, you don't need to store the actual time zone. As soon as you have date information that might be a bit in the future or a bit back, it might happen that between now and the actual date time that something happens, this time zone information might change, and that change might affect you. So in this case, you should store the time zone, the date time with the time zone information of the location that you're referring to. And one of the big things, please always use date time immutable, which, as Derek mentioned one time, is what datetime should have been in the first place. So how do we handle date times? Well, okay, first thing I said, we create a date time zone object, Europe, Moscow, and then we create a date time immutable 2020 5/13 10:30, which is about now. And we add the time zone to the datetime immutable object. And then when we do an echo date format C, we get the current information. Perfect. And to know what time it is, for example, in the Phoenix area in America, we can just say, okay, set time zone, new date time zone, America Phoenix, and do an echo date format C. And we get, okay, it's 0:30 with an offset of -7. So that's pretty early in the morning, and I assume that some people are not awake yet. So Sammy, what are you doing here? But take care. You can instantiate datetime immutable, for example, just with the letter A, which gives you a perfectly valid timestamp. it gives you 2025-13, so the 13th of May. So today it gives you 10:30 with an offset of 1 hour. Perfect. You can do that also with new datetime immutable B, C, D, whatever you want. Unless you say new datetime immutable J, which suddenly will give you a warning, uncaught exception, datetime construct failed to parse string at position 0. Time zone could not be found. What the hell? Well, you can instantiate a datetime object with a time zone. And there are different time zones. We've seen that already. We had the plus, the offset version. We had the actual time zone identifier like Europe, Moscow. And we also had the time zone abbreviation. I've shown you MSK for the Moscow time, but there is also an abbreviation of A, B, C, D, E, etc., which is military time. So A, for example, is Alpha time. Z is Zulu time, which is offset of 0. And as the alphabet has 26 characters, 24 are used for the offsets. Z or Zulu is used for the 0 time zone. And so there is one character missing. And as I and J can be mistaken for one another, J doesn't exist. So we are here trying to instantiate a datetime immutable object with a not existing time zone, which just doesn't work. Just remember that if you have issues with stuff like that. So far, everything is fine. How do we store date times? Well, as I said, we need the time and we need the time zone information. It makes sense to actually store date times by using 2 fields. One for the actual date time with the local or the UTC time, and one field, one string for the associated time zone. Not for the offset, please, because if you use the offset, you don't know, you're losing information. So it looks like that, for example. We do a PDO statement, we insert into event the values datetime and the time zone. And the time zone information comes from datetime get time zone get name, and the datetime comes from, well, datetime format and then the appropriate format for your database, whatever that is. We have a look at databases later on. Because if you do that, you can now do a select from event and can pass the information you get back from the datetime and from the time zone directly back into new datetime immutable. So now you have a perfect datetime immutable object that you can then use and do time zone calculations like whatever you want. For MySQL, you can even do time zone calculations right within the database. But for that, you actually need to prepare your MySQL database. So you have to push the zone information that is usually located in user shared zone info into the database in a certain format. So there is as soon as you have MySQL installed, you usually have this MySQL tzinfo to SQL command, which takes the information from the zone info file and pushes that then, or converts that into SQL statements that you can then push to your MySQL database. If you have done that, you are now able, make sure you have the correct time zone data. Sorry, yes. So you have to redo this every time new time zone information has been released. If you do this, you can then do a bit of time zone calculation magic within MySQL. If you want to select stuff or events where event time is later than, for example, in this case, 1400, select star from table where date format, convert time zone from my local date time and the local time zone field that I have, convert that into UTC, and check where the %H value, which is the hour, is 14. And then you get the information. Or you can select where convert time zone from my datetime, my time zone to UTC is 1400. So that's pretty nifty. For those that are not using MySQL, you can use Postgres. You can use that with Postgres, of course, as well. If you're using Postgres, please, please, please do not use timestamp with time zone as your date type, because it's misleading. It's not storing a timestamp with time zone, it's storing a timestamp with an offset, and you will lose information. Why is losing information so vital in this case? Well, if you are storing, for example, this is something that happens at a certain date and time in the time zone Europe Berlin, you know, okay, there are some rules in place that distinguish between summertime or daylight saving time and standard time. If you're just saving the offset, you're saving, for example, for an event that is happening now, you're saving plus 2 hours. But you don't know anymore whether that was during daylight saving time or not. If at one point in time people or the government says, we don't want summertime, you don't know whether you have to recalculate the information or not, because you just know, yeah, that was an offset of 2 hours. So if you're using Postgres, you don't have to worry about this passing in the daytime or the time zone information, because that has already been taken care for. But you can do the same calculations as in MySQL. It's just a bit different syntax. So here we select star from table, and now we extract the hour from the time at the time zone at the time with the zone UTC. So we are doing two calculations, or two time zone calculations here. The first one just says, yes, take the time at our time zone. And the second one says convert C and then extract the hour, which is 14 or whatever. And then we can check which one is earlier or later. Okay, now we know how to handle them. Now we know how to store time zones, but we have to get the time zone in the first place. So how do you get user time zones in the first place? Well, actually, there is no reliable automated way. The only reliable way is actually to say, yeah, give me the time zone you want this event to be in, or give me the location where this event or this thing happens. Well, you might now say, yeah, well, but what about Moment.js, which has a guess my time zone thingy going on? Okay, I prepared this for you. So let's have a look. Time zone moment tz guess. That is nothing else than that's what this button does. So let's have a look what guess my time zone does. And it guesses the time zone. And okay, nope. That definitely is not the time zone I'm currently in. So this does not always work effectively. And this is Firefox. I know that in Firefox that can be an issue. It might work. On the other hand, I've seen other Firefox browsers where it works. So depending on the browser you're using, it's not reliable. So you probably should give the user an option to optimize this information. How do you get the time zones for a country? If you know the country, so you could just give the person a time zone to select for that country. Well, you can use daytime zone list identifiers and then per country, and the country is Russia. And here in this case, we see, yes, we have some entries for Russia, a whole lot of 25, which is quite a number. Even in Germany, we have 2 time zones. In other countries, it might be less. Well, you could always present that to the user and say, okay, select your time zone. But the much more elegant solution would be to say, okay, where do you want this event to take place? Take the latitude and the longitude and pass that to an API. There is a time zone DB API that you can pass latitude and longitude to, and that will then return you the current time zone and some additional information. You can even pass a timestamp to that. So it will give you back the time zone that location was in at this specific timestamp, which might change, as we learned earlier. So how do we get time zones for abbreviations? I earlier said that there is no reliable way of getting time zone back if we have an abbreviation. So if we do a list abbreviations, for example, for the abbreviation MSK, it will give us 13 different time zones we are in. And the, for me, most interesting thing was, okay, we have here Europe Moscow as the first one with an offset of 10,800 seconds. And then we have Europe Simferopol with an offset of 14,400 seconds. How does that work? So even though we have the same time zone abbreviation here, we have different offsets. I'm not 100% sure whether Europe Simferopol perhaps observes daylight saving time and Europe Moscow does not observe daylight saving time. But as the DST array key is empty, I assume Simferopol also doesn't observe daylight saving time. So I have no clue what happened here. This is definitely something that I need to investigate on. But I didn't get around to doing that when I prepared for this, or when I set up these slides. So you see that you're losing information. If we know it's in MSK, we don't know, was it in Moscow, was it in Simferopol, where was it, the event? So if you're handling daytimes and time zones, please do not try to get a time zone from an offset or an abbreviation, because you've just seen it, it doesn't work. Please also don't do funny timestamp arithmetics within the database. And with timestamp arithmetics, I mean like adding 3,600 seconds or 7,200 seconds or whatever amount of seconds, because for one thing, you don't know whether there is daylight saving time. For a second thing, you don't know whether perhaps there are some leap seconds and you're getting off information, or if you have a shift of daylight saving time to standard time or the other way around. So you will definitely get wrong results at one point or another if you're doing timestamp arithmetics. Please also don't store offsets in your database, because you will lose the information. And you should also perhaps not rely on daytime functions of the database, because they might not exist. So doing these nice time zone arithmetics in MySQL or in Postgres are a nice thing. But if you have something that relies, or a product that can be set up by the customer, you don't know whether they're might be using MySQL and haven't set up their time zone information, or perhaps they're using SQLite and SQLite just doesn't have the daytime functions. So you need to be sure that the daytime functions of the database are existing. Otherwise, you need to take other measures to use that. And please also do not convert daytimes to UTC or to an offset, because you will lose information and you will perhaps get wrong information in the end. I'm pretty happy to discuss that later on in the chat. I've also written a blog post that I've linked to later in the slides, so feel free to ping me on that, because this is usually the thing. Yeah, we convert everything to UTC and then we will also be in trouble. Please also don't use time zone identifiers for user interaction, because those are identifiers. You are also usually not usually don't let your users interact with your identifiers for your data records, whether those are UUIDs or whatever. Those are just internal representations or internal identifiers for the time zone database that are not used or should not be used for user interaction. But what should you do on the other hand? Well, okay, let's have a look at that. Please do use UTC for logging information, because you're now at the certain point in time and you should know how to convert your local time to UTC. Apart from those few cases where the time zone database maintainers were informed about a change in daylight saving time calculations or whatever, like 3 days after the event actually happened, which happens sometimes. And then you have a problem here, but usually it is safe to use UTC for logging information. Please do store daytimes without offset as local time, and then store the time zone name with the daytime which is a time zone identifier, like Europe, Moscow. And of course, if you know you're storing that as UTC, you can omit that time zone name because you know it's UTC. And for rendering, you should use moment.js or something like that, so that the rendering is not done on the server but on the client, because then you can actually take into account what the user might want to see. And for displaying time zone names, please use the ICU informations, or just let the user decide on a geographic location, whether that is on a map or wherever, and then revert that into time zone information using an API or whatever other means you might find. Because in the end, datetime without time zone is a tiny bit like money without currency, and you wouldn't do that either. So that's it about. So the only thing that remains for me is, yes, remind you of feedback. That would be really amazing. And I think we might have some time for some questions. So perhaps if there are questions, we can have them now or later in the chat. Feel free to do that. Just as a short reminder, I have added some links here. I will upload the slides later on. So have a look at these links. Especially something that always comes up is like, what about time on Mars? Yes, people already thought about that. Have a look at them if you want deeper information. And so if there are some questions, I'm happy to answer them, at least a few of them now. Do we have the possibility to answer questions anyhow?
Coming in through the Zoom room. If you would like to join Andreas and others for some Q&A, if you would look, there should be a link showing up in the chat to link you to the Zoom room.
I will then,
and then you can ask some questions.
Exactly. I will then leave here and go over to the Q&A Zoom room. So here on this place, all I can do is say thank you very much for your time, and I'll now join the Zoom room, which might take some time, but I will manage to do that. So
if you join us in the Zoom room, so Andreas, if you don't mind, I do have a question for you. I'm going to close out Zoom for just a second because I'm getting quite an echo, and it's hard to understand what I'm actually saying here. We do have a question from Konstantin, which I do not have in front of me, unfortunately, at the moment. But I will make sure that we can get Konstantin's question.
Yeah, we're waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, I am online. I don't hear. Oh, okay. Hi, Andreas. I'm Konstantin. Thanks for your talk. It was really great. I have a bunch of questions. You already told us there are a bunch of caveats when working with time zones. Maybe you have some general tips that will help developers to prevent some rough mistakes. I mean that you have many edges where you can manipulate time zones. Server configuration, database configurations, database store, your server-side code, your front-end side. Maybe you have some tips where to store, where manipulate, maybe just pass raw data to the client side and just manipulate there. What are your thoughts on this?
Andreas is
All right, Konstantin, I think we just lost Andreas, unfortunately. I would love to answer your question, but I'm not the expert on date time, so I wouldn't be able to answer that, unfortunately. But I think we're going to try to get Andreas back as soon as possible here. I have a list of questions for him as well, so once we get him back, we'll bombard him with questions. Where are you from?
I'm from Moscow, Kiev, UTC plus 3 offset.
I'm UTC minus 7.
Yeah, far
So
away.
are you actually in Kiev or Moscow?
Right now I'm in Kiev, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was in Kiev for a little while. It was it's quite a lovely place, and I love how deep the subway stations are. You get on the escalator and you just go down and you go down and you go down. You're like, when is this thing ever going to stop? And then you finally get down there, and you're like, I must be like close to the center of the earth now, because that took forever to get down here. Isn't it? Aren't they some of the deepest subway stations in the world? Are there?
Really don't know. I know that in Moscow there is a few really deep stations, metro stations like Aviamotorная or some other. Don't know what about worldwide.
So have you been doing PHP programming for a long time?
Yes or no. Right now, mostly is doing software architecture, not writing PHP most of the
Yeah.
time. But love it, yeah, for a long time.
Gotcha. So what kind of architecture do you do?
Yeah.
Andreas has technical difficulties. Yeah, Andreas on air.
Oh, we have Andreas. Great.
So that should work now. Does that work now?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay, great.
Do
Now
you have,
bombard me with the questions.
Yeah.
The question was how to handle date times within applications. Well, the first thing is handling them within the application. There is no way around the datetime object, and adding the time zone information as detailed as possible. So if you have the actual time zone identifier, that is really, really helpful. And because if you have that, you can then do time zone arithmetics in the datetime object or datetime immutable object. Because you just say, okay, give me this or set the time zone to something else, and now you get the different times, the different time information for that. You can convert it via that to UTC for the current point in time. That's rather straightforward, actually. So there is no need of doing some mathematics with seconds or days or whatever. I come across in Stack Overflow. It gets interesting if you want to store that in the database, because I usually would store that as local time. So the time zone information that I have, and aggregate that then back on creating the datetime immutable object. So that's on the backend part. And for the front end part, I would actually just pass exactly these information, the local time and the time zone, to the front end, and then let JavaScript do the rendering. Does that somehow answer the question?
Yeah. What do you think about manipulating data on the server side? I mean, you can you already said that it's not good to use some database functions, because there are different databases, different server configurations, but where to manipulate it? Because databases already have, if for example, Postgres or Oracle, some other have really good time zone manipulating operations, functions. Why not to use them within database, near with your data, and just to send back to client already prepared information? Or is it good to manipulate them on your business logic side, just to distinguish between databases storage or another any kind of storage and your application?
So the first thing is, if you have, for example, an event like this conference, it has a start time and an end time, for example, and there is actually no need to manipulate that data, because the start date is 10 o'clock or 9:45 or whatever, Moscow time. So there is no need in manipulating that. If you want to display that for the user, or in the time zone of the user that is currently visiting the website, you can just push out that information 10 o'clock Moscow time to the front end, and the front end then decides on how to render that based on the user's information. So there is no need in actually doing any manipulation. If you have to do manipulations, you always need to take into account that the time zone information might change for future information or for future events. So calculations that you do now might not be valid in the future. That is why I would most of the time would try to avoid manipulating that information. Of course, you can use the time zone or the datetime functionality of a database. If you know my application is running on Postgres and it will always be running on Postgres, of course you can use the information there. Apart from perhaps the fact that that might be rather slow, because doing such calculations in a select means that you actually have to query each and every table row, which can get quite time consuming. So it might be more of interest to calculate back to UTC, for example, to have the information in an indexed field, but that is only an additional field, because as soon as you have a new version of the time zone database, you need to recalculate that information, because now that the time zone information has changed, some information might have changed as well. So you still need the original information of the date time and of the time zone to recalculate your index column, so to say.
Yeah, great. We have also some questions from the Zoom chat. People, I think, are not going to ask themselves, so I'll name one of them. What is how to store the historicity of the user logs if there are constant change of the data on time zones? I think Alexei mean that when you store data, there are some offsets, daylight savings, yes, and then after a few months, years, or some time ago, this can be changed in the future. So how can we analyze that in historical perspective?
The time zone database came into existence in I don't know exactly. I think it was during the 80s, perhaps 90s. So everything that happened since then is actually pretty solid. So there is no change in historical information from that time to be expected. So if you're calculating, if you have historical data from, I don't know, 2 years back or something like that, that will not change. Different story is that with time zone information from time before 1970, because at that point in time, and the further you go, the more unreliable it becomes, because at that point in time, the historic data actually changes sometimes. People dig out new information and then the historic information on the database is changed. But that should not include any logging information that we already have. So if you have logging information like that, you're fairly safe. And if you have logging information, as I said before, you can usually put that into, transfer that into UTC on the time of creation. So you have then UTC information, and that's pretty solid.
Yeah, thanks. Great. We have another questions. What are the best options to allow users to tell us as developers what are their time zone upon registration. For example, you already showed that time zone guessing is working really bad and not always can have a good answer. I know that some sites, some applications, web applications, for example, show when you first came, open the site, show a little banner with, are you in Moscow time zone? We guessed, yes, no. So you can quickly change this. Maybe you can show us some other good examples of how can this be handled.
That is a good way, for example, because that in my case that would me show, yes, you're in Africa. What was that, Abu Dhabi? No, and then I would say, no, that's definitely not the time zone I'm in, and I would want to change that, and then I can select what time zone I'm in. Perfect idea. The other possibility would be like for an event, for example, where does the event take place? You usually have a location for the event. So you can then use that location, convert that into latitude, longitude information, for example, with the Google Maps API or Nominatum API, and then use that long information to get the time zone for that using another API. That would be another way, or just present the user with a select button. What time zone do you think you're in, or do you want to be in? And then the user can decide for themselves what time zone they want their information to be displayed in. Because it also happens, perhaps not as often and not as frequently, that people are traveling and they are in a different area, and suddenly their guest time zone is like wherever they are now, but they want their time zone information to be from where they are used to be, because that's how they calculate their time information mentally.
Oh, okay. Well, we now are going to have another talk, so I move world to yeah.
All right, sounds good. Now that Andreas showed us how to navigate the deceptively tricky waters of dates and times, thank you so much, Andreas, for helping us with that. It's quite a time warp to talk about times. We can now write some software that handles dates and times properly. But once we calculate the proper time, we might need to store some more information along with it. So our next speaker might be able to help us with that. Our next speaker is the co-founder and CTO of Spiral Scout, which is a US-based software development company. This speaker is a leading expert in the PHP and Golang communities, and over the past 14 years has authored many open source projects. Some of his works include a PHP framework called Spiral, an ORM called Cycle, and a popular PHP application server and load balancer called Roadrunner. Please welcome Anton Titov.
Well, actually, Anton is being prepared currently. So I want to say a few words about him as well. So he's not only author of the ORM. By the way, the ORM is very interesting since it has a few properties that are making it stand out from the crowd. But also, it is he's an author of the Spiral framework, and another thing that was presented last year at the PHP Russia conference that is called Roadrunner. I think the Roadrunner is a huge game changer, and it is actually makes the application in the PHP not to die every request. So you should definitely check this, and that's very cool for the performance. So the usual performance of like 10 milliseconds on a regular server becomes less than a single millisecond, and that's really awesome. Also, it's a great bridge from the Golang to PHP and vice versa. It has queries built in, so definitely worth checking. So now Anton is on air. Welcome, Anton.
Anton. I'm the CTO and the founder of Spiral Scout. I have about 14 years of development experience. I code mostly on PHP and Golang, and I'm the author of Spiral Framework, Roadrunner, and Cycle ORM, which today I would like to explain in some details. In today's presentation, I would like to cover a couple topics, some of them lightly, some of them in a bit deeper details. I would like to start to walk through and remember why do we need ORM at all? What are the differences between the most common patterns, active record and data mapper? We will review what building blocks you need if you want to build your own ORM. We will see how we can implement the topological sorting and persistent layer in ORM. And at the end, I will review the feature set of the cycle ORM, which been used as foundation for this presentation. So the simple question which everyone asks themselves, why do we even need an ORM? The answers to these questions are fairly subjective. They vary from person to person, but probably the most common is it will help us to simplify communication with database. Instead of writing long SQL queries every time, you can just call the query builder, hydrate your models, and here we go, it all works. Though you still need to remember how SQL work, ideally learn it in every particular detail. In this case, ORM would not trick you. Every ORM will slow down your application. That's inevitable. This is a fairly fat abstraction. So by adding ORM, you have to remember that everything has a balance. So you can save on the development time, but you are going to lose a bit on the performance. Separately from the simplification of communication layer, it will also able to provide you some functionality to isolate your domain layer, your entities repositories from the persistence layer. And why do we need that? We need that because it will help us to test our application much easier. In the later examples, I will show how the testing vary from active record and data mapper. First, you probably all heard about these two patterns, active record and data mapper. That's unending holy war between people who love one of them and hate another. And to start, we can try to compare them. Some people might say that the difference between active record versus data mapper is the presence of method save. That's actually not true. You can add save method to your plain PHP models in any data mapper, and you can active record without having this method. Okay, maybe that's about the static method find versus repositories in data mappers. That's not true as well. You can still create engines which shows trace of both data mapper or active record, but still lean towards one of the patterns. So the biggest difference between these engines lies within how they represent your data. While in active record, your data is represent one specific row in a table, in data mapper, that's not always true. One entity might represent multiple tables or even partial table, or it can be compound from multiple sources. The whole idea of data mappers that you don't think what's inside the database, you think only about your domain code and how this domain code mapped to the persistence database. The order of implementation varies as well. While in active record, we usually start with migrations, creating models on the site, and that's how we end with working product. With data mapper, we usually start with our domain layer, and we usually request data mapper to create database for us. But again, it might vary, especially if you work with legacy databases. And obviously, both engines has very specific implementation details. So even comparing two active records or two data mappers, you might find a million small differences in details which vary from implementation to implementation. If you review the classic setup of active record, well, that's very simple. You have the database. You always need to have a DBL layer. Not always. In some implementations, you might skip it, but it's going to be much harder to develop complex relations. And then you map these columns, these rows from the database through DBL to the record. This pattern is very easy to write. You probably know tens of different active records. It's fairly easy to create it by yourself, so it's DIY friendly. The problems with these patterns is that you do need to remember the database schema by yourself. ORM does not help you. So if you rename the column in database, you need to go and rename the columns in your entities as well and change your code, which usually ends to the fact that systems like that are harder to maintain. And since the active record needs some way to represent your row, you're usually going to have the base model or GOT model, how it's called. In data mappers, we are going to add two additional layers. The layer number one is an entity map. That's some kind of memory repository of all the entities loaded from database. It contains the list of these entities and relationships between them. This is important so we know how they relate to each other and how we can persist them. In addition to that, the critical part of data mapper, and you can see it by its name, is mapper, or the layer which is responsible for the conversion of data from the database to your entity. In many cases, it's not one-to-one, so you can have fields and properties named one way in your domain layer, and columns in database can be named another way. That's probably the biggest difference between two engines. Because the complexity doesn't go anywhere, you still have a full-featured ORM. It's still harder to maintain because you need to learn how to configure these mapping layers. You need to figure out how it works and how to debug it. And usually data mappers like that do not require base model. You can create flat PHP models, map to them, and here we go. So which one to use? Again, this is a very subjective question. I'm not going to give you answer for that, but the rumors are saying that active record is the best for the smallest projects and prototypes, while data mapper is for the hardcore enterprise. If I'll be creating my blog, I will definitely use active record because it's faster to bootstrap, and if I'll be creating a huge CRM, that's going to be data mapper. Why? Well, maybe some people will tell you that don't use ORM as well at all, and there is a lot of people who is doing that. But where are these rumors coming from? Why people say record for small projects and data mapper for enterprise projects? I think it all ends to the simple question, which is, what about testing? Most of the enterprise applications and enterprise development require developers to provide fairly complex test suite, which means we need to cover most of the business logic with unit tests or integration tests or etc. If you'll review this code snippet, which is done using data mapper ORM, how can we test it? Well, fairly easy. We can mock the user repository and expect that we're going to receive the user ID, and we can mock the entity manager and expect that we're going to receive the user entity with added credit as array of objects. In this case, we trust ORM. We mock the abstractions it's provided to us, and we do not create any queries to the database. We still can, but it is not required. Our test is easy, it's simple, it's very fast to run, and it's reliable. Well, let's review the same thing for active record, and I'm using some abstract active record with some anti-patterns, but let's see. We have almost identical code, a user find by primary key, credits and save. So how can we test it? Well, that's a big question. We can try to mock the record. How? We can try to mock the repository if there any repository, or maybe we can hook to onSave, and you see what I'm trying to show. We're probably going to forget about unit tests and create acceptance tests instead. We are going to use some stub database or SQLite in memory. And essentially, we do not trust the ORM. ORM becomes an essential part of our code base, which means every test, every iteration includes all the logic from within the ORM. So the practical differences after reviewing the tests and comparing them together are the following. They use different domain layer isolation approaches. Specifically, data mapper isolates the domain layer using the mapper layer, and active record does not. It simply becomes part of a domain layer. Data mappers are usually easier to test than active record, but well, there are always scenarios when something is not true, so you can create code which is very hard to test on data mapper. And active records follows the database schema. So if you have to change the schema, you have to change your models in your code, while the data mapper follows the mapping schema, which means you can freely change your domain layer, we can freely change your database, and you only need to adjust this mapping layer to make it work. And because active records are easier to write, well, you usually have much wider choice of engines like that. If you review what we have on the market, we have that almost every major framework going to have its own active record implementation. UE have it. Propel is Doctrina version 1 was active record implementation. Obviously, Eloquent from Laravel. There is a number of ORMs which shows traits of both. Some of them use mapping layer, some of them use mapping layer plus base model. So I would call them hybrid. And obviously there is a huge variety of data mapper ORMs for the PHP. Well, plus cycle, which I will try to explain today. Doctrina, that's Doctrina if people don't remember. So let's say that you decide to build your own ORM, specifically data mapper, and what do you need to do that? First, you need a DBL, database abstraction layer, ideally the layer which is capable of introspection and schema declaration, meaning it can read the schema of your database, compare it, and create migrations for you. You can use, you have a variety of them on the market. Popularest one are from Doctrina. You will need a query builder, query DSL, or DQL, how it's called in Doctrina, or some other way to quickly and easily compile complex queries and relationships. You will need an entity map and heap to store the map of your objects, to store relationships between them, and you need mapping schema and the way to hydrate the information from persistent layer to your domain models and extract it as well. So you'll need hydrators. You're obviously going to need persist layer, which is one of the most complex parts of any ORM, or the layer responsible of storing your objects in the database. And the most important part is to store them correctly, no matter what order you send them to, and no matter what type of relationships they use. And obviously, you need various relationships to make your ORM have any sense to create. And at the end, you need a ton of tests to make sure that everything is correct, to make sure that your engine works expectedly. Today, I would like to walk you through the persist layer and the dependency graphs of ORM. That's, I would say, a very interesting topic in any ORM, and it usually have one of the biggest complexities in engines like that. So first, we would like to define the requirements for the topological layer we want to create, for the persistent layer we want to create. First, we need to make sure that our layer can topologically sort objects and relationships in correct order. So if I'm saving user which has post or post which belongs to user, I need to make sure that it's always going to be saved correctly. I want to make sure that the layer is going to generate optimal number of queries. We don't want to create tens of inserts or 12 updates when we change one field. We want to use disposable transactions or transactions which we can use, or multiple transactions within one application. So instead of having a global entity manager, we can split functionality and test it separately. We want to have reliable error handling, and we are not only talking about doing the rollback in database, we are talking about not polluting the entity manager when something went wrong. For example, if our transaction failed, we don't want to go and flush the whole ORM to try again. We can just go and recreate that transaction. We need to make sure that ORM has no memory leaks and that ORM can effectively work in daemonized applications or long-running applications, specifically Roadrunner. And obviously, we want to be able to work with multiple databases at once. However, the whole thing, why we even started creating the ORM, is last requirement or the dynamic mapping schema. In our case, we want to be able to define the mapping and relationships between objects dynamically without stopping the application, without generating the code, essentially having the small version of Drupal in our hands. So why are we talking about topological sorting? We talk about topological sorting because the persist layer and your models and relationships between them can be represented as directly acyclic graph. In this case, each node, ABC, is your database model, user, post, comment, pivot model, etc., where the edge are relationships. This is directed graph. We know which entity belongs to which entity. And in this specific example, it's acyclic, which means we can always walk from one model to another, having just one path. Another type of graph is cyclic. In this case, there are situations when model can point back to itself through other models, and essentially you may have more than one way to iterate go from, let's say, A to F. You can go to A, B, C, E, F, or A, B, C, E, D, B, C, E, F. So these graphs have cycles. Before we go to continue writing our layer, let's probably review what Doctrina has. That's very important ORM on the market. It provides a lot of inspiration, and it's been written by many years by many talented developers. The Doctrina sorts, when you're trying to persist using entity manager of Doctrine, it is going to sort your entities using the depth-first search algorithm. It is located in the class internal commit order calculator. It is going to sort your entities ahead of the persistence. Specifically, it is going to sort class metadata, and then it's going to invoke the persisters in order of the sorting. All the calculations done directly in the entity map, which means if something fails, you will have to flush the entity map and well start from the refetching. When we try to research this algorithm, or specifically how it happens, we found that this is type of the methods which being called while doing the persistence. In general, that's about 4,000 lines of code just to storing models right. Obviously, it has events and hooks and a lot of interesting additions to make sure that stuff done correctly. When we've seen this thing first time, we was, well, very upset. So maybe there is any other approach. What could be done without creating 4,000 lines of code to persist something? Well, first we need to review what going to be the most common algorithms to perform topological sorting. There is a lot of them, but probably the most easiest to find is depth first. You can see it is working through the graph from top to bottom, and breadth first, which is going from left to right. So what we can do, we can combine these two algorithms to create an algorithm which called IDDFS. Here we go. Or the algorithm which performs the sorting and the execution of your graph commands in iterations, which means it does not have it doesn't sort first and then persist. It's actually doing both operations at the same time. And for us to do that, we have to convert the graph of our models, user has post, so user has post, yes, to the graph which represents command, save user and then save post. And in order to apply this algorithm, we have to convert relationships to dependencies. So we are going to say that there is user command, command to store a user, there is command to store a post, and command to store a post performs, and command to store a post depends on the value of the command provided by user. So this is the visualization of this algorithm, how it works. You can see that it cannot persist the command C first, because it depends on the values of command A and B, so it skips it. It comes to command B and then it comes back. So I hope this visualize what's going on, and the E becomes the last command. We can implement this algorithm very easy, very simple. All we need is the command abstraction, which contains two basic methods, is ready and execute. Command represent the node in our graph, and dependency represent, well, the relationships from between our models. Is ready tells if command has any dependencies which are not resolved. For example, we depends on user ID and it has not been supplied. And execute obviously performs the execution of the command and the resolution of the values to other commands. If you want to persist the complex commands like collections or multiple branches, we can rope them into command aggregate. The dependency of the edge in our graphs is a simple promise. We are saying that command needs to wait for some key, and it needs to forward some key after the execution to another command. Based on that, we can sort our graph. We can view a simple example. So we have user, with name, we have post, with title some post. Our post belongs to the user. So what we can do, we can create command to insert user and command to insert post. Then we are telling our post that it needs to wait for the persistence of the user. And then we're telling the user that on persistence, we want to forward the key ID to the command post as user ID, essentially resolving it. To sort these commands, we can create a simple algorithm that's all the topological sorting done in this IDDFS approach. We work through all the list of available commands, and if command is not ready, we delay that. That's yield key. If command is ready, which means it has no dependencies, we can execute that immediately. That's all you need to sort commands which depends like that. We can view some real example. In this case, we have a model, again, user, and we have a model post, and we have a transaction which is supposed to save them both. In this example, I put user into transaction first and post second. So during the execution, we are going to convert our graph of models to the graph of commands, which is going to look like the following: insert user and forward user ID, insert post. That's fairly simple. It works right away. There is no tricks. Just go, insert, resolved, and save. We can review a bit more complex example. In this case, we have user, we have post which belongs to user, and we have comment for this post which belongs to the user as well. Please note that this time, to trick ORM a bit, I'm putting the post to the transaction first and user second. So this should force ORM to sort the dependencies properly. Oops. I'm sorry. Here we go. That's how the conversion of the graph is going to look like. It's going to try to insert post first, but it cannot do that because it depends on a user. Then it's trying to insert the comment next because we are doing DFS. It cannot do that as well. Then it's come back to the user, and in another cycle, it completes the persistence. But what about cycles? Well, we spoke about acyclic graphs and cyclic graphs, and for sure they have different implications and different complexity. So that's a simple example of a cyclic relationships in ORM. We have the post which has comment, and we also want to store the reference to the last comment in the post. And both of them new, just to make life a bit harder. So how can we do that? The answer is fairly simple. We are resolving the cyclic dependencies at the moment when we convert the graph of entities to the graph of commands. And specifically, the system can see that post has two branches. It has branch to save comment, and it has branch to receive value from comment. So we can split this entity into two commands, insert and update. As a result, we are going to generate 3 SQL queries: insert, insert, and update, and the system is going to work correctly in this scenario. I misplaced one slide. I'm sorry about that. So what do we have at the end? We have the algorithm which is capable of persistent, very complex dependency graphs. We tested very interesting situations when, for example, we have 2 overlapping cyclic dependency graphs in one transaction, and it all was saved correctly. It's fairly small. It's about 8 times smaller than what Doctrina use. It performs sorting and persisting within one process. It can use any keys and any relationship between any databases. It is not linked strictly to the database keys, and we can use disposable transactions or transactions which we can reuse, or we can have multiple of them within the application. So we applied this algorithm to create an ORM, or specifically part of the ORM persistent layer. Our ORM called cycle ORM, and it has a lot of features which are similar to Doctrine, Eloquent, and some of the features which are not. First, as many other ORMs, Cycle is capable of working with multiple databases, working with them at the same time. It is possible to have read-write connections or isolate databases using prefixes. So you can have one physical connections and multiple logical databases within. It obviously supports reconnects because we run in long-running applications, and it supports at least 4 or 5 different drivers. In addition to that, it can write migrations for you. We have the query builder, which is able to fetch relationships with almost no limitations on nested level. So you can load posts with all the comments and load all the authors of these comments. You can also filter by these relationships, and you can apply different fetch strategies. For example, you can tell ORM that you want to load all users using left join, or maybe it's going to be external query. You can also create very complex selections. For example, in this case, I want to load all the users active true and load all the orders for them using single query or left join. And while loading the orders, I want to filter them by paid true and sort them by time created. You can also use multiple relationships while building the queries like that. So you can reference values from one table to another to create very complex queries. Obviously, you can always fall back to pure SQL and do something which ORM cannot do for you. The mapping schema can be defined using simple code. You just define how you want your mapping layer to behave. You can also swap it in runtime without stopping the application or without doing any code generation. If you want, you can also use annotations. They're very similar to Doctrine annotations. In fact, they actually use Doctrine annotations under the hood. So this can be useful for someone who is very familiar with this technique. And in addition to that, we have a very light abstraction for transaction or analog of entity manager from Doctrine. You can have multiple of them, and they only have 3 methods: persist, delete, and run, which allows us to test code very, very easily. It's not much you need to log. Obviously, they can persist all the dependency charts, so they will go deep into the relationships and save all the models. Well, and that's about it about transactions. We do have embeddings, and we have the support for lazy loading embeddings. Obviously, the ORM support value objects and all other approaches how you want to map your data. Technically, you can map your data for any model in any structure. The mapping layer contains only 2 functions: hydrate and extract. And the thing why we did create the ORM in the first place is the support of dynamic mapping schema. Dynamic mapping schema contains of multiple features. First of them allows you to treat your databases and tables as the main objects of your applications. Specifically, we can say that we want to have a table with these specific columns or relationships or foreign keys and indexes. Then we can, in runtime, using, let's say, user-driven configuration, create our mapping. And please note, in this mapping, I'm not using any real classes. I'm using STD mapper, which is going to be using STD objects to carry data, STD class to carry data. So we can do it without any code generation, without memory leaks in runtime. And here we go. I can create user which I dynamically defined, which I dynamically created an entity, and I can persist that in that database. You can also combine this approach with classic models. So you can have part of your logic defined in annotations in classic PHP classes, and part being dynamically data-driven based on configurations from your users. The simple word example, when your customer asks you, can you give me a button to actually add the fields to models by myself? The performance of ORM is pretty good in some cases. We do lose to Doctrine on the persist. Unfortunately, we have the transaction, we have a bit more heavier transactions, specifically because we isolate them, so we don't pollute anything up. But we do win a lot on the eager load and find by primary key, so the selections are well optimized. The complex queries or the performance of the Dual layer is about the same level. But Doctrina wins here just a bit. The ORM we created called Cycle. It is available on the following link. The ORM distributed based on MIT license, so you're free to use it for any commercial or non-commercial projects. The code base is about 8 times smaller than Doctrine. That makes us happy to maintain it. For us, this is number 4 generation of ORM. We created multiple iterations before that over the last 10 years. And this ORM is available in Spiral framework. It's out of the box and will be available as one of the base ORMs in UE3 framework as well. As company, we do support this ORM officially, so it's not pet project. And if you have any feedback or any issues, please feel free to create them for us on GitHub. The links from this presentation are available on the screen, but I assume the presentation itself will be available for you as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Anton. That was fantastic. We do have a Q&A room. You should find the Zoom link in the chat if you would like to join us for some Q&A. Anton, if you want to hang out for just a little bit longer, we'll pull the questions in from the Zoom room. If you're in the Zoom room, make sure to mute the stream so that the audio doesn't come in through the background. So while we're waiting on those questions to come in, Anton, I have a question for you. What is the backstory of Cycle? How did you decide that PHP needed a new data mapper ORM? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you for some reason.
Oh, okay. I don't know if my audio is coming through for everyone else.
I can hear you now.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. I did have a question for you as we wait for the other questions to come in from the Zoom room. So what is the backstory behind Cycle? How did you decide that PHP needed a new data mapper ORM?
Well, it's fairly trivial. We have the multiple projects with the similar requirements. This requirement, which I described as dynamic mapping schema, basically the projects for the social studying, when we need to define the kind of data dynamically, we just cannot hard code it. We tried to look around. We found that this can be achieved in the Java Hibernate. So it can be achieved in Python, in Python SQL Alchemy. But unfortunately, doing the same thing in Doctrine was fairly problematic. Since we already have the ORM on our smaller projects, we just rewrote it, improved that, and well, I'm not going to lie, we looked a lot to the Doctrine. We tried to see what features they have, what milestones in Doctrine 3 they have, so we won't repeat the same cycle, and we just try to create ORM which kind of future-proof a bit.
Awesome. Fantastic. We actually have Konstantin ready with a question, I believe, from Zoom.
Hi, Anton. Thanks for the talk. While we are waiting for other questions, I'll start. What the types of projects best fits your Cycle ORM? Because we all the world PHP know Doctrine and uses most of the time. But if you start a new project from scratch, what type? The decision should be use Cycle?
Well, I would say the project similar to ERP, CRM, or CMS systems. Basically, any project when you might need to store the data which is configured by the customer. Let's say, I mean, you have users and groups, and they have phones, and the customer comes to you and saying, you know what, in my version, I actually want to have secondary phone and work phone, right? And you can see at the set eyes of the developer, which needs to go back to the models, create them, make migrations to make it work with this customer. With Cycle, you can do that all well, using simple interfaces. But in general, we consider that as, well, kind of replacement for Doctrine, at least for our projects. So any place where you can use Doctrine, you can use Cycle as well.
Okay, great. We have some other questions. One I think is good for life is from Yulia Sergeyevna. What is the largest database in production that was managed by Cycleorm? And what
I think
projects
it's
use
about
it in production?
we have, I mean, almost every project in our portfolio been used in the past generation of this ORM. This one has not been used by us on their uh, top large projects, but a couple gigabytes database we use it for stock marketplace, so selling images and photos, and we use that obviously.
Yeah, no sound from Anton.
Hello,
Yeah, you're here
one
again. Yeah,
well,
Anton.
we using this well, previous generations of the same ORM and same approaches for the up to 5 gigabytes databases in production, not very large, obviously, and we use this one on production for the e-commerce projects, well, up to gigabyte size databases, not super large.
Yeah, great. What type of databases it is? Postgres, MySQL,
It's
Oracle.
MySQL and Postgres. All the
Yeah.
recent projects we created are on Postgres.
Yeah, great. We have another question from Evgeny Leonovich. Is it possible to create your own non-PDO database, the ball driver for Cycleorm? Is it really
Yes,
needed?
drivers are. Well, I'm not sure it's needed, but it is possible that drivers are isolated fairly well. In fact, when we've been creating the ORM, we did create an ODM for MongoDB back in the day. So a lot of the concepts in ORM leaves a lot of the room to replace the persistence and selection with non-SQL databases at all. So one of our plans is to create a MongoDB driver as kind of additional extension for the ORM.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Anton. I think we are going to be taking a momentary break here. If you would like to join some more Q&A and some socialization, please join us in the Zoom room. There should be a link in the chat. And we will be coming back right around the 50 mark of this hour. So whatever time zone you're in, please join us here in about, like I'd say about 20 minutes or so, maybe 10. I can't do math very quickly on the fly. Dates and times are hard, as we found out in our first talk. All right, join us at the 50 mark, and we'll see you in a little bit. And we're back. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our partners, Magic Lab / Badoo, Avito.tech, MiniChat, Superjob, and Skying for simultaneous translation into Russian. Thank you so much for making this event possible. Now that Anton gave us excellent advice on managing our persistent data, we might want to shift gears a bit and focus our attention on optimization, and our next speaker can help us with that. Our next speaker makes massive contributions to Symfony, and on the open source side, he has submitted new features and bug fixes almost for 6 years. He puts a lot of effort into making Symfony fast, easy to use, and well-designed. On the business side, he leads the initiative to create a sustainable company directly supported by the Symfony ecosystem. Please welcome Nicholas Grekus.
Benefit from all the power that and the horsepower that's there. So my name is Nicolas Grekas. I'm French and Greek. I work for Symfony, which is a new company that we created 2 years ago to help the open source ecosystem and make it possible for us to do that for a living. So I'm very proud to have also sponsors on GitHub, and I do that for fun a lot because I really like hacking in our world. Before, I used to be the CTO of Blackfire, which now is a dedicated team. And this talk is also based a lot on the facts that Blackfire allowed us to actually gather in terms of performance and finding bottlenecks and basically learning how our code behaves on real world servers. So Symfony and the community in Symfony is trying hard at every single iteration to squeeze the most out of the engine and to remove code on the hot path so that it's as fast as possible and always faster. So this is a small talk from an excerpt from a tweet of Tobias, and he's comparing some Symfony versions along the years, and you see starting with Symfony 1. So what's interesting here, I think, is the number of lines of code and the memory, and basically at every single version we managed to remove some code from the hot path. And that's basically the most obvious trick I can give you to make things faster. It's don't run anything, right? So Symfony 5 is really fast because we managed to remove many things that were kind of mandatory before, but are just not run if you don't need it anymore. And we're continuing on this trend. So I'm not sure we can go below 0, but if we can hit a few milliseconds, we will go there. It takes it's a long journey, so it takes a lot of effort. And let's start. So the PHP engine is an amazing piece of code. I think the most amazing property of the PHP engine is that it has a really distributed leadership. It's not like one big company that is pushing it forward. It's just many passionate people, and they do their best as a community. And I think that's a really driving force for the PHP engine. So, of course, it's an old piece of code, but old and renewed and reinvented every year, every month, all the time. Just contribute if you want to make it different. We also have Symfony, so but Symfony, it's been released in 2011, and now we are at version 5. Version 5 supports PHP 7.2 minimum. Of course, it supports 7.3 and 7.4. And Symfony is one of the most successful organizations in the PHP world. There are 140-something packages, standalone packages, and they accumulate 4.4 billion downloads. So that's huge. I'm not sure that's individuals clicking on the download buttons and packages. That maybe a lot of continuous integration bots and so on, but that's still a nice vanity metric to follow. So let's mix them together. Many things I'm going to tell about are mentioned by either Julien Poli or Nikita Popov. There are two people that have blog and they have great blog articles there. So I invite you to read their blog post because, yeah, basically they already wrote about everything related to performance because they know their thing since they contributed there. So let's start. This is the PHP engine. And I think understanding the running model of the PHP engine, we all know about it, but understanding it again and revisiting how it works and what kind of implication it can have in terms of performance is what, yeah, I'd like to do that as an introduction. So we have the PHP server. We call that the FPM server usually. It can also be an Apache model. The master process manages several child processes. So those are, again, programs running in memory. So there are many of them. You can configure the number of them. And they're all run in parallel. So the master process dispatches the incoming request to an available child, right? And then each child runs one single request at a time. And then when it's done with the first, it goes with the second and so on. So it's parallel in terms of number of childs and synchronous in terms of inside each child. There is a memory manager that clears the memory before and after each script so that every single script in one single child process is completely separated from the other, right? That's what we know about PHP. That's pretty obvious, but this has some nice consequences. It allows us to write the code without caring about memory leaks, without caring about side effects between separate requests. And that's a difficult task and difficult challenges we just freed ourselves from solving by using PHP. So how do we make such a runtime model fast? This is one obvious solution. Laziness. So to make something that has no memory between requests fast, we make it do nothing until the very last moment. That's what laziness is, right? So in PHP, the PHP engine has basically two places where laziness is implemented and leveraged for performance. The first one, I don't know if you can think about that, but the first one I'm on this slide is the copy on write mechanism. So copy on write mechanism is a lazy process that tells or that is managed by the engine and that prevents it from duplicating an array or duplicating a string until the very last moment where you modify the string or until you modify the array. Right, so if you have a big array and if you copy this array using in a new variable, there is no memory copy that happens because of copy or write. The actual copy will happen only if and when you will alter this array. That's one low-level mechanism of PHP, and you need to have it in mind when you code and you care about performance because this has nice consequences. I'll show you an example after. There's only one other laziness implementation in PHP, and it's the autoloader. The autoloader is a very specific technology that exists in PHP and doesn't exist much in other technologies, other runtime engine. It's a way to load code or class, as you know, but only when it's actually needed. So in a Java application, you load all classes because you compile them, they're all there, and you run that, and there is no lazy loading of classes. And so this is providing a lot of the performance benefits of PHP according to its runtime execution model. Of course, laziness is also something you're going to use and to leverage in your own application. The engine cannot know about it. So if you implement service locators, for example, service locator as a design pattern is maybe something that you should not use, but as a performance tool, it's nice because it allows implementing laziness in userland. That's one example. There are many more, of course. So the second way to actually run fast when you have a runtime execution model where every single request starts with empty memory is to use a cache. So that's the second and actually the only other way to maximize the performance of a run on forget runtime. So laziness first and caching. So caching is about not doing twice something we did before and reusing the result of the previous computation the next times when it's just fine because the source data didn't change, right? So caching at the PHP engine level, there are several places where caching is used at the engine level. I'm not going to talk much about caching at the application level because you know about that, and it's your job to decide when and how you're going to manage the cache. I'm going to talk a bit more about the caching that happens at the engine level. So at the engine level, caching needs because to cache something, we need to put the cached value somewhere. And there are two places, two shared kind of reusable memory in PHP. One is what we mention most of the time, which is called the shared memory. So every operating system manages some shared memory that several processes, all child processes, can access to and read values there. So that's, we're going to, and PHP is going to leverage the shared memory. There's another memory, which is the child process memory. So a single child is a process, and this process has a memory. So basically, this memory can be also reused between requests. So PHP has this memory manager that prevents actually reusing the memory process from one script to another, except for persistent connections. So if you don't know what a persistent connection is in PHP, or if it's an obscure thing, a persistent connection is a connection handler that stays in the child process. It's not put in shared memory, it stays in the process memory, and it's one of the only few things that is shared between a request for a single child. Okay, what does PHP cache? So PHP has basically, I think, three main caches. One is the real path cache. So you can control the size of this one, and it allows skipping some I/O, some file system I/O. There is a cache for the regular expressions, because when you type them as a string, they need to be compiled to be fast. So there is an internal shared cache for the regular expressions. And there is, of course, this cache we all know about, which is OP cache. Let's talk a bit about it. So OP cache. OP cache is a PHP extension. It used to be a closed source technology, and now it's open source, and it's native since PHP 5.5. So what OP cache does is that it actually caches steps that don't need to be run all the time, so compilation, right? So we have the source code. The source code is lexed and parsed to build an abstract syntax tree, and then the abstract syntax tree is compiled and turned into a list of instructions, which we call the opcodes. And all these steps, they depend only on the source code. So if the source code doesn't change, we can cache them all. And of course, after that, we can execute the script and run fast. So all this in red, all the result of these steps can be put in shared memory, and then executing basically borrows from shared memory to run the scripts. So compilation, the compilation, so the abstract syntax tree is turned into opcodes, and there are some compile time optimization that happens there. So I have two on screen. One is compile time evaluation. So if there are static values like numbers and static strings that are computed, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, concatenation, and so on, the engine will pre-evaluate this for you during the compilation step. PHP also will do dead code elimination, which means it will spot conditions that are false at compilation time, and it will just remove the opcodes that are inside the if, because they are just useless code, dead code. In practice, you don't see this kind of code, but I'll show you when you can actually and when it's useful, just after. There are a few other things that can be put in shared memory. There are strings. All the static strings that are found in your source code, they can be put in shared memory, so that then the program can, your script can only manipulate them through a pointer to the shared memory, instead of having to deal with the buffer, the full string, maybe it's 1 megabyte, I don't know. Instead of copying 1 megabyte of data to deal with it, just having a pointer to the big string that is in shared memory works. And it works well, of course, because of the copy on write mechanism. If you are not going to modify this string, it is going to stay in shared memory. As soon as you modify a string, of course, copy on write will generate or trigger the copying of the full string. The same happens for arrays. In practice, dead code elimination works with PHP constant. So if false, you never write that in the code. But if the PHP SAPI is the CLI, this is the kind of code that we can find in our source. Another one is if the version of PHP, so if the PHP_version_ID constant is higher than 7.3, then do this code, otherwise do this code. These kind of checks are free in PHP. They don't cost anything at runtime because the compilation step resolved them beforehand. And this is when dead code elimination can be very useful to generate the fastest possible list of opcodes. Another one, there are some functions that PHP is able to compile. So count is one of them. I'll show you a few more after. And this needs PHP to be able to resolve the count name, the name of the function, to resolve this name at compilation time, which means it needs the name to be fully qualified. Usually you can do that using a backslash before the name in PHP, or you can use function count at the beginning of your files to say the same, basically. So an example is this one. When you use isArray in a namespace, because you don't know if isArray is the isArray function in the app namespace or in the root namespace, PHP generates a list of opcodes, which we see here, which is init ns fcall by name. And then there is do fcall. And basically, those are slower opcodes than the other ones on the right side of the screen. So now if we fully qualify the isArray function, then PHP at compile time knows that this is an array check. And so it generates two opcodes, which are much faster than the previous ones. And you can see it just does a type check. So the list of functions that PHP is able to resolve at compile time is finished. It's written hard-coded in the source code of PHP. It's not going to grow much because growing that list makes the engine slower. So this list is almost finished now. So I put it there. There are some pointers and some links if you want to figure out more of the source of that. So immediately, okay, one example of a practical performance improvement related to this is a recent example. This is an isNull check in some SCSS PHP parser. And this is a tweet from Stuff, which is a community member in Symfony. And just by adding this backslash in front of isNull, he's turning a function call into an optimized opcode. And this removes 23% of the runtime of his example there. So that's a big win for one single character change, right? My advice now is these benefits only to a few limited functions, right? So the backslash here makes isNull faster because there is an opcode corresponding to isNull, right? All the other functions that are not that don't have any opcode corresponding to them, they don't benefit from the backslash from a performance point of view. So my advice here is don't jump to an easy conclusion and add backslash or use function for every single function. You will just add visual depth in your code, and you will not get any performance at all from that. So there is a PHP CS fixer rule that you can activate, and we actually use it. It ensures that the backslash is added only on the functions that actually benefit from it, and that it's not added to the other ones, so that you don't have brainfuck source code with full of backslashes everywhere, or lines of use function at the top of these files for just no practical reason. Okay, another topic. So PHP is slow at compiling. Slow at compiling is all these steps before the cache is warm. All these steps, they take time. So we figured out this by looking at a compiled container at the time. So a Symfony container is used to be one single big generated PHP class that contained the source code to create any service in Symfony application. And we managed to actually split each service into a dedicated file and to have the main container just reference those files, right? So instead of one big class with many methods, we have one small class with many files that contain each the service definition in PHP code. When we did so, someone reported a huge performance improvement in their setup. So from 130 milliseconds to 15 milliseconds. That's huge, right? How is that possible? So you can see also on the memory side, almost 17 megabytes and less than 1 megabyte after the optimization. So how is that possible? Was Symfony that slow because of this big container? Of course, no. This tweet and this benchmark in comparison is from a command line application. But that's a real-world command line application. So because on the command line there is no shared memory at all, everything we're talking about, caching, opcode caches and so on, they are just useless, right? So on the web, you won't not see this kind of performance improvement, of course. But on the command line, if you have a command line that runs in a loop, and some people have some of them, then you will, this optimization provided some really cool improvement for them. So on the web, there is still a benefit from doing this. You might say, oh, this is in shared memory, so one big single content compiler is not going to be either slower or faster than several files, right? You could even say, oh, it's going to be slower to split in several files because several files means several require statements, one per file. So doing many requires where there were none before might be slower. So what is the fastest path? Big container or separated files per container? So I run the benchmark, of course, for you. And the benchmark is this one. So performance improved. So the time lowered by 1%, and memory also diminished by 20%. The I/O in the middle, the 70%, we don't care at all because it's 70% of something that is really, really small. So I'm not going to mention that more. But the memory is nice. And why is it faster to not load this big container? Why does it take less memory? And the reason is that until PHP 7.3, the opcodes, the compiled opcodes, had to be copied from shared memory to request memory all the time. That's something I learned at the time, something maybe you didn't think about before, but when we say the opcodes are in shared memory, actually before 7.4, they are transferred all the time from shared memory to local process memory. So if we have one big container, there is maybe 2 megabytes of opcodes that are copied from there to there. This is really, really fast. It still takes time, right? And we don't see the effect of require at all. So yeah, PHP 7.4 is now able to keep and to reference the opcodes directly from shared memory, so it removes these copies. So let's get back to intern string and immutable arrays. Those stay in shared memory. I mentioned that before. There is a buffer, a PHP ini setting that you can configure to give the size of these caches. In terms of code, this is an example from Composer that benefits from intern strings and shared arrays, static arrays. So if you see the top of the screen is the Composer class map using a variable to reference the vendor directory. And the bottom of the screen is the same value, except that now instead of using a variable, we're using the magic dir constant and some relative path traversal. And the bottom array fits in shared memory. The top array does not fit in shared memory. And if we have big Composer class maps for auto-loading, this makes a difference. So I put some references and blog posts at the bottom of the screen if you want to get deeper into that. But basically, by generating static arrays, you save memory copies, and this makes a difference. So that's something you can do now in your code, taking care of that to maximize the use of shared memory. We gained almost 10% on loading the Composer class map by just doing that. And as you can see, 32% of memory. I don't have the raw numbers than the blog post, but that's significant for the use case. So copy and write, I mentioned that at the beginning, but copy and write is something that happens when an array is modified. So if you see this example here, we have the A variable. Let's say it's static. As soon as you change anything in the array, it's going to generate a copy of the array. And so it will take time to copy things, and it will take memory to hold the copied array. And this happens for strings also. So first line A equals ABC, B equals A, there's nothing that happens except a pointer. And then as soon as we modify B, then ABC is duplicated, and one of the duplicates, the B side, gets concatenated, gets with this GHA appended. So that's maybe something you might want to care about in some performance-sensitive algorithm, to not trigger copy and write, maybe when you don't need to. Yeah. So an example of copy and write and code that is written to benefit from copy and write, and I would say the opposite, to not break or trigger copy and write. So this is the two examples, one in Symfony, one in Composer. The first example is abstract recursive path. As you can see in the for each array, it's kind of strange. We have this array, we process the array, for each array has key value. We process the value with some function. We don't care about what it does. It's going to transform the value and to return a potentially modified value. And the processed value, we compare it to the original value. We say if the values are different, then put the processed value in the array, right? If we just remove the if, logically, the logic there, the code there does exactly the same. We don't need the if to get the expected result. The if is useless from a logical point of view, right? But actually what it does is that it checks that values are actually different before triggering copy and write. Just affecting even the same value to a key does trigger copy and write, because the PHP engine cannot know on the copy and write side if the values are the same. So on the class loader, there is this class map internally, and the class map used to be one single PHP array to hold both classes that exist and classes that do not exist. So when there's a class that is loaded but it's missing, Composer is caching the miss somewhere, and it used to cache the miss in the same class map where it holds the existing classes. And by doing so, it was breaking copy and write. So now we have two arrays internally. We have one class map, which is immutable. We never modify it, and it's statically declared, I showed you before. And we have a second array, which is missing classes. And this one holds only the missing classes. And yeah, we compute it at runtime. So what else can be slow in PHP? So we already screened things that are slow or can be faster if you're careful enough. One thing that can be slow is the autoloader. So if we are able to bypass the autoloader, then it's going to be faster, right? It's okay, not that obvious and not that mechanical. In this example, I'm showing a special parameter in Symfony that we added that is removing some debugging autoloader for service classes. So the debugging autoloader is something that wraps the Composer autoloader in Symfony and ensures that, let's say, the case of the characters matches in the file system and in the class declaration. It does basically some reflection sanity checks on top of regular autoloading. It runs only on the debugging stack, of course, and it takes time, of course, also. There are many classes that don't need these checks, and we managed to figure out how to not run this autoloader for service classes. There is a parameter, now it's enabled by default, and what we did in the code is actually generating raw require statements in the dumped generated Symfony container. Because we know the class, we know the file, so we can just, instead of relying on autoloading, when a service is used, we generate a require and we bypass the autoloading stack. And this gives, in development, a very big performance improvement, of course, because of what I just told you. In production, also, we measured something like 2% of improvement. That's nice. But preloading is going to give us much more on this specific topic. I'm going to tell you just after. The garbage collector is something that can take time. Takes time when you have a lot of objects in PHP. So yeah, the memory manager. So this is something that has been improved in PHP 7.3. So before 7.3, the garbage collector used to be triggered whenever the number of objects went above 10K objects. And now this 10K is increased. If you pass it one time, it's going to go to 20K and 20K, 30K, and so on, so that it adapts automatically and it doesn't trigger garbage collection too often. There are, some quick tips. So that's the tips and trick section. If you are using the coalesce operator, the double interrogation mark, it's much faster than doing the ternary isSet equivalent. You can bench that, it's faster. If you use constant or string interpolation, it's apparently faster. I'm saying apparently because in practice, this is a tip I'm not using myself because I never measured in practice when it made a difference. But okay, there are some generated opcodes that are different and that apparently are faster when using the version on the left side. Maybe, you'll tell me. There are packed arrays. So packed arrays are arrays where the keys are numbers and they are only incrementing numbers. They can be holes between numbers, but they must be incrementing numbers. And if you have this kind of array, PHP will use a packed structure, which is going to use less memory and so require a few also less CPU cycles to manage. So if you can optimize your structure for packed array, you might see some difference in some depending on the use case. Another tip, another thing we did in Symfony, when you have a default value on the signature of a method, so this example, you have this invalid behavior argument. By putting a reference to a constant, we had the code slower than needed. So what we did at the time is that we inlined the value and we put a comment to say, hey, this is actually this constant, but we are not using the constant because it's slow. So, okay, maybe it doesn't matter, and I think it doesn't matter in your application. It doesn't matter also if you are running PHP 7.3, because we reported that to PHP internal and they managed to make it to reclaim the loss. That's the kind of trick that micro benchmark allowed us to spot. And that's why that's how we learn about that. A few more. So copy and write, if you do casting with the string and the array cast, they do not, if you use them, they do not trigger copy and write. In PHP 5, they used to trigger copy and write. That's not the case anymore. If you are using a switch statement, the switch statement is now very optimized. So it's using a hash map to jump between the case statements. So you can use it. It's really fast. Just be careful with the type, of course, of the case of the value that is switched on. Try to use only strings or only integers without having to trigger type juggling. If there is a callable, like PHP callables using an array where we put, let's say, this and the method as a second key in the array, using that correctly works, but is slower than first transforming this array into a closure. So closure from callable generates a closure, of course, from the callable, and the closure is faster to use than calling this and method as an array. So if you have this thing in a loop, call first closure from callable and put the closure call in the loop, and you'll gain some performance. At the beginning, I mentioned the real path cache. So the real path cache actually a fstats cache. So it caches all the fstat system calls, and isFile is reusing this cache. So isFile is faster than fileExist because fileExist does not use this cache. That's something I learned very recently, and we made some pull requests to Symfony to actually replace many fileExist in the source code by isFile or isdir, of course, if we're checking for a directory. So that's an easy win. So you can do it, you'll see some benefit. Some pro tip now, if you make a property public, or if you make a method public, it will be faster. Accessing them will be faster. You can give it a try. If you if you don't use protected or private properties or methods, but only public ones, your code is going to be faster. I'm not saying this is what you should do. I'm giving you this performance fact. Do what you want with that. That's what I'm adding at internal only. The same happens for type hints. Until now, we don't have just-in-time compilation. We don't have advanced optimization that benefit from type hints right now. If you remove all type hints from your code, I suppose your code is type hint safe, right? So you don't need the type hints. So I'm kidding. But if you remove them, again, PHP engine is going to run your code faster because it will remove the runtime checks related to type hints. So again, that's a fact. That's not a recommendation, but we need to have the facts first to decide, right? Okay, PHP 7.4 provided us with preloading. I'm not going to I could do a full talk on preloading, so let's just a few critical things about preloading. The first is that preloading is about removing everything related to loading classes. So preloading is replacing the autoloader, so it's replacing the autoloader, including the resolution of class inheritance. Variance, covariance, the signature compatibility of every inherited method, and so on. So this takes time, and this happens all the time for every single request. This is something that is not cached before 7.4 and without preloading. Preloading also removes all freshness checks. So preloading loads the code and considers it immutable. So it's not going to check anymore. Preloading is sensitive to over-preloading, which means you preloaded too many classes, and to under-preloading, which means you preloaded not enough classes. So there is an optimum, and the optimum is not to load everything, and of course the optimum is not to preload nothing. So there is an optimum to find between preloading everything and preloading, and this is the challenge in preloading, which is being able to identify which classes should be preloaded and which classes should not be preloaded. And preloading has some constraints. The two critical, more important is, first you need to write a preloading script to decide which classes you're going to preload. And then preloading works only, or allows only one single version of an application per FPM server. So if you want to run two applications in the same FPM server, you cannot use preloading, right? Okay, so preloading, there are two strategies to do preloading. One is to use include or require and autoloading, and another one is to use a pcache compile file. Use include plus autoloading, that's the most effective way. In Symfony, preloading generates, in Symfony, when we compile the container, I talked a lot about that today. When we compile the container, we generate a preload.php file out of the box by looking at the service definitions and by triggering cache warmers, and they will list all the classes that are useful for the application, and it's a pretty optimized list of classes to preload, so there's actually nothing to do to benefit from preloading in Symfony. It works out of the box. You just need one ini setting, and you'll get a nice performance benefit. So on the Hello World, I measured something like 75% performance boost. That's huge. That's because the Hello World does nothing else than loading the framework, right? And so autoloading was a significant part, or is a significant part of running a Hello World in Symfony. For typical application, my experience is that between 15 to 20% of the time is spent autoloading code, and by having an optimized preloading script, you can reclaim this amount of performance. Tricky example here, and that's my last slide. This one is about some maybe surprising patch that you might want to do in your code to maximize the benefit of preloading. When we preload a class, when we require this session class, automatically PHP will trigger autoloading for all its dependents, right? The parent class, the interfaces. PHP will trigger autoloading for that, and preloading will be able to discover all the related classes when you load one main class. What PHP and Reflection cannot give us is the list of classes that are used inside the class. If there is a new attribute bag, like at the bottom of the screen, there is no way to know about it using only Reflection. And so preloading would fail at preloading the attribute bag unless you give it a hint. And this is the top of the screen. These are 3 hints telling when this class session is loaded, load also these 3 classes. And this will boost preloading. You will get maximum performance by hinting the engine with these lines. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I hope you learned a few tricks. PHP 7 is awesome. The work there made us having a really top-notch runtime engine, a very special and unique execution model that has, it's the driving force of PHP. The source code, the PHP source code is in C. Writing it, I'm not able to do it. Reading it, okay, I think there's some ideas that we can get from the PHP engine, so don't be afraid of opening the source code. We are talking about performance, and my last 2 points are about measuring things. Performance improvement don't make sense without ensuring that things are running in tight loops, and there are some actual numbers that prove that a performance or that some patch has some performance benefit. And I'm going to stop on that. Thank you for listening.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Nicholas. I feel like I can write much faster PHP now with all the advice. We do have a few questions. I believe we're actually going to do 1 or 2 before the break. Is that correct?
Yeah, works for me.
All right. I think we've got, we're going to bring in 1 or 2 questions. As we're waiting for those questions. Yep. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm hearing two voices in my microphone.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hi.
Nice to see you. So I have a question from Andrei. He would like to ask whether using functions as an import is the same as adding a backslash. Is it optimized
Yes.
in the same way?
It's exactly the same. What matters is having a fully qualified identifier, and both provide a fully qualified identifier. So it's exactly the same.
Okay. So then I have another question. How do you personally keep the balance between an optimized code and a beautiful code? Because some of the Symfony classes are a bit hard to read because they are more optimal than beautiful. How do you keep that balance when you're writing components?
We look at the hot path. We look at which part of the code is running in tight loops. There are places, I have one in mind, which is not the kind of code you're going to write yourself, but the var dumper component. The var dumper component is going to recursively look at potentially big values, big array structures. And this piece of code is maybe not that completely designed so that's readable, but it matters that it's fast. It must be fast because you don't want the debugging tool to be slow because, okay, we added design pattern there. You want dump to actually dump now. So that's how we made the balance, and we decide. Of course, it's a personal judgment all the time.
Okay. Because I very often see that you write in the top message of every pull request you make that it's an optimal balance between the usability and the optimization. So I would like also to ask about the typed properties which we have in 7.4. Do they optimize our code, speed it up, or they don't?
In terms of performance right now, as far as I know, they make the engine slower because they add runtime checks, but not to an amount that matters. It's a technical thing. When I'm saying it's slower, I'm sure you cannot measure it, and I'm sure the benefit of using type variable is much higher than not using them. This is the case where I would say design matters more than performance. Maybe in the future, with just-in-time compilation or more advanced version of just-in-time compilation, maybe in the future, having type properties will help the engine do some optimizations by skipping type checks. I hope we'll reach the point where this will be true. So right now, we're not there, so yeah.
Okay. So another question from the audience, how to choose the real path cache size? So this is, I suppose, a PHP ini config.
Yeah. There is no magic trick. Run the application, look at how much of it is consumed, and increase when it's full. So Blackfire has a tool to do that. There is a reporting recommendation system, so you can use Blackfire for that. You can also use, of course, your own script. But basically, the only way is to see if it's full and to raise the ini setting and to iterate based on that. But I have no better answer.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for that excellent talk. We're going to be taking a quick break for about 5 minutes and coming back at 1:45 Moscow time. There are multiple chats, so don't hesitate to participate in the discussion. There's one in English, and there's a simultaneous translation in Russian. So if you would like to join in on the fun, please participate. It's a great opportunity. So we'll see you again in about 5 minutes at the 45 mark of this hour, whatever time zone you're in, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Hello. Welcome back to
Hello.
PHP Russia Online.
Hello.
We've just listened to talk by Nicholas on PHP performance. Now let's extend this and go a bit deeper to discover what other approaches are there. Let's start this panel discussion on PHP performance initiated by Badoo. Big thanks to Badoo for organizing this and for supporting overall the PHP conference. First, let me introduce who's gonna be there with us here. It's Nicholas Gregas. Sorry, Nicholas, is it Nicholas or Nicola? I think I didn't hear that.
So, yeah, can you hear me now? It's okay?
Yeah.
So it depends. In Greek, it's Nicholas, or it depends, as you want. I'm fine with both.
Okay. So Nicholas is core contributor of Symfony, as you probably know, and ex-CTO at Blackfire. So I bet he knows a lot about performance. We also have Nikolai Krapivny, who's head of backend department at Badoo and responsible for main Badoo&Bumble apps backend. Hello, Nikolai.
Yeah, hi.
And we have Anton Titov, co-founder and CTO at Spiral Scout, the company that stands behind Spiral Framework, the Cycle ORM, and the Roadrunner, a Golang-based application server. I bet we also will hear about this in this discussion. So there is a popular opinion, somewhat popular opinion, that PHP is not really suitable for high-load applications. And if you're developing a bigger project with a heavy load, and you might want to choose some different technology. Well, to kick off the discussion, what do you guys think? Is PHP suitable for high-load projects? And maybe to elaborate that, are PHP frameworks usable? Let's start with Nicholas.
On my side, I think PHP is perfectly fine and is actually one of the fastest runtime engine. So of course, it's suited for high-load things. It's not suited for long-running WebSocket style communication, right? But for all request and response regular lifecycle, it scales. It's easy to code. So I think it's a really wise technology for doing the web. And I think also that's why it's there.
Cool. What do you think, Nikolai?
Yeah, I completely agree with Nicholas. So me, as part of Badoo team, I cannot say we are running a huge application in PHP with high load. So I cannot say that it's not suitable. It's definitely suitable. As Nicholas said, I agree that it's not particularly good in some use cases, some event loop like workloads or something like this. But it doesn't mean that you should not do PHP at all. So you can use PHP as a main language for your business logic, for everything, and if you need some particular use cases, you can choose any other tool if you need. So yeah.
And at Badoo, have you ever considered switching to other technology?
Not really. So we have Badoo as a main language right now. So and we have some performance-based, as I said, use cases written in Golang or C++. But in general, so main, like 90% of the code base written in PHP.
Cool. Anton, what about you? Why do you use Golang? We can't hear you yet. Anton, are you here with us?
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Oh, finally. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I had some technical issues.
Basically, is PHP suitable for high-load applications at all? And do you guys use Golang if it is suitable?
I mean, yes, it is. Why people still asking this question? I think everyone can see that. I mean, we use Golang to combine it with PHP in a very specific scenarios. Like we are not trying to put it anywhere, but there is always a little bit of the application which is easier to do in Golang. So, I mean, using different tag to cover different problems, I think this is the right approach.
Okay. What about frameworks? I believe Nicholas is using Symfony, and you guys, Anton, have your own framework. At Badoo, I'm not sure. You probably can call it framework too. Are frameworks at all suitable for high-load applications? Let's say I want to develop a new application, and I'm sure it will have a high-load, big traffic. Should I use some framework like Symfony, or should I use Spiral or Laravel, any other framework? Or should I just use components and run my own framework, or just write it from scratch like you guys did at Spiral?
Are you addressing the question to me?
Yeah, be first.
I mean, any application which you're going to create is going to have hot parts and cold parts, like admin panels, billing systems, and etc. So it's always a balance between how much time you want to spend building the app and how much fast you want it to work. Like in our experience, there is maybe like 20-30% of the app which, I mean, you want to focus on performance a lot, like file conversion, transfers, streaming, and everything else. We usually use Golang for that, but there is other parts of the application when you probably don't want to waste half of a year improving the performance when it's just not like called so often. So I would say that the frameworks have their own place in high performance applications. Obviously, it depends case on case. Like I probably won't put any full featured PHP framework behind, let's say, some chat solution like a Discord or Zoom. But I mean, it's always going to be part of the app which you need framework, simply because you don't have infinite amount of time.
Okay. Guys at Badoo, do you use any frameworks anywhere, or is all your code custom written?
We use our own framework, but but it has its own reasons to do this. So, but answering your question regarding the framework, I would say that theoretically, yes, why not? But practically, I would say there is two different scenarios from my point of view. The first one is building a new app, and you don't know how popular it will be. Yeah, so you're just building a new app from scratch, and I don't think there is any reason to do your own framework at that point. So it's definitely a good choice to go with from the shelf solution. So we are in 2020, so there is no reason to build a new framework right now for a new project. If you already have one project, if you already have your project and you experience some issues with performance, so now the question is kind of tricky, because I agree with the guys that it's a balance. So at some point, for some project, it's easier to, because if you have project, you already have it runs on something, so it has already some framework behind, or some custom build framework behind. So now you should decide. So do you want to invest your time in improving your current solution, to fine tuning your current framework, or remove it from scratch? So it's kind of tricky. Or sometimes it's just easier to buy the hardware, or invest your money in hardware, and invest your time into the delivering new features and getting more money from your customers. So yeah, to pay the bills for your hardware. Yeah. So basically, it's always a balance. So there is no right solution here, I think. But in general, yeah, if you don't know, or if you're not sure, there is no reason for, I would say, for optimization on this side. So you can just use any framework.
Yeah,
thanks. Nicholas, what about you?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Nikolai just said.
There is some crazy amount of effort that happens in Symfony in each individual component. So let's say I have one specific example in mind, which is the routing component. Routing component is just something I think nobody should write on their own, because it would be a too high cost for a too generic piece of code. And I think the routing component has been measured as one of the fastest, or maybe the fastest routing component now, because of the contributions. It doesn't come from nowhere. It comes because of some people spend weekends, spend weeks, and the accumulated amount of brain power that is there is just something you don't want to, or it's something you want to leverage. So on the individual component side, I think it's obvious that you should use this component, for example, if you care about performance. Now there is this other aspect about framework. So Symfony is also a stack framework, and if you start with the full stack framework, you have some pieces that you might not need in your actual application, some listeners and things like that. But as Nikolai just said, at the beginning, you want to go fast to market and to have something running, right? And the day you want to optimize, you know that you can keep only the few components that provide you the most value, and maybe remove the other parts that you don't care about. Tobias is having a talk on this specific topic, creating your own basically full stack framework by using standalone components and only the one you need. And he's doing some crazy performance benchmarks providing with this approach. So I think there is just a spectrum of possibilities, and frameworks and libraries are part of it.
Yeah, regarding the routing, I think this is still the most frequently rewritten package. Like I see on Reddit every month some new router component.
Yes, that's true.
And what are the examples of some high-load Symfony applications, websites? Do you have a couple of minds?
There are so many. No, I don't. I should have, but I don't. In France, there are many e-commerce big retailers that are running Symfony. So that's companies. So I'm not sure I can share the names, but there are big retailers that run Symfony. There are many big companies that run Symfony applications under high load, and PHP is also very compatible with the HTTP stack, which means Varnish. So if you care about performance, at some point you put some HTTP cache strategy, and Varnish will handle any load. So unless you need very long-term connections, Varnish, PHP, and any technology behind that, framework and so on works.
Yeah, and how do you guys find the bottlenecks? I believe because you use Blackfire now.
Yes, of course.
Can you elaborate on that?
So Blackfire is, I've been on both sides of Blackfire, so now I'm only on the consumer side. And when I'm using it, it just gives me the solution instantly. So I run something, I'm able to focus or to look at what happens in my application and say, oh, this is not normal. And by following these not normal hints, you get a better clue at what your application is doing, and then you solve issues. So
do you use any other tools?
Load testing tools, but basic load testing tools. So at some point, when I spot an issue with Blackfire, I say, I'm going to do this patch. If I see some benefit with Blackfire, then that's a good hint. Then I switch off Blackfire and I use AB, the Apache bench. So very basic things. And I'm able to actually see the same benefits without instrumentation. And I iterate this way usually.
Nikolai, what about you? What kind of tools do you use to find bottlenecks?
So I would start not from the tools, but from the cases when we use it. So the first one is,
how do you approach this at all?
So so the first one is we do what we call capacity planning. So basically, we monitor. What I'm trying to say is that basically we're not trying to find hotspots all time, so constantly. So it's a process when we do capacity planning. We understand that probably we have an issue with some performance stuff, or we have a capacity increase, because usually it's not like you have one issue which raised some problems to you from performance perspective. Usually it's gradually performance is going down slowly, but by doing new features, by introducing new code to your application, and at some point you decided that you should go to do optimization. You should pay this optimization debt. And for us, we do capacity planning, and when we reach 60% CPU usage for our I would say cluster, we start investing time into performance. And tool we're using is basically two main tools. The first one is we do measure the CPU and time for the API methods we have using Pinba. Yes, and basically we start finding hotspots from the most expensive API methods, or most expensive, or most grown since some time. So the most expensive method, and then we go in deep by using profiler. We use XHashprof. It has some flaws, or it has something that we wanted to improve. That's why we built some I think I would say improved version of XHashprof. Basically it's improved UI version of XHashprof on top of it. So it's called LiveProf, so you can find it on our GitHub. So and we're using it to find hotspots related to CPU.
And do you actually run Pinba on production?
Yeah, definitely. So this is one of we run Pinba on production, and we run XHashprof on production always.
Wow.
So but Pinba runs for all requests, so it's very cheap, and there is no any effect on the user experience from Pinba, definitely. And regarding XHashprof, we are running XHashprof for like some very small percentage of requests. It's like less than, I think, I can't remember, but it's probably less than 1%. So it's kind of 0.1% of requests or something like this.
Okay, thanks. And Anton, what about you? How do you find bottlenecks in this hybrid kind of applications?
Well, we have a ton of metrics, specifically Prometheus. So just adding as much metrics as you can to your application is going to let you find the spots which require deeper attention, and then just normal profiling tools. So definitely try XHashprof. Blackfire probably going to be the go-to tool if you need to find some of the low-level code bottlenecks fast. But we always start with metrics. It's just easier to set them up and see what's happening.
Got it. Can you give maybe there is a question from chat asking about free tools. I mean, open source. Blackfire is not open source, but still, can you give I don't know, maybe one tip for profiling? If you could choose one tip, what would it be?
No, I would say don't over-profile. Like, don't try to optimize something which works fine. Just focus on the parts which definitely require attention. Because you can waste a ton of time trying to optimize something which gives you a couple % benefit for the application.
Yeah. Do you have something to say, Nikolai?
Yes, it's a good suggestion from the guy. So I can say on top that I would not recommend to profile on one request, because it's definitely code has different run paths inside. So there are different ifs and elses and cycles. So for For example, we have lots of business logic inside our app. So for some users, we have more like expensive procession of requests. For some users, it's different. So I would say that my suggestion would be to have some batch or some number of requests and to analyze all of them together in one profile on just one request.
And on my side, I quickly, I agree. Yeah, so I agree with that. I'm not going to give the same tip, so I'm looking for another tip. Still giving only one. Mine is by experience of from people trying to read the actual data. You know, when you use a profiling tool, you have usually a call graph, and reading a call graph can be something that people don't know how to do. Maybe it's scary the first time. So I've just a simple advice on this one. It's look for a namespace change. What I mean by that is that in a call graph, there are going to be calls to your vendor directories, and there are going to be calls that your application runs. And focus on the moment where a vendor calls your app or the moment where your app calls a vendor. And those specific calls are the moment where you trigger a heavy vendor processing, or the vendor gives you back responsibility and your code takes time. I'm saying that, I'm telling you that because that's the trick many people missed when reading call graphs, saying, hey, this is a big mess, I don't get anything. And the trick is focus on when the namespace changes. That's it. That's a very technical and practical tip, but put it into practice, and I hope it will help you read call graphs.
Yeah, thank you. It's really not obvious, actually. So let's get to another topic. So ORMs. What do you think about ORMs in pilot applications? Can we use them, or should we use PDO? And there was a question to Nicholas from chat. What do you think about cycle ORM?
I don't know. I've never looked at it. I mean, it's on my list of things to look at because right now Symfony applications are too dependent on Doctrine ORM. By dependent, I mean that's the only practical choice. And it would be great to have more choice in the Symfony ecosystem, but there is so much work that happened and still happens in the Doctrine community that, yeah, of course, we want everyone wants to use and to benefit from the work there. I never had a look at Cycle ORM, but I would be super happy if someone could help me get deeper into it.
Anton.
And by the way, yeah, if anyone has a clue of any other ORM that works great, I would be happy to learn about it also.
Cool. Nikolai, what about you? Do you have kind of ORM? How do you work with database?
I don't know about Cycle ORM, and I'm probably risking of starting a holy war here, but I would say that we are not using ORM at all. Not at all, but in general for the main part of our application, I would say, which is user facing. So there is definitely some ORM like libraries in our back office or like internal tools infrastructure, but in general for our main user facing app, we don't use any ORMs. We just writing plain SQL and getting results from the database by using plain SQL.
Do you think ORMs at all make sense in high-load applications?
It's hard for me to judge. So basically, it's the path we decided to go just because we want to have full control. I would say what's running on our databases. We have our own tooling on top of it. There is a tricky part. I'm not sure. Probably some of ORMs will solve it already, but it's a tricky part always for DBAs to find the root cause of any problems with performance for database. So we have some tooling on top based on SQL queries inside the code. So yeah, so we are happy where we are, and probably at some project, definitely as we discussed before, when you start in the new projects, definitely you should go as fast as you can to be on market as fast as possible. Yeah, but then we've chosen the path to go with plain SQL.
Anton, what about you?
Well, I think eventually it's going to end that you have to remove the ORM from the hot parts of your code. I'm not having illusions about that. It's the same thing as about frameworks. It helps you to start very rapidly and develop your product to the market and get audience. But then some of the parts of the code you can optimize enough so you just don't need it. Like, that's it. I mean, for the high load projects, it's just case by case. Again, it's going to be part of the projects when you need ORM because you don't want to waste your time, and you much more prefer to waste your time optimizing other parts where you can remove ORM and you can remove frameworks and you can optimize it maybe even on different language stack.
Okay, before we go to questions, I have another topic. It's how do you fight this PHP's traditional handle request and die model? And well, Nicholas talked a little bit about preloading. I'm wondering if you are looking forward to PHP 8 with its JIT. Have you ever already tried it?
I have not tried JIT.
Go
Nicholas,
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Anton, you.
This delay is insane. I have not tried JIT yet. This definitely looks very appealing for the new version of the language. For us, preloading does not make much sense because we keep all the application in memory, so we simply don't have this overhead at all, and we don't need to deal with that. We only care about optimization of the runtime of the application. So preloading is no, JIT yes.
Nicholas?
Just in time won't change much on this. I think preloading is what provides most of the benefit for the request response cycle, and people that use long running processes to serve requests, like Anton just said, don't need preloading. So I think just in time will open maybe new use cases like more low-level processing of data. And that I think PHP has never been used to do that before. So it's an opportunity, and the community will need to figure out some use cases where just-in-time compilation will actually benefit the community. That's my point of view on this topic.
Nikolai, what do you think? What's preloading?
Yeah, I do believe.
What about JIT?
I do believe that basically the whole moving into the direction of die after request, going from die after request model to some to sharing some data between requests is definitely the next step for PHP to improve performance in general. The next biggest step will be for PHP. Yeah, so for us, we're looking forward both JIT and preload, and we definitely see some benefits, some ways you can benefit from preload. But right now, the only tricky part for us is hot reloading of preload part, because you know that preload part is kind of preload before request start processing. So, but sometimes it changes. Sometimes you upgrade your framework. Sometimes it needs to be changed. So, and is it possible to hot reload?
You don't want to reload the whole application. Yeah.
Yes. So basically, the question is for us, it would be really useful if there will be a solution for reloading this part, or trying to we looking forward right now. So we're analyzing some workarounds around this for us, based on some tooling around, I would say, yeah. But in general, we would be interested in have built-in solution to upgrading this preloaded part with no service stoppage for our users. Yeah.
Right. We have a question in Zoom from audience. Can we add it here to the stream? Is the question ready? We have a hand from Alexander, or okay, we have an Alexander here in a minute. So what's your other favorite feature of PHP 8? It's not maybe related to performance.
All my favorite features related to performance. So this is the only thing we are looking forward to, me personally at least.
All right. So the question is about the container.
So the question is for me. Is it? It's about the Symfony container.
Oh, so sorry. I was missing for a bit. Yeah. So the question is about container, and the question is it possible to make it non-compiling but still performant, like the working runtime?
Which container are you talking about? Is the question about?
Yeah, I think you have a delay, so.
We have some trouble from Alexander's question, and we still don't know what kind of container he's talking about. Okay, meanwhile, I have a question from my side. Have you guys experimented with alternative VMs? I know that HHVM is kind of not PHP right now, but do you have experience with it, or maybe some other alternative VMs? Like there was one based on Rust and then .NET, PHP, or whatever. What do you think of that direction at all?
So on my side, if I can start answering, it's one of the slides of one of my first slides in my presentation about the distributed contribution model of PHP. I think we don't need another engine like the HHVM engine. Maybe it's great, and I'm sure it is, but it fits Facebook's agenda. And that's a very strong force of PHP being a community of skilled and passionate low-level C developers. I'm thinking about Dimitri, Nikita, and many others that contribute to the engine. And that's the part I don't want to lose. So moving to another engine would mean saying bye-bye to all these passionate developers that do an awesome job That's the thing I want to build on, the people mostly. So I'm not looking for any alternatives.
Yeah, I can continue. So I can.
Nikolai, what do you think?
Yeah, I can agree with Nicholas definitely. So one more point on top of it is using HHVM is kind of it's kind of vendor lock-in, because it's you now are very dependent on what Facebook are going to do with his own VM. So it's for some project it's not an issue. For some project it's definitely an issue. You cannot be so dependent on some technology. So PHP is better, and we did experiments with HHVM, but it was very long time ago. I think maybe it's 2014 or 2015. It was a period when when PHP kind of, I would say, stuck with its improvements, or some evolution of PHP are kind of stuck at that point. But right now, last I think 2 years is impressive. So PHP is growing really fast, and great guys behind this. So yeah, I can say that probably right. PHP is moving really fast right now, and I think probably even faster than Facebook's HHVM. So there is no reason for right now to switch and to see other alternatives.
Yeah, I still remember your blog post on switching to PHP 7 and how you
at that point. Yeah, at that point we tried HHVM. It was as I remember, it was some performance benefit at that point, but it was some maintenance, I would say, cost we needed to pay to move to HHVM. And when PHP 7 was released, so yeah, it was even faster than we expected. So yeah, there was no reason for us to see HHVM anymore.
Anton, do you have something to?
Yeah, I can probably extend on this topic. Nikolai is right. I mean, the PHP is progressing so fast right now that I don't think HHVM or KPHP or PHP can just cope with that. I mean, eventually, if you're going to stick with proprietary VM, you're going to distance yourself from the community. And like a lot of instruments which PHP adds to the current releases are very specific for performance, and they give you a huge boost in what you can do. Like the FF5 feature, which recently appeared in 7.4, this is just, in my opinion, one of the most amazing additions to the language now.
I have another topic based on a question from chat in Zoom. What about these asynchronous tools in PHP, like React PHP, App PHP, and specifically the one from chat, Suli? I know that the HTTP component of Symfony can use AMP for asynchronous requests. What about this approach at all in PHP applications? What do you think? Should you use it only for like some specific tasks, or maybe for the whole application?
It's a different way of programming using event loops. So then there are many challenges that PHP saved us from solving, like memory leaks and long-running processes. So it's a different way of coding. So I think not every use case benefits from switching, right? So now with the HTTP client, doing async processes of HTTP requests, I've encountered many use cases where it makes the experience so much better on the command line, or using when calling several different web services at once. It's still inside the single request, but we are running an async loop to fetch several HTTP requests at once. This works well. So on my side, I think it's something we need to make more easier. I mean, to make easier to do safely in Symfony. And I think we are working and we are ensuring that Symfony itself, for example, can be run in a long-running loop. So the kernel, there are people that are running the kernel in a loop process, and that's fine, and that works great. You need special care. You need to never use the session, for example, because the session is, of course, completely incompatible with that. We are making slow progress towards making this more robust, but a big part of this is being driven by allowing people to code kind of safe applications. There are people that are very advanced and that know how to manage all the challenges, but many people in the community are not, and Symfony is trying to figure out some tooling they could use to make it easier. That's, yeah.
Thanks. Nikolai, what about you? Do you use anywhere in your code base asynchronous things? Or what do you think about this approach?
We don't have experience with any asynchronous frameworks. Yeah, so for the event loop based services, so like services which is more like handling network connections, so like heavy, for this we using usually Golang, but we using built-in, I think, in MySQL library, so there is a built-in ability to do several MySQL async queries into different connections, so or into one connection, and we use it here definitely.
Got it.
So this is the only part. So we have some place in our app when we have like.
Anton, what about you?
We do not use event loops in the applications. We experimented with them, but the benefits they provide, basically every time you're trying to do something with database, it creates a new whole can of worms to deal with. So we stick to the long-running approach when without shared memory and without reusing it. So we can reuse the whole core of the application, similar way how Symfony does, but we put the memory safety into the architecture of the core. And this just eliminating bootload time, eliminating request parsing time gave us enough benefits to don't worry about event loops for now. We switch to Golang if we need to do something more performant.
Got it. There is a very hot topic from chat. I believe this is the last question for today. What about Docker containers? How many services and nodes we need to have to use Kubernetes or Docker Swarm or something else? Do you guys use containers in your production apps? And what are the tips that you can give in terms of scope of performance? Anton, you go first.
Yes, we do use Kubernetes on many of our production environments. The biggest tip for performance, you need DevOps. You need a guy who is going to be responsible for optimizing Kubernetes all the time, because sometimes it can be a black magic. But in general, in our case, we pack the application and the HTTP layer, in case of Roadrunner, inside the one container. I'm not sure how containerization is going to work when you need to put Nginx in one container and FPM in another. I hear there is a lot of interesting different ways how you can match them together. For performance in containers, I have not found anything very specific. The only advice I can give is that if your system experiences increased loads sometimes, work very carefully on graceful shutdowns and work very carefully on how system reacts to scaling. And I don't think it necessarily is specific to PHP, it's more specific to how you build your architecture.
Yeah. Nikolai, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, I have a technical issue, so if you can, yeah.
Do you guys use containers or Kubernetes or something like that? What are the performance tricks?
Yeah, we use Docker for deploying some services, but we don't run PHP inside Docker, as I know. So basically, we are running our main PHP app on the bare metal.
Got
so
it.
Can't say anything.
Yeah. Nicholas, what about you? Do you have any tips for Symfony applications and Docker containers?
Honestly, not really, because I'm not using them much. I'm using a Symfony Cloud. It runs on containers, and I don't care. I just push the code, and it's deployed for me. And now, honestly, I don't want to care about that. That's not my business, not my area of expertise. And it works, so I don't care. Thank you to the people who make it work.
That's basically what Anton said. You need another guy who does that.
Yeah, exactly. Alexander had a question about container before, and I had a look at the chat on YouTube, and if people were talking about the Symfony container, because that's what the chat is talking about. So I'm hijacking the container word to talk about another container. The Symfony container, the question is, can it be used without compilation, without the compilation dumping the container? And the answer is yes, but you should not, because compiling the Symfony container is a slow process. So unless you can boot a long-running process, like using an event loop, we just talked about that, then you might not have to dump the Symfony container. You might be able to use or to run all the compiler passes before actually serving requests. I'm not sure many people or anyone is doing that, and I'm not sure I would recommend that. Yeah. So sorry, I hijacked your question.
Thank you, guys. This was really interesting, and thanks to Badoo by Magic Lab for initiating this discussion. We all can now continue this discussion in Zoom. There is a Zoom link under stream, so please go there and we'll discuss, and you can ask questions, Nicholas, on his talk and regarding PHP performance in general. And now we're gonna have a lunch break, 30 minutes. So we'll be waiting for you at 3 p.m. Moscow time for the next talk. Meanwhile, please go join a Zoom room to discuss PHP performance, because I think we have a lot of other questions unanswered yet. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
And we're back. Welcome back to PHP Russia Online 2020. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break, and I hope you got a little bit more than frozen pizza in your diet. I don't know about you, but the lockdown has got me eating a lot of frozen pizza. Not very healthy, but it is very convenient. So hopefully you're getting some good stuff in your diet. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. We've already gotten about halfway through the event already, which is crazy. It's flying really fast. As Kermit the Frog says, time's fun when you're having flies. Hashtag dad joke. I don't know if that joke landed. It's so hard when you have like so many different cultures and languages, and then you try to do a bad joke in the first place. It just probably didn't land very well. So let's get right back into the action. Our next speaker is the SQL Renaissance Ambassador, and his mission is to make developers aware of the evolution of SQL in the 21st century. His book, SQL Performance Explained, has been published in 5 languages, and he is currently working on the next book. He is a trainer, speaker, and consultant for all companies and developers interested in SQL. Please welcome Marcus Wienand.
And thank you. So what I would like to show you today is that evolution, which has happened in SQL and barely anybody noticed. But before we can start about this evolution, the modern SQL part, we would also need to get some common understanding of how SQL originally started. So I'm going back to the original research paper about SQL that was written in 1974. But of course, we don't have the time to have all of this history covered today. So I will skip over to the year 92, when the maybe most famous SQL standard was published, SQL 92. So let's try to figure out what was the idea at that time behind SQL. And only then you will be able to understand how dramatically SQL has changed since then. So on the one hand, we have had the relational data model. I guess everybody has heard of that, but there are also some confusions about that. So let me clarify them. Originally, there was the idea that there are atomic types. And here you have one of these atoms, of which everything was built upon. And what you are building with these atoms were basically tables. So we have columns, we have rows, and in each of these cells, we can put one of these atomic values. You see also there is a gap in one place. At that time, SQL already covered the null value, which is not coming from the scientific background of the relational idea, but was already an extension of SQL to the relational idea. Another fundamental idea at that time was that the schema where you persistently store your data should be independent of what you plan to use the data for, what you are doing with that data later on, also where the data is coming from. So a consequence of that is, of course, and you know that quite often data is spread across many different tables. So a consequence of that is that into the language of SQL, there was also a transformation capability built in. Originally, as of SQL 92, only with the relational operators, which were coming from the scientists. So the idea was that if you store all of this data in different tables, it's very cumbersome and unhandy and not very convenient to work with that data, because a single business case could need many tables. So the idea was, okay, this will be a very common process that we need to transform from several tables into something more useful for one particular processing purpose. And this is what SQL actually is. This is the transformation capabilities, originally limited to the relational operators, but now much more. And the really important part is here that on the left-hand side, where we have the data model, the same data can be used in many different ways. And this is a very common requirement we have right now. Like we are doing just different things with the same data. Quite often we are using the data in ways which we did not even think of when we were originally storing the data. So the story in this picture and the really fundamental idea and one of the big misunderstandings of SQL is that the left-hand side relational data model does not need to be changed if there are new requirements on the right-hand side, how we would like to fetch the data to implement one specific job we are just working right now. And on the right-hand side, we can have many different queries, essentially, which transform the static model on disk into something more convenient for processing of each of these requirements. So already at that time, SQL was more than just a data access language. It was something like a transformation language. This is one big important difference which I see there. I don't like the term query language. It's not doing well to describe what it actually does. It does querying, but more importantly, it also does transformations. So now let's look how this picture has changed with the next SQL standard, which was issued in 1999. And it starts with great news. The relational data model is dead. And what you see here is the actual title of a paper published around the time SQL 99 was released. And it was actually published by a guy working on the SQL standard as well. And you see it's kind of controversial. So let's see, what is it about? And to explain that, I would like to give you 2 quotes to get started with. The first one is, to say that these SQL 99 extensions are mere extended interpretations, I really love that term, extended interpretations, of the relational data model is like saying that an intercontinental ballistic missile is merely an extended interpretation of a spear. You see, they are using the word extended interpretation to somehow tell us, yeah, well, it's still there. The root is still there. It's still kind of relational, yet is so much different that just saying it's an evolution of the relational idea is also not the right thing to say. So I will give you the examples right after. But the second quote I would like to give you first. With SQL 99, you can get the best of both worlds, and of course, you can get the worst of both worlds. It's up to the database practitioners. That's us. It's up to us to do the right thing. And the important message here is there are several ways to use SQL. There is not the only one right way to use it, and everybody must use it that way. There are several ways to do it, and it's completely fine that everybody does the choice according to the requirements. So what is that dramatic change? On the model side, there was an interesting discussion going on in the 90s or even earlier. And I like to quote Chris Tate here because he wrote so many books, so it's easy to find quotes from him. And he wrote, "I was as confused as anyone else." And that's actually quite alarming. Chris Tate, a well-known database professional, says he was confused. So what was he confused about? It was about the atom. What is it? What do we mean by atomic types? That was undefined. It was a word, and everybody was understanding some different things out of it. So what was meant was clear to everybody, like a string, a text field is an atomic value, a date, a number, all of these are atomic values. They agreed on that. But still there was the argument, the word atomic does not really transport that idea, because if you take a date, you can split it into year, month, and day. So it's not atomic. So they were actually searching for a more descriptive definition. And then he wrote on, by the early 90s, I'd seen the light. And what he wrote then was, domains can contain anything. And in that context, domains just means types, or cells, if you want to say it in that way. So what he found is that we don't actually need a new word instead of atomic, what they are all were searching for. He just found out that we don't need such a limit anyway. We can put anything in each of the cells. And this idea was taken up by the SQL standard in 99. So they introduced rich data types 20 years ago. Of course, if you build a table, we can still use the good old atomic types. They are still the most useful ones. So it's perfectly fine to still use integer, numeric, and dates and all of these things. But now we also have arrays, and they are completely legal. They are legal in terms of SQL. It's an explicit feature array supported by SQL. And giving the newer definition of the relational model, where we don't use that atomic wording anymore, it's also fine for the relational data model. We got other types like nested tables. We can have an entire subtable in each cell. And maybe more importantly, composite types. So where we can combine different atomic values into something greater. For example, monetary types, where we combine the currency symbol together with the value into one unit, we can then work with, and we can then do all the transformation we are doing for SQL with that one logical unit. So this was the change on the model side in '99. But also on the transformation side, there was a similar change, like it was not limited to the relational algebra anymore. They introduced some transformation operators which just don't exist in relational algebra. And one of them, the recursive query, I would like to briefly demo. So what you see here is a hierarchy. And you see, you might know that system where you have in one table, each element has an ID. So each row in this table is one of the boxes in this picture. And each of them has a parent. And the root doesn't have a parent, but all the other ones have one. And then you can do things like picking one out of them. So if you know the ID of this particular node, then it's easy to query it. You just say where ID equals 42, for example, and then you have it. But the more interesting question is, how could you fetch, for example, the entire subtree there in SQL? So let's have a look. The first step is quite simple. We start with the root node, and we just provide via bind parameter to prevent SQL injection. We are providing the value we are searching for. And then we can already use the union all operator to add more rows to the same result set. And there we are basically doing the same search, the same query, but instead of the ID column, we are searching on the parent column. So we are basically searching the errors here. And all we need to do is to provide the same number as the parameter. So then we get those two nodes here. So this is already possible in SQL 92. But that's also pretty much game over when it comes to SQL 92, because although we can add more union alls, that's not a problem. The question is which value would we search on, because we don't know the parent's parent value yet. So what we would actually do to implement it, we would need to get out these two IDs and then automatically trigger a new search for those that point to them. And this is exactly what was implemented in SQL 99. And the syntax, you see it on the screen already. It's not even a lot of syntax. It's just a wrapper, basically, where we can indirectly refer to the output of our very own query. And in this way, we can go level by level by level on the database side and fetch all these nodes in one go over the wire. And we get them in one list, and we can then do whatever we want with them on the client side. And this is one of the examples of a transformation process which is fully SQL compliant, supported by pretty much every modern SQL database, but it's not based on the relational algebra anymore. So this is the fundamental break we have had in 99, 20 years ago. We are not limited to the relational idea anymore. So this was just one example taken out of SQL 99 that was really a huge standard. There were so many new features introduced. I've just picked the most common one. You see, it's in the meanwhile supported by all the common databases, but it's by no means the only one. I just have to rush on to show you something more interesting features from later releases as well. So let's go on to the year 2003. There were also some interesting changes. Like here you see XML. Who's using XML anyway? So at that time, XML was the big thing, 2003. Nowadays, JSON is the big thing. And in the meanwhile, we have also got JSON. But back then in 2003, when they added XML support to SQL, the fundamental change they did at that time was that for the very first time, it was possible to have in one column structural different data. So the other features which I have shown you, like arrays and nested tables and composite types, they were still like each row of that column must have the same type. So you can have an array of an integer, and then each row must be an array of an integer. But now for the very first time, you could have non-uniform data items in each row of one column. So you could have in one row, you could have an XML which has maybe just some elements, and in another one you can have maybe something deeply nested. It's not a uniform data structure anymore. And this was, of course, also quite hard to incorporate into the SQL standard. And factually, the JSON support we have nowadays in SQL is pretty much based on the ideas from there. So we are reusing those ideas. And you can see there later on, so in the year 2016, the SQL standard was extended to also cover JSON. I will show you an example a little bit later. And on the transformation side, what has changed there? Window functions. Window functions are without any doubt the most important feature that has been added to SQL since decades. I'll show you an example, of course. So what I have here is a simple query, and I also have the result it might return. And these are basically bank transactions, for example. So transaction number 1 is a deposit of 10, and then there's another deposit of 20, and then you withdraw, you take out 10 again. And the question I would like to answer in SQL is, what is the balance after each transaction? So if you put in 10 euros or whatever, then the balance is 10. If you add another 20, then it will be 30, and so on, and so on. And the question is, how can we do that with SQL? It was already possible in SQL 92, but there you needed a subquery. And that's always a performance killer and a maintenance nightmare. Now we have something more easy to do that. So the fundamental idea is that we are now allowed to use aggregate functions such as count, min, max, average, and so on, and also sum, as you see there, without doing a grouping at the very same time. But instead of using the group by clause to define which rows should be aggregated, we need some other syntax, and this is the over clause. So instead of having a grouping at the end, we are using the over clause right after the aggregate function to specify over which rows we would like to do the aggregation. So inside this over clause, we are then specifying things like order by. Okay, that comes as a surprise now, because, well, if you build a sum like 10 plus 20, it pretty much doesn't matter if you make 10 plus 20 or 20 plus 10. But that's actually not the point here, because in the over clause, we are specifying the rows we would like to aggregate. And later on, we would like to talk to the database and tell, listen, database, I would like to aggregate all the rows from the beginning of this account up to the current transaction. And to be able to phrase such conditions, we need to agree on an order first. So what we are doing here is just telling the database, when I say things like before and after, this is the order I'm referring to. And once we have established that order, then we can use these terms. Then we can say, okay, we would like to take the rows between unbounded preceding. That's the syntax they choose for that, which means the very first row. And as it is a between, we also need an and another and the current row. And the interesting thing is this current row, this is the current row the database is just looking at. So at the beginning, it's looking at the first row, and it takes all the rows between unbounded preceding, so the very first, and the current row, which happens to be the first row alone. And this row is then passed on to the aggregate function in front of it, to the sum function, so that you get the result 10. But at the second row, the unbounded preceding is still the very begin, but the current row is already the second row. So now we are spanning over 2 rows, and those 2 rows are sent to the sum function, and it will add them up, giving 30, and so on, and so on, and so on. And as I said, that's really one of the most important additions to SQL for decades. In the meanwhile, it's also supported by all major database systems, and even more. So even the more modern or less traditional databases, if you want to say so, have added supporting this feature. So you see BigQuery there, which is a big player in the meanwhile, Spark, NoDB, and so on. They all support window functions by now. So I like to say there was SQL before window functions, and there is SQL after window functions. And this is what makes the entire difference. It's really a game changer. I can just show you that one example due to time constraints, but I really recommend getting into that topic first. And then I'm skipping over a few releases over the standard. There was one in 2006 and another one in 2008. I'll just skip over to the most recent one, the 2016 version. And as I told you already, we got JSON support there. And here I would really like to show you an example rather than the XML example, which looks very different, very similar, basically. It's almost the same. So I remind you, a big part of SQL is transformation between different formats. Most importantly, the idea is that the persistent data model should be designed in such a way that it can remain static, so that we don't need to change it every time we are changing some requirements or we want to do something new with our data. And then we can just transform it on the fly through SQL in all different shapes and ways, so we can more conveniently do whatever is then required to be done with that data. And nowadays, it's quite common to ship JSON documents over the wire, over the web client, for example, and the web server. And here's the example I've chosen here to demo. There is a JSON document, you see it. It's basically an array having two elements, and each of that element is an object having two attributes. So you see, it's actually quite tabular, kind of, so it could easily be represented as a table. And this is also the example I would like to show you, how to transform that JSON document into something more tabular, like we did it traditionally in SQL. And this is the entire query. That's it. What we have is a new function. It's called JSON_table. It's a function, it's a table function, as the result is a table. Therefore, we put it into the from clause. And then it needs a few parameters. The first one is the JSON document you would like to process. So I've again used the question mark here to prevent SQL injection, but this is pretty much referring to the example I have on the right-hand side. And then in SQL, we are all the time thinking about columns and rows. So all we need to do is to define a mapping. How can we map the items of this JSON document into columns and rows? And we first start by mapping the rows. And the way we are doing this is using a so-called SQL JSON path expression. And that's something new, but it serves a very similar purpose. Like in XML, we have the XPath language. So it's a language designed to pick out one element out of a JSON document, very much like XPath for XML, or maybe also like CSS selectors for HTML, where you can basically select one or more elements from some HTML, or in that example, JSON document. So what that example here means, that's a new sub-language of SQL. It means start at the root, expect an array there, and take all the elements. So this will hit these two objects. And as we are hitting two objects, we will get two rows out of this function. And that's it. We have already defined the rows. Now we need to define the columns. And for that, of course, we have the columns clause. And all we need to do there is to give it names and types. And we are using the same language again, the JSON path language, to say, pick that element and put it into this cell, basically, column. And that's it. That's the entire thing. So you need to learn this SQL JSON path language, which is not really highly sophisticated. And then you have functions like that. And this is one example, JSON table to transform a JSON document into a tabular form. But SQL has all the other functions for the other way around as well. So you can also transform from tabular into JSON documents. All the functions are there defined in the standard. But nevertheless, that example here, which I have on the screen, is kind of ugly because look, I'm sending some JSON document from the client to the database and then selecting back the result in a tabular form back to the client. And this is really not what I mean by transformation. I think the transformations, they should still be related to the persistent model on disk. To make that example a little bit more useful and to show you how all of these things can combine in SQL, I'll just put an insert up front. What it now does, we are sending a JSON document through that bind parameter to the database, then transforming it according to this definition to this tabular form and feeding that tabular form right away into that table. And there is no ping pong between your PHP application and the database anymore. It's just you send it one, and no matter how many rows are in there, how many documents you have in the JSON array, they will just be stored. And you can, in this JSON table, also define things like default values and how to cope with missing values and null values and all of that, and error handling. All of that can be defined. You just declare it there, then you send it over the wire, and everything else is taken care of. The transformation part between the transient schema you have here and the persistent schema you might have on disk is done on the database side. Oh, the question is, can you use that in your database yet? That was added with the latest release, 2016, to the standard. So let's have a look. Yeah, maybe. So if you're using MySQL 8.0, then you can already use that function, that particular function. Also, if you're using the commercial databases. For the other open source databases, in MariaDB, there's a ticket open. It used to be assigned to 10.5, which is this year's release, but now it was pushed over to the next release. So it's maybe next year, who knows. And on the Postgres side, there is a patch already available. It's already in the ready for committer state, in the commit fest, if that means anything to you, which means there is hope we get it in Postgres with release 13 this year. And then I would like to do some time traveling, because time traveling is exciting. Let's go back to the year 2011. Because in 2011, there was also an SQL standard release. So every 5 years, approximately, we get a new SQL standard. And in 2011, we have got time traveling. No kidding. Time traveling is now official part of SQL. It's a rather complex topic. So there are two things. On the one hand, we have the so-called application versioning. I don't have the time to explain that in detail. On the other hand, I will just show you the system versioning, because this is fully automatic and allows you time traveling. And it works already in one of the open source databases. So let's have a look at this example. What it starts with is we need, on a table by table basis, we can decide to either use these time traveling capabilities or not. If we want to use them, we have to do some preparations on the table definition side. So what is required? We need 2 columns of timestamp type, and they need to be specially tagged. So here I say from until. This denotes the time frame when this version of the row was valid. And there we say generated always as row start and row end. And by this way, we are delegating the maintenance of these columns to the database. We don't need to take care of them. They are there. We can also query them, no problem, but we don't need to care about them when we are writing to the database. And then we need to do a few more declarations to make the magic work. And when we then start inserting data there, these 2 columns, we don't mention them, the from and till, but they are still there. They are propagated. We have delegated the maintenance of them to the database. So the database, when I run the insert at 10 o'clock, it will put 10 o'clock in there. If we do an update, really magic happens. Physically, we will end up with having 2 rows stored on the database. The old one is still there with the X, but the till time has been set to the time when you run the update. So 11 o'clock here. And the new data is then valid from here on. And you guess it. If you delete it, nothing is physically removed from the database. It's still there. It's just the till date is set, so that when you query it, you know, okay, if that is in the past already, it's not valid anymore. So this is what we have physically in the system. But if we query it, like we usually query tables, and we just say select star from that table, then we won't get anything if we do that after deleting the row. It's gone. It has been deleted. And all of this magic is transparent to the application. One of the key ideas of the system versioning is that you don't need to change your application. You don't need to change your queries, not your insert, update, delete, and all of that. Unless, of course, you would like to see that old data. For that, we have new syntax. So as it is a table by table thingy, we add it to the where clause right after the table name. And there we say for system time as of, and I would like to see the data as it was at that particular point in time. And if I ask for 1030, then you see it's the X version. And this is what we will get back. And this is what's called system versioning. It's fully declared in the SQL standard, and it's supported by at least one open source database you might use already. So that's MariaDB in that case, supported for some years already there. And they are also working on the other versioning, the application versioning, which I briefly mentioned at the beginning. There's a lot of work to be done, but you see, it's moving. And this is, I think, one of the most convenient features, because you just enable it for one table. You can also use an alter, of course, to alter existing tables to do the magic. And then you're done. You don't need to change your application. The only thing, if you do select star, you will get these two new columns. This is what you have to expect, but that's it. So these were just some examples picked from some versions of the standard. What you see here in the picture is a photo of the current version of the standard, of the 2016 version. And to be more precise, it's actually just part 2. There are several parts of it, and this part 2 is the biggest one, the most important one. And you see it's a big stack of paper. What I want to give you a kind of a benchmark, how big is SQL? Compared to SQL 92, which is what most people have learned as SQL, the standard is now 5 times as big approximately. Put in a different way, you could also say that like 80% of modern SQL was actually not concerned about the relational limitations anymore. It was invented after breaking out of the relational cage. So there's really a lot has happened. I cannot show you that in 35 minutes. I've just picked some of the examples. You really need to dig into that to get the full picture. Also very important, it's beyond the relational model. The relational idea is still there. And of course, join is still a very important tool in SQL. It's not that you don't need them anymore, but it's not a limiting factor. This entire relational idea is not limiting SQL in any way, neither on the model side nor on the transformation side. And that's really something really important to get, because many people still think, oh, we have to stick into relational understanding, sometimes with the outdated relational understanding that everything needs to be an atom. That has completely changed since then, 20 years ago already, basically. And to summarize it, if you use SQL only to do CRUD operations, like creating, reading, updating, and deleting single rows most of the time, mostly by primary key, then you are actually not using SQL. You remember, SQL is more than a query language. It's also a transformation language. If you're not using these features, like the recursive queries, the window functions, time traveling, all of these things, the transformative power, then you are using just so much of the SQL syntax, just the query part of it, and you let out the most powerful part of it. And I find that quite sad, to be honest. So, and then there is this website, modernsql.com. Of course, it's my website. It's my website where I explain you these features. You can read about it. It's entirely free. Subscribe to the newsletter and all of that. And of course, you can follow it on Twitter. You can also follow me on Twitter, and you can contact me to get training. So I think I'm pretty much in time, and I'm waiting for questions. but I can't
It blew
hear
my
anything.
mind. That was. Can you hear me now?
No, yeah. Yes, now I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Awesome, wonderful. So I was just saying that the over keyword that you were describing completely blew my mind, and I was watching the chat, and it looks like a lot of people's minds are being blown as well. Somebody even used the word mind blowing, so that's great. Dimitri did. So thanks so much for sharing all this awesome greatness that's coming from the 21st century SQL stuff. We are going to be grabbing some questions out of the Zoom room, and if you would like to join for some Q&A, make sure to look for the Zoom room link, which was just posted in the chat for the live stream. So feel free to pop in here and get some Q&A going. Until we get a question going, I do have a question about system versioning. This is really cool. It looks like you're able to basically just keep the whole entire state of everything that's happened in your database, kind of in a similar way that someone might implement like event sourcing, where you're sort of like kind of keeping track of your entire history over time. Is this a good way to implement something like event sourcing?
That's questionable. I mean, I see the context, event sourcing, and it's actually quite easy to implement different ways of event sourcing in SQL. So yes, but I'm not sure if that is the right feature for that. So that time traveling is really, on the one hand, the system versioning, which I've shown you, is really there more for auditing purposes. This is what it is most of the time used for. On the other hand,
Gotcha.
the other thing which I just briefly mentioned, the application versioning, you see there are two different things we have to consider. There is, on the one hand, there is the time when something happened. And on the other hand, there is the time when we learned about something happening, which is typically later. And these two things you see there, the application versioning is there to keep track of when things actually happened in the real world. Like a name change, which might have happened due to a marriage, we might have happened 3 weeks ago, and we are learning about it now. And the application versioning is there to keep track of that. But for that, we need the capability to say, okay, that update, apply that update as though 3 weeks ago. So we need, on the writing side, we need to put in additional information like this update happened as of something. So all of the insert, update, delete syntax changes for that. But here we are just keeping track of when we learned about it. And when we entered it today in our database, then the database can automatically say, okay, now I learned about it, so I can take the system time. And that's the trick, how the system versioning works fully automatic. So this is what these features are intended for. And of course, they can be used for other things as well. But the event sourcing, I would actually implement differently in SQL.
Awesome. Excellent response. Thank you so much. We do have a question ready to go, I believe, if we want to switch over to the Zoom room.
To the Zoom room. Hold on. I need to
yeah. Hey, Marcus.
window, maybe.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Thank you for a great talk. It was really mind-blowing. You gave us a lot of examples how SQL databases adapt to new reality. A lot of amazing features. Could you say is SQL database?
Okay, the audio connection just broke. Can you repeat?
Oh, sorry. You gave us a lot of examples how SQL databases adapt to reality, have new really good features. But could you say there are no SQL database than SQL databases?
Sorry, it just broke again. I'm missing the question. Are you asking about NoSQL?
Yeah, I'm asking about NoSQL. Where is NoSQL database still more suitable?
Where is it still more suitable? That's an excellent question because it's positively phrased. I mean, what's left, you're asking. There is traditionally, there are some things which SQL isn't like so flexible. Like in the relational model, we have seen it's kind of flexible, but there are some other things where it is not so flexible. Like when it comes to ACID and transactions and all of that. SQL is not flexible. SQL doesn't give that up. So when you think about the cap theorem and scale out and all of that, if the availability is more important than the correct response, then some NoSQL store might be a better option. That's how I would put it. So if one of the things which SQL requires, not optionally but mandatory, and these things are a limiting factor for you, then you should start looking about alternatives. But frankly speaking, nowadays a single database instance can cover so much load that we all wish we would have that problem that we need to scale out to billions of CPUs or whatever. But unfortunately we don't, or fortunately. So quite often a single instance is just fine. So, and then you don't, then all this transaction safety is kind of easy.
Okay, thank you, Marcus.
Wonderful.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Marcus, for that excellent talk and answering the questions. We are getting ready to go on a break, but before we do, I just wanted to give one quick shout out to our sponsors once again, Badoo by Magic Lab, Avito.tech, ManyChat, Super Job, and Skying for simultaneous translations into Russian. So thank you so much for your partnership. The first, there is a couple of competitions actually to be aware of. So the first competition is for 3 participants to get acquainted with the maximum number of people using an online platform. Unfortunately, it's just in Russian, but these 3 people will receive free tickets for High Load Moscow Offline Conference, which will be held in November. So only invitations are accepted. Addressee for the talk. I'm sorry, I'm just getting this information just now. I'm not quite sure what this last sentence is about. I think it's just limited. This competition is actually limited to only the people on the platform. So the second competition, there's 3 participants for in this discussion will be held in the evening program for the online platform, which is also just in Russian. But they will receive free tickets for the High Load plus Moscow Offline as well. So right after the quick break, we'll be having a 15-minute mini chat discussion in Russian, and we will start that at 3:55 Moscow time here in just a few minutes. Marcus, thanks again for your excellent talk, and we'll see everyone here in about 5-ish minutes, 10-ish minutes or so, a little bit more than 10 minutes.
All right. So hello everyone, and we'll have a short 15 minutes interview with the conference partner ManyChat. It will be in Russian, so if you know Russian or just want to hear how it sounds, you're very welcome. If not, take a break, and you'll need a break since there is a lot more planned for today. А теперь у нас будет небольшая дискуссия с нашим спонсором ManyChat. На связи с нами Андрей Дербенев. Привет, Андрей.
Привет, Александр, и привет всем, кто нас смотрит и слушает.
Для начала сможешь рассказать немножечко, что такое ManyChat, чем вы занимаетесь?
Да, конечно, ManyChat – это платформа для автоматизации маркетинга. Мы предоставляем бизнесам набор инструментов, с помощью которых они могут строить автоматизированные коммуникации со своими подписчиками, могут проводить АБ-тестирование своих компаний, выстраивать воронки продаж, анализировать данные, привлекать новых клиентов и осуществлять поддержку. И все это делать в таких каналах, как Facebook Messenger, SMS и email. И, собственно, одной из главных фишек – это построение коммуникаций таким образом, чтобы они были полезны обеим сторонам, чтобы они были персонализированными и осмысленными, как диалог с нормальным, обычным человеком.
Окей, понятно. А это со стороны бизнеса, это лицо, конечно, компании, но нам все-таки интересно внутренности. Что вообще под капотом платформы?
Окей, под капотом все очень скромно. Основной язык на бэкэнде – это PHP. Недавно мы перешли на 7.4 в продакшене и постепенно переводим весь старый код на строгую типизацию. Ну, естественно, новый код тоже пишем в этой же парадигме. В ядре движка у нас UI1, но мы не завязываемся конкретно на фреймворк или на его какой-то инструментарий. Используем только базовые вещи от него, роутинг и контроллеры. Вот. Все остальное у нас достаточно сильно либо переписано, либо вообще написано с нуля, с учетом наших всяких асинхронных процессингов, там, кластеризованной архитектуры. Например, если там все знают Active Record модель, да, в UI, если на нее посмотреть, она выглядит обычно, но поработав с ней, как бы сразу становится понятно, насколько сильно она переделана под именно там, кластеризованную, под работу с нашей кластеризованной базой данных. Вот. Ну и, собственно, в качестве базы данных у нас используется Redis, у нас используется PostgreSQL. Мы его изначально кластеризировали своими силами. Затем в Postgres появилось шардирование с коробки, и его мы также успешно применили на одном из наших сервисов. Вот. Ну и я уже проговорился про Redis, его мы также активно используем. На нем вообще в целом построена вся система наших очередей. Также мы используем его для кэширования и используем его для блокировок процессингов. Вот, в принципе, этого достаточно для того, чтобы справляться с нашими нагрузками, но если недостаточно, то мы в некоторых местах перешли на связку Nginx с Lua, вообще отказались от бэкэнда на PHP, и вот эта связка, она принимает реквесты и отправляет их в нужную очередь. А дальше уже консюмеры PHP процессят, собственно, сообщения из этих чередей, и иногда даже сообщение разбивается на какие-то атомарные части по разным очередям, и каждая из этих частей процессится, обрабатывается каждая в своем процессе.
Ну, это достаточно так интересно. А как так вообще получилось, что касается фреймворка? То есть как вы к такому решению пришли?
В интервью я не успею все рассказать, так как эволюция происходила не за один день и даже не за один год. Но Например, наш Head of Development Дмитрий Кушников выступал на конференциях, есть доклады в YouTube, как раз и рассказывает про эволюцию обработки веб-хуков в зависимости от входящей нагрузки. В конце я закину ссылочки на доклады, и кому интересно, можете более подробно ознакомиться. Довольно интересно, как эволюционировала сама платформа при увеличении количества клиентов и количества веб-хуков.
Да, это, конечно, жаль, что прямо сейчас не получится рассказать. Такой вопрос. Не сталкивались ли вы с проблемами в найме? То есть стек, скажем так, местами необычный, местами слишком обычный. Многие разработчики, они стремятся все-таки использовать какие-то супер хайповые там современные технологии, и принимаются ли вообще какие-то попытки именно ради там найма и престижа что-то такое внедрить?
Да, я начну с проблем. Я бы не сказал, что это прям проблема, но, конечно, везде спрашивают, почему PHP, почему Redis, там, ведь есть Go, Kafka, Rabbit и так далее. То есть это вопрос один из главных, один из первых, но ответ довольно простой. Redis гибкий и производительный инструмент, он позволяет просто работать с сырыми данными, что в нашем случае приоритетно. Он из коробки поддерживает множество типов данных и позволяет работать с ними. Поэтому нам очень, очень помогает работа с Redis в решении наших задач. PHP также в последних, в современных версиях языка довольно хорошие бенчмарки показывает и позволяет решать все наши задачи, не испытываем никаких трудностей при реализации какого-либо функционала. Плюс мы обладаем достаточно высокой экспертизой в этих технологиях, и поэтому все-таки на таком стеке, на едином стеке что-то внедрять и разрабатывать проще, чем разбираться в новых технологиях. И в нашем случае внедрение новых технологий, например, может образовать какие-то ботлнеки, например, когда какие-то сотрудники знают часть проекта на другом языке, какие-то сотрудники не знают. Мы все-таки стараемся поддерживать такую культуру, когда все разработчики, любой разработчик может влезть в любой компонент системы. И, собственно, вообще технологии, инструменты это просто средство для достижения целей. Мы так считаем. И, собственно, нас получается достигать наших целей с помощью такого скромного стека. Сейчас, на данный момент, у нас более 1 миллиона клиентов крутится, где-то из 190 стран мира. Эти клиенты имеют уже своих клиентов порядка 700 миллионов. И только по Facebook-каналу бизнесы обмениваются со своими клиентами сообщений, примерно 8 миллиардов сообщений в месяц. И при таких пока наши сервера чувствуют себя прекрасно, мы стараемся держать где-то 50% запас производительности на случай каких-то пиков, которые периодически случаются. Ну а в целом архитектура позволяет распределять нагрузку по отдельным сервисам, хотя это и не микросервисная архитектура в классическом понимании, а все-таки монолит, но нагрузка, она распределена по процессингам, и, например, прием веб-хуков — это отдельный сервис, отдельный процессинг, и на него приходится порядка 45 тысяч реквестов в секунду. И то это не самая высоконагруженная система, часть нашей системы. И по базе данных это примерно 100 тысяч QPS. Тоже, в принципе, справляется с такой нагрузкой без проблем. И также по архитектуре, по нашей, тоже более подробно есть статьи, подкасты. Также будут ссылки. Welcome слушать, читать, смотреть, задавать вопросы, кому будет интересно.
Это очень интересно. То есть я так понимаю, что, в принципе, проект достаточно не молодой, но вы держите кодовую базу в очень хорошем состоянии, которая соответствует и, из тех технологий, которые у вас есть, вы используете их прекрасно. То есть насколько серьезно вообще относитесь к Legacy и как вообще вы с техдолгом работаете?
Да, я начну немножко издалека про процесс. То есть мы работаем по фреймворку LESS, это такой прокачанный скрам для большого количества команд, и эти команды у нас объединены в несколько value стримов. То есть это value stream, это когда несколько команд, там, например, самая большая у нас этот стрим, это 7 команд, мы работаем с единым бэклогом, и фокус у нас на единой цели. Но при этом в этом бэклоге не только продуктовые задачи, там какие-то или фичи, которые как бы ведут к достижению цели, но и также техдолговые задачи. Вот. И эти техдолговые задачи мы приносим с инженерного комьюнити, где все инженеры компании поднимают какие-то системные проблемы здоровья продукта, проекта именно, да, там фронтенд, бэкенд, выявляют какие-то экшн-поинты, как эти проблемы можно решить, и почему их нужно приоритетно, да, например, приоритетнее какой-то фичи. То есть бизнес-обоснование ищем. И приносим таким образом задачку, готовую уже для решения в бэклог. Потом эту техдолгую задачку берет любая команда и, собственно, делает. Где-то примерно одну задачу минимум в спринт мы берем. Какая-то команда берет одну задачу из бэклога на решение техдолга. Вот. Ну и, собственно, по самой технике, как мы с этим работаем, мы используем фича-флаги, то есть у нас всегда новый код раскатывается параллельно со старым и изначально закрыт от пользователя флагом на бэкэнде. Дальше мы покрываем тест-кейсами код под флагом, то есть, да, получается, грубо говоря, на старый код должны быть тест-кейсы, на новый еще и с использованием флага. Дальше мы открываем эту фичу, открываем флаг или там новый код для себя, тестируем, что все хорошо, там независимо от того, что тесты зелененькие, потом тестируем сами, проверяем, что все хорошо, и начинаем открывать на пользователей по процентам. Там делим на 100 ID пользователей и таким образом можем там на 5, 10, 20% открывать. Следим за метриками использования фичи, чтобы там скорость не пройдет, ошибки не возникли и такое прочее. И таким образом все до конца открываем. А если что-то пошло не так, то одной кнопкой можно всех вернуть на как бы старый работающий код.
Окей, это, в принципе, хороший подход. А было упомянуто про фреймворк LESS и продуктовые команды. Можно вот про продуктовые команды чуть подробнее?
Да, в целом вообще ManyChat — это продуктовая компания, и у нас не только менеджеры заботятся о донесении ценности до наших клиентов, но и все члены команды, и как бы инженеры тоже не исключение. Мы, когда пишем код, мы погружаемся также не только в техническую часть задачи, но и в какие-то бизнес-процессы наших клиентов, понимаем, как они будут использовать, какую ценность там этот наш код будет им приносить, и как бы, думая об этом, исходя из этого, мы строим какие-то... Плюс мы, конечно, постоянно не общаемся с пользователями, с нашими, но это тоже возможно. Плюс читаем тикеты, мониторим, читаем комьюнити в Фейсбуке и находимся постоянно в контексте, как развиваются бизнесы при использовании нашего продукта. Плюс мы онбордим в саппорте каждого нового сотрудника примерно 1-2 недели, чтобы новый человек сперва познакомился с продуктом с точки зрения пользователя, начал понимать, где болит что-то у пользователя или что нравится, и со свежим взглядом своим мог бы что-то новое приносить. Ну и плюс у него повышается осознанность от того, какие решения он будет принимать и реализовывать в дальнейшем, потому что понимает, как быстро и сильно как бы каждое наше решение влияет на наших пользователей. Ну и проводим конференции в США. Туда едут все сотрудники компании, кто получил визу. 3 дня мы общаемся с нашими клиентами и уходим оттуда с кучей положительных эмоций, с кучей инсайтов, заряженные на работу, потому что когда там несколько тысяч человек восторженно приветствуют анонс твоих фичей, то это, конечно, дорогого стоит, и значит, мы делаем нашу работу не зря. Спасибо.
Круто. То есть действительно конференции получается на несколько тысяч человек?
Да, 2-3 тысячи.
Ох, это просто очень круто. Очень круто.
Если я не
Я
ошибаюсь,
просто знаю, как... Да, я знаю, как организатор, что организовать такое очень сложно, и, в принципе, конференция, которая посвящена продукту конкретному на 2-3 тысячи человек, это сверхкруто.
Ну, мы довольно общаемся с нашим комьюнити, с клиентами, они очень позитивные, и как бы сами с удовольствием идут на контакт. И как бы когда, и за год мы делаем столько, что в принципе хватает на 3 дня объявлять эти фичи, рассказывать, разговаривать про них.
Класс. Есть немножечко еще вопросов из чата в YouTube и в Zoom. В Zoom мы сможем еще раз туда зайти и поговорить. А вот из YouTube-чата, на самом деле, вопрос про eFramework частично, наверное, был он отвечен про первый. То есть почему, как так получилось, что именно первый, не второй?
Эта история уходит глубоко корнями. В начало разработки даже до то есть был такой проект, и начиналось все с этого. Ну, а, собственно, потом все закрутилось, завертелось, и была как бы необходимости менять фреймворк, но была необходимость модернизировать фреймворк. То есть было понимание, что если мы меняем фреймворк, то его тоже нужно будет там под нашу архитектуру как-то пилить. Вот. Поэтому смысла не было что-то менять, и понеслась. То есть в целом у нас все-таки как бы кастомное решение, и первое это просто как бы название скорее осталось.
Много проблем доставил вам старичок 1.1?
Вообще нет.
Ну, это очень радостно слышать. Вот, вообще очень интересно. Спасибо за интервью. По времени мы немножечко не успеваем обсудить все более детально, как бы нам хотелось, и будем потихонечку возвращаться к докладам. Но у нас есть good news, у нас есть Zoom. Сейчас в комментарии к стримам будут запущены ссылки. Вот, можно туда переходить. И, Андрей, переходите туда тоже. Вот, там есть еще вопросы, и их, по-моему, даже прилично так. Вот, а также у нас будет несколько конкурсов. Первый – это 3 участника, которые познакомятся с помощью онлайн-платформы с максимальным количеством человек, получат бесплатные билеты на Highload++ Москва в офлайне. В зачет идут также принятые адресатом приглашательные приглашения. Вот. Ну и второй конкурс – это 3 участника, пользовательские дискуссии которых пойдут в вечернюю программу, также получат бесплатные билеты на Highload++ Москва, тоже в офлайне. А сейчас я даю слово Сэмми. Hope you have taken a break or enjoyed some pure Russian. And now I'm giving the mic back to Sammy Powers. Sammy? Okay,
Hello.
Sammy,
Yes,
I think, yeah. So that's your turn, but well, it's just a break. So announce it properly.
Yes. Yes, so we are taking a break. And we will be back very shortly here in, I think, less than 5 minutes, right? We've got about 5 minutes or so. So yes, we'll see you here very quickly for a very short break. Welcome back. So I guess you know that you're at a PHP conference when you can go to a talk about queues and buses, and it won't be a talk about public transportation. And I think that's true for the next talk as well. Our next speaker is an open source enthusiast and Symfony core team member. He is a co-host of the Sound of Symfony podcast and organizer of PHP meetups in Sweden. He maintains many projects like HTTP Plug, Guzzle, Buzz, lots of API clients, the Neo4j bundle, Pulley, Assert, and many more. He is also involved with the PHP Fig by writing a PSR for HTTP clients. Please welcome Tobias Nyholm.
Thank you, Sami. I'm gonna talk about queues, buses, and the messenger component. You'll find my slides later on Nyholm Tech. So let's get started. Let's dive right into it. This is a stack. A stack has a top and a bottom, and it's a very common data structure. You put things on the top and you remove things from the top. It is a last in, first out. If you flip it, you'll get a queue. A queue has a back and a front. It's a first in, first out, and order is important. Queues and stacks are very cheap. They have the complexity of order 1 for adding and removing items. And I'm not gonna talk any more about the data structure. I'm confident that some of you know this already. I'm gonna talk about how I made application in the past and how I make applications now. And this is not really a journey in time. It's more of a journey in my experience. And again, short about me, I'm Tobias Nyholm. I work at Happier. I do plenty of Symfony stuff. I run PHP meetups in Stockholm, and I do plenty of open source. I started my open source career in 2015. PSR 6 just came out, so me and a friend, we created PHP Cache. And at the same time, I was interested in HTTP Plug, which was a abstraction over the two major HTTP clients at the time, which was Guzzle 5 and Guzzle 6. And when you do API HTTP clients, you also do API clients and mail clients. And I wrote my own PSR7 implementation. Basically, I wrote a test suite for PSR7 and noticed that none of them existing implementations were compliable 100%. So I wrote my own to show how you should write a PSR7 implementation, and a bunch of other things. What I'm most interested at the moment, where I spend most of my open source time, is on async AVS. It is a super thin and user-friendly AVS SDK. And if you should use it if you don't want to download like 20 megabytes of source code to use S3. You can use async AVS and you download like 500K. Let's get started. I want to bring you back to 2013. I was working on Happier. I have been doing Symfony for about 4 years already, and I loved Symfony. I loved everything about Symfony. I loved Symfony t-shirts, Symfony mugs, I loved Symfony blog posts, I loved Symfony, everything about Symfony. And Symfony had this concept of bundles, and obviously I love the bundles. So I created bundles for everything. I created bundles for, like, if you want to have some comment section, I created a comment bundle. If you want to have an interview booking section of the website page, I created a booking bundle. And I had like 30 or 40 different bundles in this project. And the bundle itself was filled with stuff. I mean, bundle had their own configuration, had their own services, had their own views, had their own translation, had their own JavaScript, CSS, and maybe even tests. Like, they have everything in the bundle. And the bundles, they had some Symfony magic to it as well. Like, if you wanted to have a CLI command, you were supposed to put it in a folder called command, and the file name has to end with the word command, or else it wouldn't work. And nobody will tell you why, but that's what's one of the Symfony magic things. And I knew of and I loved, obviously. And at the time, I wrote controllers like this. This is a controller for like importing data to a database from CSV. And the code is not really important, but it's fat and it's large and big. And if I wanted this logic in a CLI command, I just copied the code and added in my command class. I was pretty happy about myself at this point. I consider myself to be a Symfony expert. And obviously, I had no problem maintaining this code. If you ask me, where is this feature located? I knew exactly which bundle it was in, I know exactly which file it was in. I thought I knew everything about this code. And as you maybe could guess, I was working alone in this project. I know that I could improve somehow. I know that you start using services, but because services were in theory testable. And all over Twitter at the time, people telling this, like, you should test your controllers, register your controllers as services, you test your controllers. And I was like, why should I test my controllers? I don't test anything else. Why are the controllers special? But I realized I should move more logic into services instead of having them in a controller. But at the same time, developing code in a controller, you have this kind of warm feeling. Like it's very simple. You're just one method call away to getting the current user, and it's easy to use the container to get parameters or any service you want, and it's quite convenient. So I was trying to bring this convenience into services. So I created something called a current user provider. So I could easily get the current user from whichever service I liked. And I was super impressed by myself. I even opened a PR on Symfony and said, hey, everybody should use this current user provider. And I was kindly but firmly told that I was wrong. The current user is a value object, and value objects they hold state, and state should not be in services. I was thinking a lot about this. I understood the arguments. I have a lot of discussions with friends and other people online about this PR specifically, and it took me a while to realize that I was wrong. I think at the time it was Symfony version 2.6 or something, and at that time you had the request, the HTTP request, as a service, which is also wrong. And that's why the dependency injection container introduced something called scopes. And because if you wrote a CLI command, you couldn't use the request service because it didn't exist. And that's why you had different scopes in the dependency injection. So every time, or half the time you get exception thrown, you can't use the request because it's the wrong scope. And if this sounds like magic or weird, it is. It was the most Googled question of Symfony at the time. So Symfony decided to remove the request as a service because it's a value object. And I was told that in this PR, I was told that if you wanted the current user, you should pass it as an argument to a function. You should not use it as a service. So I slowly started to realize that having Symfony all over the place wasn't maybe the best idea. And just because I loved Symfony, I was maybe overdoing it. And sure, it introduced a lot of magic as well. And at this point in time, Matthias Novak was traveling in Europe with a concept or a talk that he basically said, when to framework. And Matthias Novak, he have given me so much inspiration. I've been reading all his blogs, watched his talks, bought his books and everything. I'm super impressed by Matthias Novak. And when he came and talked about when to framework, I really believed him, because this was the third year I met him. The first year I met him, he said, Symfony is great. Symfony is the best framework ever. You should always use a framework. And year number 2, he said, frameworks are evil, frameworks are bad, don't use frameworks. So when year number 3, he came and said, this is when you use frameworks and this is when you should not use frameworks. I believe that he really done his homework and he really had put a lot of thought in this. So he told me, or he told the audience, one thing that I would like to share with you today. He told us about hexagonal architecture, which basically means that you should keep your core of application, your kernel, you should keep that away from the infrastructure. Let the framework handle all the infrastructure stuff. And the infrastructure layer talks with your core using messages. So the infrastructure layer talks with your HTTP, CLI, file system, and then converts messages and give the messages to the core. So I'm like, okay, I'm in. So I created messages all over the place. So here you see messages for create company, and then I have a create company handler. So the only thing my controller doing now is they take something from HTTP and creates a message. They put the message on the bus, and the bus somehow finds my message handler, and the message handler is executed. So the bus here is now a boundary between the real world and my application. And as you maybe can imagine, if I wanted the same functionality as a CLI command, I took the CLI arguments, converted it to the same message, and then I put it on the bus. So my core is not connected to Symfony anymore. It's not connected to the HTTP. It's not connected to anything else. It's just PHP, and it's just my code. And in 2006, I took in an intern. This person has only been working with Laravel before. He has never seen Symfony, so he was a bit nervous starting working with me because I was this Symfony person and I only had Symfony applications. But after a few weeks, he said to me like, "Hey, this is actually quite simple. I understand my way around the applications because it's just PHP." So this is the crash course I gave you on hexagonal architecture. There's a lot of resources. Here are a few of them. You should, Google it or start with this list. So what did we really win here? Why couldn't we just call the message handler directly? And the quick answer is middleware. We have now the possibility to add middleware. And if for those of you who doesn't know middleware, they are, so it's a class where you can, so that the bus gives the message to. So you have your controller, creates a message, and put the message on the bus. The bus is calling the first middleware, and then it's calling the second middleware, and then the third middleware, etc. And then eventually your message comes to the message handler. And you can have middlewares for anything you like. For example, you can have middleware for logging. So you always log every message that goes on the bus. You can have middleware for validation, so you make sure the message is in the correct format. You can have middlewares for transactions that put your handler logic in a single database transaction. And also, maybe more importantly for this talk, you can have middlewares for queue. So let's talk about queues. You know the data structure from the intro, and now we're going to talk about queues as a service. So a normal setup is a work queue, and a work queue has a producer that adds messages on the queue, say send this email or generate this PDF, and then you have one or more consumers that consuming these messages and execute the work. And this is technically called competing consumers, but in my mind they're actually helping each other consuming the queue. But anyhow, so you have two consumers, and if consumer B goes down for a while, consumer A keeps processing the messages, and when consumer B comes back up, it just continues with the next message. And there are two things that are important here. You should make sure that the queue is durable, which means that messages are stored on disk and not only in memory. So if your queue go down, you won't lose all your messages. And you should also configure your queue to use acknowledgement. That means that a consumer takes a message, it doesn't work, and then the queue says, I've acknowledged this message, I've handled it, everything is fine. So if the queue notices that a message is taken and they never get an acknowledgement, the queue would assume that this consumer died, so it would automatically response the message. So every message always gets handled. So this is a work queue. It's pretty much what I'm doing most. There are other ways to configure your queue. You can have a pub sub system. So you have a producer that gives a message to an exchange, that's the blue circle, and the exchange can configure to be a fan out. So in this scenario, the exchange will put the same message on two different queues and be consumed by two different consumers. So if consumer B goes down for a while now, all the messages will just pile up. And when consumer B comes back online next week, maybe, it will still read all the messages. Another more sophisticated way to configure your queues is using a direct exchange, which is you give all your messages a routing key. So you can say this message has a routing key of foo, and the exchange now know that it should send to consumer A. You can have multiple routing keys, or a queue can listen to multiple routing keys. You can also configure it like this. This is basically fan out. And you can also configure your exchange to be using topics. This is a little bit more, it's basically routing keys with wildcards. What I've explained to you now is 100% true with RabbitMQ. RabbitMQ, in the PHP world, RabbitMQ is the most popular queue to use. It's using the AMQP protocol. And other queue implementations have the same concepts as I just explained, but the naming may vary. So let's leave 2013 behind. Let's leave all this theory behind. How would you work with a queue today? How would you do this today? And obviously, I always work with Symfony Messenger. There are a few other examples that you can use. Most of them have the same concepts. Symfony Messenger is by far the coolest one in my opinion. I would use it 7 days of the week. Symfony Messenger started as basically a simple bus, and then they add some smooth integration with Symfony and added loads of more features over the years. So Symfony Messenger is the my library of choice, and this is the one I'm gonna keep talking about. And you see this notification. I'm gonna draw them like this now, just because I like animations, I guess. So let's have a look at a message. A message is just a normal PHP class. In this example, I call it a send notification. It has a few properties, it has a constructor, and has a few getters. Nothing fancy, nothing extraordinary about this class. And if I want to use this class in my controller, I create this send notification object. I use some parameters from the HTTP request, and then I just say response. Okay, I put the message on the bus, and then I return a new response. So if I would execute this controller, I'll have a page looking like this. And this is because Symfony is nice, so nice, so it tells us that we have missed to configure a handler for the send notification message. So let's configure a handler. A handler is just a normal class. I decide to call it send notification handler. The only thing that maybe you think is not normal is that it has an invoke method. And the invoke method takes an argument, which is my message, my send notification message. And here for debug purposes or for demo purposes, I just echoing out sending notifications to a user. And I need to tell Symfony that this is a message handler. So I can either use the code on the top, or the configuration on top, saying, hey, this class, make sure to tag it with a message handler. Or I can say something like, oh, everything in this directory, it's a message handler. Any of these will do fine. You could also use this marker interface. If you add a class with the message handler interface, the Symfony auto-configure will figure out as, oh, this is a message handler. And it will automatically find the message you're handling. I hope this is okay. If I execute the controller now, I'll get something like this. So we actually send our notifications. And this is great. And I can just assume that you're like, way. Anyhow, but what if the notification takes a long time to send? What if they take like 30 seconds to send each notification? I don't want to wait here as a user. So let's do this asynchronous. So to do things asynchronous, we need to introduce a new concept, and that concept is transports. So you take a message, you give it to the bus gives it to the transport, and at some point later, a worker will receive the message and give it back to the bus, and the bus finds the correct message handler. A transport has a few things. It has a sender and a receiver, and transports are configurable with a DSN, and a transport also has a serializer. By default, Symfony is using the PHP serializer. And if I would configure this queue now, I say that I'm using this configuration saying, hey, framework messenger transport, I want a new transport named default, and this is the DSN. And as you can see, if the DSN is using AMQP, like RabbitMQ. And then in the routing key, I say, if the bus sees a message named send notification, it should go on the default transport. So whenever I execute my controller again now, I get a page looking like this. I want to see okay. And I don't know if you believe me or not, but this executes really, really quickly. even though it took 30 seconds to send a notification, this is instant. And that's basically because we didn't do much work here. We just put the message on the queue. I haven't sent any notifications yet. So to send notifications, we need to run this command, the bin console messenger consume messages. And what this does is just start a worker that receives the message. It's basically a while true. It's a worker, it asks the transport, hey, can I give a message? And if I got a message, I give it to the bus. And then it's just doing the same thing over and over again. And of course, in your applications, and of course, in your applications, you don't have any memory issues, right? So, but other people might. So there are some restrictions you can add to this command. You can have like limited to maximum 100 messages and then die, or just run for 5 minutes and then die, or just use 200 megabytes of memory. And you'll keep this command alive using supervisor. So again, a very common transport in the PHP world is RabbitMQ. There are multiple other transports. The messenger component ships with 4 of them. And in Symfony 5.1, they're all in this separate package. So just, if you want to use Redis or SQS, you just install this package. And if you are going to do something that is not supported natively by Symfony, there is a bridge to PHP-NQ. And PHP-NQ is this organization that's created adapters to most, if not all, message brokers. So if you want to use Kafka or PubSub or anything else, the PHP-NQ bridge is the way to go. So if you have an application and basically you can have multiple applications and you can communicate between them using a queue. So you can send your message, put it on the bus, give it to transport, and it goes on the queue. And depending on how you configure your queue, this message can be consumed by other applications and find their handler. And in this scenario, app 1 and app 2 could be the same code base. It's just one is deployed on one server and another deployed on the other server. So app 1 maybe just handle the HTTP traffic, and app 2 is responsible for sending emails or generating PDFs and stuff. And you could have a second message that you put on a queue and it goes to transport, and then put on the bus, goes to transport, then to the queue, and it can sit in the queue for a while. And at some point, you can configure it to go back to the worker, back to the bus, the message handler. So this is all how you configure the messenger component and how you configure your queue. And in this configuration example, I have 2 transports. One is my default worker queue, and one is to app 2. And I've decided that the send notification message should go to both transports. I want to show you that the configuration and your queue configuration is really powerful, and your core, this is important, your core application doesn't know or care where the message came from. It doesn't care if it came from HTTP, CLI, or the queue. It's just execute the message. So I hope I've showed you that it's fairly simple to do an Hello World application, and it's super flexible if you need it to be. But obviously, when I'm demoing a new feature, a new component like this, you should ask yourself, is it really that simple? And the answer is always, it depends. So let's consider some of the not Hello World things. Consider this code. This is creating a class, and then I'm creating an object of that class, adding some value, and then I'm serializing it. And if foo was a message I put on a bus, the output will be the data I put on a queue. So think for yourself, what would the output of this small script be? It will be a string looking like this. And this string is not super nice. Like if this was a string that you sent to the Java application, and the Java developers should read and parse this, the Java developer would probably look down on you. And so this doesn't look nice, but it works. However, what happens if you change the name of the private property bar? If you change the name of the private property bar, this output will change. And this output is basically the API or the contract between your app and the Java application. So if you accidentally refactor a private property, you'll break the Java application. And that's not the situation we want to be in. That's obviously bad. When I talk about the messaging component, people say to me, "Oh, I love the messaging component. It's great. However, you cannot use it for communication between two apps." And they refer to this exact scenario. And I say, yes, you can, but you cannot use the default serializer. So if using a different serializer, maybe you did something like this, you could define a version of the message, you can define an identifier of the message, and you, in this payload function, you have very much control over how the output would look like. And so you don't accidentally break stuff if you refactor minor things. And this would generate a output of that looks like this. And this is way more pleasing to look at and way more easy for a foreign language to parse and use. And this is just an example of a serializer. You could basically make your own serializer or use the Symfony serializer instead of the PHP serializer. It's all configurable. Another thing I want to share with you, you may have heard of CQRS. I'm a big fan of CQRS, or I'm a big fan of my version of CQRS. CQRS is Command Query Responsibility Segregation, which means that you can have a command, a thing that is doing something, or you can have a query, a thing that is fetching something. You can never have a thing that is updating a value and then returning it. It should always do one or the other. So you should separate those two. And I'm also a big fan of separating my actions, my commands, from reactions, like something happened. So since this is something I like to work with, I want to enforce this in the message component. So I've created 3 message buses. I have my command, which have exactly one command handler. I have my query, which have exactly one query handler and return some data. And I have my event and 0 or more event subscribers. And if you also like this, I just configured my buses like this. I just named them like this, and I added my default bus. And if I could enforce my arbitrary rules with some middleware, say here I add some validation middleware, and I make sure that you can have multiple handlers of the event bus. I'm also know that since a command is the only way to change the state of my application, I can have an event store middleware that sends all the commands to an event store. And when you have multiple buses like this, you may want to add this line to your services YAML. This makes sure if you have a service that expects a message bus and you name it event bus, then you name the variable event bus, you will get the message bus event bus service. And when I first did this talk, I was researching a lot, and I found this out, and I was pretty excited. So I put it on a slide and shared it with everybody. And when I told the audience they didn't have this look of inner. They didn't look as happy or pleased as I was with this fact. So I asked them, like, "Hey, did you know about this?" And most of the people did. And I was basically the only one in the room who didn't know about this. And I assume that this is the same scenario here, but I like to keep this slide around because I want to remind myself that even though I consider myself being a Symfony expert, there are plenty of people that know more than me. Anyhow, back to the handlers. All my query handlers, command handlers, event subscribers, they look pretty much the same. From the message components perspective, they are pretty much the same. The only difference is in my query handler is this line when I return something. But the messages and the command and the handlers, they're the same. It's just a matter of how I relate to them. I, as a developer, how I relate to my different buses. And I also want to stress that if you have a command handler, you are allowed to dispatch events from a command handler. In fact, in my application, it's encouraged. Like here I have a send notification. I may want to dispatch an event saying, oh, a notification was sent. And maybe someone interested, maybe someone isn't interested in that event. You are also allowed to dispatch commands from command handlers. However, I always feel kind of funny when I do that. I don't really like the feeling. There is no technical argument why you shouldn't, except for it makes debugging really, really hard. But you're perfectly fine and allowed to do it. But I try to avoid it. One thing, like if you have a talk about messenger component, you have to mention envelopes. I don't know, but that's the rule somehow. An envelope, technically it works like this. You have your message and you put it inside an envelope. And the envelope goes on the bus, goes on the transport, goes on the queue, and at some point later, the worker receives it, put it back to the message bus, and you unpack the message, and the message is given to the message handler. And most of the time when you're using a message component, you don't know or care about envelopes. They might be interesting if you're writing your own middlewares, but envelopes are super useful because on an envelope, you also have stamps. And a stamp is a great way to put metadata. Say metadata, you want to say, if you're using the validation middleware, you maybe want to say which validation group to use. And that's where you're using a stamp. And you might also, internally, the worker is using a stamp to tell the message bus that, hey, this message has already been on the queue. Don't put it on the queue again. I hope you're fine with stamps and envelopes. I'm gonna move on to something way more complicated. Handling failures. Handling failures in synchronous programming is simple, but if you're doing async, it gets tricky. It gets tricky really, really fast. So consider this scenario. You have your message. It goes on the bus. It goes to the transport. Goes on the queue. Maybe 1 second, maybe 1 week later, it comes back to the worker, and work put it on the bus, and goes to the message handler. And in your message handler, bam, an error happened. It's not clear what we should do now. We cannot put the error message to the user in the controller in the web page because that user may be long gone. Like this may happen 1 week later, the user was online in your system. So again, it's not clear what you should do. So by default, by design, you have the transport deciding what to do. And the default transport, just put it back on the queue. It just put it back on the queue, and at some point later, the worker will receive it again and put it on the bus, and you basically try again. And this may work, but again, it's a bit more complex than that. And I'm gonna paint you a little bit more complex scenario. Consider this create user handler. It takes a create user command. It creates a new user. It persists it and it flushes it to the database. And then it's starting to create a location. And on this line, get address, for some reason, it throws an exception. So the message will go back on the transport and back on the queue and be retried later. And the next time we're trying this exact create user command, you will fail to create a user because this username is already in use because you already created a user. So what happened now is we have an event on the queue that cannot be processed, and you have your application in an invalid state because you have a user without a location. So a solution to this could be that you use the doctrine transaction middleware. And this middleware may look complicated. The only thing it really does is it takes everything the handler does and put it in the same doctrine transaction. So if you get an exception when you're creating location, as in the previous example, it will roll back the creation of the user. So nothing will be written. If something exception happened in your message handler, nothing will be written to the database. So, okay, this is pretty cool. Everything works fine. What happens if in our create user handler, we also dispatch dispatch an event. So we create a user, we create a location, and we then dispatch a user was created event. And say a event listener maybe want to send an email saying, hey, a welcome email to the user. If the email service is down, they will throw an exception. And that exception will make sure to roll back your doctrine transaction. So now we have a scenario where the user cannot be created because your email server is down. And most of the time, you don't care if the welcome email gets sent or not. And also most of the time, you can send the welcome email later, like a minute later or a day later, when the email service is up and running again. So what you want to do here, you want to add an envelope with lift it up for you. You want to add an envelope with a stamp saying the stamp should be dispatched after current bus stamp. So this means that we should handle this user was created after the doctrine transaction. Like we should handle it after doctrine transaction is committed. And you can use some synthetic sugar to make this look more pretty. You can also configure the failure. I'm talking about the default failure strategy. You can configure it yourself if you like. A normal way is to use a failure transport. Here I define in my configuration that my failure transport is named failed. And as you can see from my failed transport, I'm using a doctrine DSN, which means I'm going to store my messages in the database. And looking at my work queue transport, you see that I have a retry strategy. I'm saying you should retry a message 4 times, and you should have a delay of 1 second between each tries. And then you should also have a multiplier of 4. So if a error happened, I wait for 1 second and trying again. If an error still happens, I wait for 4 seconds and then try again, and then for 16, and then for 30, because 30 seconds is my maximum. The multiplier and the math behind here, you have to look at the code. It's using powers and stuff. I wrote a small blog post about it, and that's strategy that I'm using. I'm basically retrying them for about 20 days, and if I haven't fixed the errors in 20 days, I just discard the message. You can use whatever strategy you like, but if you have messages on your failure queue, you have a few Symfony commands that you can run that helps you managing your queue. You can look at them, you can retry the first one, you can retry a bunch of them, you can remove them, etc., etc. And a last word about errors. All exception thrown by your handler is wrapped in handler failed exception. This is super important to remember when you're trying to do error handling. All exceptions are wrapped in handler failed exception. Next topic, creating new entities. If you're writing an API, you may have a controller that is similar to this. You want to create a new user, so you're dispatching a create new user command, and then you want to be nice and say, hey, user is created, go to this URL, but you don't know the user ID. I mean, you know the user is created because you didn't get an exception, but you don't know the user ID. So the solution here is to use a UUID. So instead of saying create a user with this username, you say create a user with this UID and username. And now can you modify your controller and you know the UID. You know, since you didn't get an exception, you know which UID this user has. And also, I was a bit quick there. Did you notice these lines? This is validation. It's using the same Symfony validation as you normally use in forms. And the message handler can now be sure that all usernames have at least 3 characters and they're not blank. And if you're writing an API, you might want to be nice to your API users to have a exception listener, basically event. And you can write something like this, like if there is a validation fail exception, write a good error response. And note here that I have a validation fail exception, because this exception is thrown by a middleware, not my handler. If it was in the handler, it should be a handler fail exception. And you should probably, logic here, we should probably ask for a message handler fail exception. So how about testing? You should write tests for your application. And if you are smart or lazy, you decide what, you could make sure that configure your transports as a synchronous transport, which basically means that you don't talk with RabbitMQ and another queue. You always handle this synchronously. This works, it's fine. You're being lazy, but sometimes you are. If you take testing a little bit more seriously, you may want to use the in-memory transport. That allows you to test your controllers doing something like this. You make your request to controller, assert the controller is returning the correct response, and then you can get your in-memory transport and see what messages were put on the message bus, what messages were put on the transport, and you can make sure that your correct messages in the correct format, etc. One last scenario I want to share with you. This is something I recently learned. Consuming messages from different transports. So imagine this scenario. You have a registered user message or command. You have your UID, username, and an IP address. And the handler looks something like this. You create a new user, you persist it, and then you dispatch a user was created event. And the user was created event looks like this. And you are using the dispatch of the current bus to make sure exceptions are handled properly, etc. But you can imagine there are a few things you want to do when a user was registered. Like our business case here is that we want to show the user a welcome page saying, "Oh, hey, welcome. The weather in Stockholm is this." So when a user is registered, we want to find the location from the IP of the user. We also want to send the user a welcome email saying, "Hey, thank you for using your service, blah, blah, blah." However, we want to send the welcome email as a background task. We want to do the welcome email asynchronously, but we want to say find the location synchronously. So if we have configuration like this, I say in my routing key, I want to say user was created. I want to put that on a work queue. Now both event handlers will be asynchronous. So the trick we want to do here is we want to create a synchronous transport and then say that the user was registered should be on both transports, both the sync one and the work queue one. But we're not done here, because with this configuration only, the event handlers will see the same events twice, both on the sync transport and the work queue transport. So we need to modify our event handlers. We need to add them a message subscriber interface. And we want to say that this specifically event handler, message handler, is interested in the user was registered, but only if it comes from the work queue. Same thing with the synchronous queue, the synchronous transport.
Tobias, sorry to interrupt. We're getting close to time. To wrap up really quickly, if you can. Sorry about that. Oh, I think we lost your audio there. Oop. I'm hearing myself. Oh, we have a question.
Waiting for feedback.
Okay, do you hear me, Tobias? Hello?
I do hear you. I hear you multiple times though.
Yeah, me the same. Okay, so the first question is, if the dispatch after bus is such a cool stamp, why it's not used by default? Because you would never actually want to dispatch a message immediately. You would always want to dispatch it after.
That's an excellent question. We discussed it a lot when implementing this. And the truth is that most of the case, you're correct. You want to use the dispatch of the current bus, but that's not 100% true technically. There are scenarios that you want to dispatch it at the same time. So the middleware that handles this is enabled by default, but it gives you the control to opt in or opt out of this feature.
Okay.
But yeah, so technically.
You also talked about decoupling from frameworks in the beginning of your speech, and then you told that you're using Symfony Messenger and you're kind of coupling to the message bus interface. Is that okay for you now, or you still try to decouple and create another interface to be able to switch Symfony Messenger to another library?
When I say decouple from the framework, you should not be in a position when you can switch out your framework on a week. You should make sure that you should keep your framework stuff in the infrastructure layer. And the message handlers, they are the ones that belongs to your core, and that's in the message handler and all the services the message handlers are using. That's where you shouldn't use it's too heavily Symfony stuff. I'm using a marker interface on my messages, but that's just to ease my configuration. I don't want to decouple at the degree that I can switch out to use a new framework tomorrow. That's no point of doing that.
Okay, because that's what Matthias talks about pretty often. That's why I'm asking, and I'm on the same point with you here.
Yeah, and something you should really consider when you're reading blog posts and smart people saying what you should do. They are always extremist. You should listen to them, take the few things you like, and then just use them yourself. You should not go the full length. That's okay. My opinion. You use it if you like. Take what you like from it.
So we'll take half of
Absolutely.
your
Thank you so much, Tobias. Oh, sorry to interrupt there.
No, that's okay. Thank you for your answers. Or we can continue right here.
Yeah. We've got to actually transition to a break. So thank you so much for the questions, and thanks, Tobias, for the talk. If you would like to join Tobias and others in the Zoom room, you'll be able to ask more questions, socialize a little bit. So feel free to do that. We are going to be entering a break, very small break, just as usual, and we'll be back for a 15-minute discussion, once again in Russian. So if you want to join us for that, it'll be at 5:15 Moscow time. So at the 15-minute mark of this hour, whichever time zone you're in. And we'll see you here in just a little bit. Thanks so much.
комитета PHP Russia. И сейчас хочу представить другого члена программного комитета, Technical Unit Leader в компании Авито Игорь Сомов. Он расскажет нам о том, почему нам необходимо выступать на конференциях и какую тему выбрать для следующей PHP Russia. Игорь, тебе слово.
Окей, ну что, меня видно, слышно? Отлично. Тогда можем начинать. Надеюсь, человек-перфоратор нам не сильно помешает. Всем привет, меня зовут Игорь Сомов, и последние 4 года я работаю в компании Авито. В настоящее время я руковожу разработкой кластера Trust and Safety, в который входит все то, что повышает доверие к сайту. Это и система авторизации, рейтинги и отзывы, разработка систем модерации и поддержки, внутренние проекты, как, например, лендинги и интранет. Так как у нас в юнитах, из которых, собственно, и состоит кластер, много машин-ленинга, то у меня в кластер также входит юнит Data Science SWAT, который делает почти все ML-проекты для всего Авито. Последние 2 года я участвую в программном комитете Russia, поэтому могу рассказать о том, для чего выступать на конференциях, как со стороны работодателя крупной IT-компании, так и весь этот процесс изнутри, как его видит член программного комитета. Начнем с того, зачем вообще выступать на конференции, какие плюсы и минусы. Одним из плюсов это профессиональное развитие. При этом вы это развитие почувствуете еще на самом раннем этапе, когда будете выбирать подходящую тему. Вы сможете лучше понять ее, объясняя другим. Ну, знаете, как в этом анекдоте, где профессор жалуется, что объяснял тему уже 3 раза, даже сам понял, а студенты еще не понимают. В процессе подготовки доклада приходится взглянуть на решение проблемы более внимательно, и могут открыться новые стороны, которые ранее не были очевидны. Если вы хотите расти в руководителя, то это один из лучших способов показать то, что вы можете четко и понятно доносить свои мысли, увлекать людей за собой. При этом выступление и публикации – это один из самых простых способов обратить внимание на себя, свой продукт или компанию. Тут переборщить с рекламой, ведь если весь доклад будет лишь промоутить ваш продукт, то это будет скучно и неинтересно. Ребята скажут там дизлайк, отписка. Также вы можете получить от сообщества обратную связь по своим решениям, подходам, чтобы сделать их лучше, запустить дискуссию с коллегами, которая приведет к новым крутым историям. Ну и последнее, но не по значению, мы, инженерная команда Авито и члены программного комитета, понимаем, что если представители ведущих компаний в России не будут делиться опытом, то сообщество, и что уж говорить, вся индустрия, экосистема не будет развиваться. Так что все в ваших руках. Если говорить о минусах, то их нет. Но как же, спросите вы, ведь я сходу могу придумать 1 или даже несколько минусов. Конечно, умный человек при определенных вложениях времени и сил легко найдет минусы во всем. Например, я часто слышу у нас в офисе, получается недостаточно хорошая пенка из низколактозного молока или корица у нас не того помола. Но проанализировав те минусы, о которых говорят ребята по поводу выступлений, мы пришли к выводу, что это лишь страхи, и если рационализировать их, то они не имеют под собой никаких оснований. Это похоже на историю с боязнью летать на самолетах, или когда я только начинал заниматься скалолазанием, я боялся многих вещей. Например, я боялся, что веревка порвется, что-то отвалится и так далее. Но когда вы начинаете разбираться во всем этом, вы понимаете, что шанс плохого исхода сведен к минимуму. Даже в случае с фрисол без страховки знаменитый Алекс Хоннель минимизирует риски. Он много тренируется, отрабатывает движения из маршрута, и когда уже полностью уверен в себе, прорезает его. Давайте же взглянем своим страхом в лицо. У меня от просмотра только этой фотографии уже начали потеть ладошки. Например, многие боятся, что даже непродолжительный доклад потребует длительной подготовки. Тут совет простой. Выбирайте те темы, в которых вы уже разбираетесь. Ну и учитывайте, что подготовка и выступление, по сути, это такой же навык, как печать на клавиатуре или разработка ПО. Вначале будет сложнее, особенно если вы пытаетесь научиться этому самому, без опытных товарищей. А потом легче. Ну и небольшой спойлер, с подготовкой доклада вам будут помогать одни самых опытных ребят в этой сфере, поэтому все пройдет гладко, а главное быстро. Ну и второй страх в том, что плохая подготовка доклада может ударить по репутации докладчика или даже по всей компании. Когда я говорю подготовка, я имею в виду сразу много страхов. Слабая тема, плохое выступление, но, как вы увидите, мы, программный комитет, заинтересованы в том, чтобы такого не происходило, поэтому подготовили целую серию мер, препятствующих этому. Но обо всем по порядку. Вот мы решили, что плюсы перевешивают минусы, которых на самом деле нет, и вы уже готовы подавать доклад, что для этого нужно сделать. В первую очередь нам нужно создать базу доклада. Это наша тема и идея. На этот пункт в среднем уходит 10-20 минут, и это то, что уже не будет меняться в процессе подготовки. Если вы измените идею доклада, очевидно, это будет уже просто другой доклад. На примере моего рассказа идея или основной посыл состоит в том, что выступление на конференциях – это хорошо, не бойтесь, подавайте и выступайте. Следующий шаг – это описание плана, тезисов и выбор целевой аудитории. В среднем на это уходит около 30 минут. Тут важно раскрыть ту идею, которую вы хотите донести. При этом важно понимать свою целевую аудиторию. Потому что если вы рассказываете менеджерам, то лучше убрать сложные технические подробности. А если инженерам, то наоборот. Показать разные бенчмарки, тесты, в общем, добавить мясо. На примере моего доклада план простой. Рассказать плюсы, которые вы получаете от выступлений, объяснить, почему некоторые боятся выступать, как происходит подготовка к докладу и как мы в программном комитете помогаем делать выступления лучше. Важно отметить, что на втором шаге вы уже подаете свой доклад на конференцию. Да-да, еще нет никаких слайдов, но вы уже можете его подать. Главное сделать это в нужный срок и в правильном формате. Прием доклада специально начинается сильно заранее и завершается за несколько месяцев до начала конференции, чтобы мы все вместе могли подготовиться. Но об этом чуть позже. В итоге на весь процесс подачи доклада мы потратили меньше часа. Ну и дальше у нас идет непосредственно работа с материалом. Слайды, рассказ и так далее. На примере моего доклада вы уже видите слайды и слышите мой рассказ прямо сейчас. Тут я могу дать следующий совет. Не пытайтесь сразу сделать все идеально. Сделайте сначала черновой текст на всех, потом начинайте работать с оформлением, удалите мат, добавьте картинки, инфографику, вставляйте шутки, пасхалки, отсылки и так далее. Дальше мы рассказываем наш доклад себе перед зеркалом, друзьям, коллегам, итеративно улучшая его до тех пор, пока он не будет соответствовать всем нашим требованиям. Запомните, всегда можно сделать намного лучше. Когда у вас есть уже средненькая презентация, вы можете в любой момент выступить с ней, даже если из-за завала на работе или дома у вас не будет времени ее доделать. Это намного лучше, чем сделать идеальным всего несколько слайдов, но в итоге не иметь возможности выступить с ними. Выбор темы – это первая проблема, с которой сталкиваются начинающие спикеры, поэтому многие считают ее главной проблемой. Ко мне часто обращаются с просьбой помочь выбрать тему, однако в ответ я могу дать лишь несколько рекомендаций. Выбирайте то, что интересно вам. Вам будет очень тяжело рассказывать о том, что вам не близко. Например, вспомните сложную задачу, с которой, казалось, вы собрали все грабли, что-то у вас не получалось с первого раза, и вот, наконец, все взлетело. Часто складывается ощущение, что все, что вы делаете, это просто понятно, никому не интересно. Поэтому вы можете закинуть темы знакомым из других команд или компаний, чтобы оценить, насколько это может быть полезным. Ну и не стоит делать доклад на тему, которая уже была подробно раскрыта другими, если у вас нет какой-то очевидной новизны. Тут, конечно, есть исключения. Например, идеальная подача даже капитанских тем может быть воспринята очень хорошо, но это скорее исключение, которое подтверждает правило. Я придумал нам небольшой интерактив. Напишите в чат на YouTube, рядом с видео, те темы, которые вы бы хотели, чтобы вам рассказали раньше, или, может быть, которые важны для вас в настоящий момент. Не стесняйтесь, темы могут повторяться, это абсолютно нормально. Прямо сейчас открывайте чат рядом с видео и пишите темы. А пока вы пишете, я расскажу вам, как мы выбираем темы в Авито. Мы собираемся небольшой группой и вспоминаем успехи и какие-то крупные истории, которые произошли за ближайшее время. Когда таких тем придумаем несколько, то начинаем выбирать тех, кто мог бы их рассказать. Вот часть небольшого брейншторма. Я просто взял первую 5 тем, заскриншотил, и вы видите в том виде, в котором мы их составили. Мы начали активно переходить на микросервисы, и сейчас у нас их более сотни. Чем больше их становилось, тем острее стояли вопросы о сетевых взаимодействиях между ними. Вообще истории рассказывать легко и при этом очень приятно слушать. Вы говорите, вот у нас была такая-то проблема, мы попробовали раз, два, три, в итоге выбрали второй вариант, вон бенчмарки, вот так мы внедряли, вот такой фидбэк получили. Или вот сразу 2 темы, которые появились у нас в процессе собеседований. Например, у нас часто спрашивают, почему в крупных IT-компаниях типа Авито задают странные, на первый взгляд, вопросы. Действительно ли нужно нашим разработчикам знать алгоритмы и структуры данных или понимать, как устроен PHP изнутри? Ну и второй по популярности вопрос – это почему мы не используем новый фреймворк, какую-то технологию или подход, почему не переписали весь Авито на Symfony или на Falcon, если нам нужна производительность, почему вообще не на Go. Об этом можно интересно рассказывать. Одна из тем была про наши процессы вокруг разработки, код-стайл и как это можно масштабировать на наши объемы. Ну и, конечно, мы черпаем вдохновение из вопросов наших сотрудников. Иногда новичкам не очевидно, почему мы используем тот или иной подход, например, с монолитом в Kubernetes. Итак, вы придумали идею, описали план и тезисы, что же происходит дальше после подачи. На первом шаге мы собираем ваши доклады в нашу систему и выявляем наиболее актуальные темы. Я не случайно в множественном числе, потому что вы можете подать сразу несколько тем для докладов и начать прорабатывать только ту, которую примут. Так вы увеличите шанс на то, что ваш доклад, собственно, непосредственно примут, и не потратите лишнее время на подготовку ненужного доклада. Наши иностранные друзья, например, подают иногда сразу 5 или даже по 7 докладов, и это не предел. На втором шаге мы начинаем работать с вашими тезисами. Узнаем чуть подробнее о том, что вы собираетесь рассказать и так далее. Это важно, потому что иногда мы видим доклады на близкие темы, и нам важно понять, в чем изюминка именно вашего доклада, что полезного. Иногда узнаем, есть ли возможность добавить какой-то тезис в ваш план или, наоборот, убрать. После мы выбираем из тех докладов только те, которые максимально хорошо подойдут конференции. Например, мы хотим доклады и для новичков, и для профессионалов на русском и на английском, и делаем некоторый микс из них. Понимаем, сколько у нас будет потоков, и строим примерное расписание. И в этот момент вмешивается коронавирус и путает нам все карты. Ну и когда доклад уже принят, в программу начинается самое интересное. Мы в программном комитете поможем вам сделать лучший доклад. Это будут созвоны, тренинги, коучинг и так далее. Все будет зависеть от текущего уровня доклада и докладчика. После такой подготовки шанс на некачественный доклад будет сведен к минимуму. В этом плане мы продвинулись существенно дальше, чем наши зарубежные коллеги, которые отмечают, что такой подготовки нет почти нигде. Однако всего этого лично у меня, например, сейчас не было, потому что у меня был такой формат мини-доклада. В итоге я за пару дней до конференции просто накидал слайды, прочитал их до нескольких часов перед зеркалом, понял, что у меня достаточно получилось, и мне нужно будет перед последним слайдом добавить еще немножко, чтобы вложиться в тайминг. Вот вы сейчас наблюдаете этот процесс. Собственно, краткое summary. Не бойтесь, придумывайте несколько тем и выступайте на следующей PHP Russia. Всем спасибо за внимание. Если у вас есть вопросы, вы можете задать их в Zoom-комнате или на e-mail. Всем пока.
Теперь мы все переходим в Zoom-комнату, где можно будет задать Игорю любые вопросы и пообщаться на темы, которые вас интересуют. Возможно, вы сможете спросить, интересна ли программному комитету та или иная тема. И сейчас мы уходим на короткий перерыв и ждем доклада от Криса Холланда.
All right. Well, welcome back once again. I hope you're enjoying the event as much as I am so far. We have just 2 more talks left. Just 2 more. And then there's an after party in a Zoom room. So that should be fun. Hopefully no one Zoom bombs the room. But speaking of which, security is important. And our next speaker will give us some helpful practical tips to add better security to our web applications. Our next speaker has held senior engineering and leadership roles for small and large publicly traded companies such as Earthlink and Internet Brands. He has served business models across content, commerce, travel, and finance on a wide variety of technology stacks, including LAMP, J2EE, and .NET, with audiences of over 100 million monthly visitors. Please welcome Chris Holland.
Hi there. Good to be here. Okay, so let's get started. You can see the link here, bit.ly/security-slides. This is a PDF of this entire presentation. I am going to have a lot of links. We are going to cover a lot of topics, and I want to make sure that you have what you need to look up all the topics that I'm going to mention. So let's get started. This is me on Twitter. So hello from Austin, Texas, in the US. A little bit about me. I most recently released a open source framework called HashTuner. It's pretty small. It allows to password hashing algorithms, starting with Argon to ID. We're going to touch on that a little bit later. And I also helped upgrade the OAuth 2 bundle from Tricoder to Symfony 5 in the 3.0 release, and we're going to briefly look at that too. Okay, so again, here are the slides. If you want them, get them. So first, let's look at software. It's obviously everywhere. If you look at banking, finance, travel, entertainment, communications, home automation, alarm systems, these areas, including military and aerospace, right? There is software everywhere. So obviously you could ask yourself what could possibly go wrong, right? So you have this is an example of a Tesla car. Tesla is doing really cool things with self-driving cars. So yeah, what could possibly go wrong? This could happen, right? But hackers have been having fun for some time with kind of remotely driving cars who have too much intelligence baked into them and poor security. And they did it again the next year. So a lot of these things, have been happening. They continue to happen. When it comes to web applications, let's look at your business, right? Your business data hopefully lives in your own kind of private cloud network. It's not exposed to the outside world. And inside of your private network, you may have a CRM or an inventory management application that your employees might interact with through a VPN. And then to the outside world, you could expose, your website, your service station, your API, through ports 80 and 443, right? And so on the right side of the screen, that's kind of where you start exposing your data to the outside world. So attackers are going to do 2 things. They're going to try to go after your business data by compromising your employees. Or they're also going to try to get in through your web applications, and they're going to try to hack your web applications to get at your business data, right? And so this is kind of why we're going to focus on that today. This portion of the graph, this is kind of where web application security comes in. So obviously, there are a lot of business risks, right? I'm not going to do this, but these are pretty obvious risks. So and there have been a number of security breaches. I have a lot of links here. I'm not going to spend too much time on them, but it's always good to keep in mind kind of the past breaches that have happened now. You had Yahoo, the OPM office, Equifax. These are all very high profile security breaches. With this said, every day thousands of web applications get compromised all the time. And why is that? Well, the thing is, there are millions of them. There are millions of web applications and websites. It's very easy for vulnerabilities. If you tail your logs, you will see a lot of breaking attempts. Most often, web applications expose sensitive information. They interact with sensitive information, so they are very valuable. They tend to have large attack surface, and we're going to touch a little bit on that toward the end. And also denial of service. I'm not going to cover that. I have a separate talk on that, but I'm not going to cover that here. So we're going to look at strategies to improve our security posture. And first and foremost, the thing that matters the most out of everything is to educate ourselves, educate humans. We as software engineers need to become better at writing software that is more secure. That's the first line of defense, right? This is where you want to try to catch all vulnerabilities, right? But if that fails, code reviews are a thing. We have peers, we have other human beings who can also help us catch security issues, right? Just like they can help us catch. And then this is kind of where, as a further fallback, this is kind of where your continuous integration pipeline kind of comes in. You could have automated code scanning, dependencies, vulnerabilities checks. So dependencies, vulnerabilities, these are vulnerabilities in code written by third party. So your application uses frameworks and third-party libraries, and so we're going to show you tools that allow you to aware of vulnerabilities in those. Then you have automated penetration tests as well. Then you can try to put a web application firewall, and then when all else fails, you hope that you have sufficient logging in place to figure out what happened, right? So today we're going to look at these topics in bold on your screen right now. So I like to draw a red line here because I really want to call out that you want to try to catch as many of the vulnerabilities above the red line instead of below the red line, right? The further below you catch vulnerabilities, the more costly it becomes to fix them. So the first thing we're going to look at is to educate humans. So OWASP is a phenomenal resource. I highly recommend of all web developers, web application engineers, to really spend a lot of time on the OWASP site, and we're going to keep referencing OWASP throughout this presentation. And what I like about their philosophy is they approach application security as a people, process, and technology, right? Security is not just it's not just a technology thing, right? People and process a lot. So every year they publish, well, roughly every year, they publish a top 10 vulnerabilities. Here's a link to it. You should always check it out. We're going to touch on some of these top 10 vulnerabilities. These are the things that I come across the most in the many applications that I've worked with. Adding into those, now we're going to look at tooling, right? Because educating humans is one aspect of it. Thankfully, there are tools that can kind of help us improve our security posture. So one key aspect of tooling is having a continuous integration framework. You are likely already using a CI framework today, right? It could be GitHub Actions, Circle CI. I use it on my HashTuner project. Travis CI, many open source projects use Travis as well. They use it on that OAuth 2 bundle project that I helped. You got Jenkins, TeamCity by JetBrains. There are a lot of them, right? These are the three that I've used before. I'm sure they're all fine. So, and when we look at security tools, we're going to look at three types of tools. One is security static code analysis from a continuous integration standpoint. Another one are those dependency vulnerability checks. And then we're going to look also at automated penetration tests. So I'm going to show you kind of one way you could fit it all together. It's not the way, it's one way to do it, right? Imagine that you push a code change to your Git repository. That's going to get fed into your CI pipeline, where hopefully you're already running some unit tests, maybe some integration tests. And then comes in static code analysis. So there are tools that will do code analysis from a quality standpoint, but also from a security standpoint, right? And so we're going to focus on security. So this is kind of where you could inject security, and also your dependency vulnerability checks, fit pretty well in your CI pipeline. Then once you pass everything through your pipeline, you might automatically deploy to a server, right? Once you have your application sitting on a server, you have to have automated penetration testing tools constantly hitting the server. Hopefully before your application gets in production, because once your application is in production, you get automated penetration tests for free, because hackers are always trying to hack into your production application, right? So you definitely want to catch any issues in your development and staging environments before you get to production. Okay, so let's look at automated code scanning, also known as static analysis. These are vulnerabilities in your code, not third-party code, your code. The OWASP project has a list of source code analysis tools. This is a link to it. I've been using at my work SonarQube. It works great. It's a framework that works with nearly just about all languages. There's a plugin for every language out there. And so we use the Sonar PHP plugin with SonarQube, and it's been working. But there's also other frameworks like ProcPilot, PHP-CS, Security Audit. So these are options that you can look at, which are free. They're open source to do code scanning. If you work in full stack applications, you might be doing some JavaScript code. So there's also a Sonar.js plugin, right? And here in this presentation, I'm trying to, for the most part, only plug open source, free open source technologies. Obviously, there are a lot of really good commercial solutions out there. I'm just kind of trying to not be biased toward one or the other. So dependencies, vulnerabilities checks. So now we're going to look at finding vulnerabilities in third-party code. The OWASP project has built a tool called the OWASP dependency check, and it supports multiple languages, including PHP. But for PHP, there's kind of a better way to look at this. One is the Rove security advisories. This is a great, anytime you add a new package to your composer, this will tell you if you have a vulnerability with the thing that you're adding to it. And then Friends of PHP has a security advisories framework, which will look at your entire composer.log file, and it will find vulnerabilities in there as well, right? So you could use these two concurrently. You might start out with the Friends of PHP framework to find all the existing vulnerabilities, and then going forward, when you write new software, you just keep using the Rove package. Okay, and then in JavaScript, again, you might be doing some JavaScript code. There's a framework called Retire.js, which again tries to find vulnerabilities in third-party JavaScript libraries. Okay. Now let's look at automated penetration tests. So OWASP has created a project called OWTF, which does not sound for what you might think it stands for. It means Offensive Web Testing Framework. They've also made it called the Z-Attack Proxy. So these are fine tools. There's one that's famous, obviously, Metasploit has been around for a long time. It can test a lot more than web applications, but it does have a very comprehensive suite of testing for web applications. Okay, so now let's look at web application firewalls. So I always try to caution people with web application firewalls. So typically, they're a reverse proxy that you put in front of the web server. It could also be an HTTP daemon plugin, that you run. The biggest I've run into with those are false positives. It's really a big problem, especially when you have user-generated content. You definitely need to do them properly and do a lot of testing. But there are a number of them out there, right? You have mod security, that's kind of the most famous one. You have the REST WAF, Shadow D. So these are all fine solutions. But again, make sure you test them a lot and super careful with them. Yeah. I personally don't recommend using a web application firewall unless you're absolutely sure of what you're doing. Okay. So this kind of section, I kind of wanted to give you awareness of all of these tools so you can start adding them into your application today, in your processes today, so that you will at least start catching some issues. So now let's go back to educating humans. I'm going to try to guide us through understanding vulnerabilities. And so we're going to look at two types of vulnerabilities. One, what I call low level, another one I call application vulnerabilities. Let's start with low level. So we're going to look at injection of vulnerabilities, SQL and NoSQL injections, cross-site scripting, and then we'll also look at CSRF. We're probably not going to spend much time on XSS and CSRF, but yeah, I have a lot of links there. So let's look at the SQL injection. I'm sure you've all seen this comic that's been around for a long time. It's the old Bobby Tables comic. So an SQL injection can have a devastating impact. And the vector is pretty simple. You have an SQL string in which you're inserting a variable. That variable can be compromised and contain a fragment, right? So this is a way to create a vulnerable string, right? You're injecting a variable straight into the SQL. So user ID could be a nefarious string. So the key mitigation to it is to use prepared statements with name parameter binding. Input sanitation helps, but it's going to be brittle and it's not going to be that useful. Prepared statements are really what you want to use, regardless of language that you work with, regardless of database that you work with. All databases support prepared statements. And it's pretty simple. It kind of looks like this, right? Select from users where ID equals :ID. So now :ID becomes a reference that you can bind later on. So here I have a link to a cheat sheet on how to do it in different languages. So the prepared statement kind of looks like this, right? You call a bind parameter function or method that will bind your variable to the ID marker that's here with the colon, and that's it. That's pretty simple, right? So here's a way to do it with PDO in PHP. So again, really simple, completely worth doing, and to my knowledge, if you use prepared statements as they are intended, you should not get injected. So now a lot of us do use, it is possible to get SQL injected through ORMs if you're not careful. So a while back, there was a CVE that was published for an HQL injection. Since Hibernate query language is the same to Doctrine ORM, it is conceivable that it could also be extended to Doctrine. Have not verified that. But here I have a link to testing for ORM injection vulnerabilities. So you should always kind of keep it in mind. By and large, if you use an ORM as it is intended, you should be okay. But I'm going to show you an example where you can get in trouble. I'm going to show you examples on two prevalent types of ORMs. You have your active record patterns such as Laravel and Eloquent, and then you have data mapper pattern ORMs such as Doctrine ORM. So here's where you could get in trouble with a data mapper ORM. if you're doing something like this, you're building a DQL where you're referencing an object, write R, where r.destination.id equals, and then you append a variable to the, instead of doing a name parameter binding in your DQL as it's intended to, you're just doing what is supposed to be an integer to a string. Well, you could get in trouble, right? Obviously, a better way to do it is just to use the OR as it is intended, right? With named parameter binding into the string, and preferably referencing an object, instead of referencing just the ID of a destination object, right? So on the active records side of things, if you look at Eloquent, they have those raw methods where you could get in trouble with something like this, right? User where raw equals age greater than, and then you're just inserting your age parameter that came from the request straight into a string here, right? Conceivably, this string could get compromised to alter the SQL that gets generated at a lower level, right? You want to stick to the constructs that Eloquent gives you, right? Using the where method, and then you pass the comparison argument as a separate string in the dedicated field, and then you pass the target age as its own parameter. So from that point on, Eloquent knows exactly what to do, right? What's your argument, and then what's your SQL constructs. Okay. So yeah, like I said, ORMs give you an expressive vocabulary. They make the safe way very convenient, but it is still possible to get in trouble if you don't use them as they were intended, right? That's the basic thing. If you're using NoSQL databases, yes, it is still possible to get injected. I have a link here on how to test for that, so you should check it out. I have some articles. But an example here is kind of an example of querying Node, where you have a query like this, and instead of this less than 0 on the right, now you just go less than, and then you put user input there. Well, if that user input happens to be a string which looks like this, well, that string is going to cause 100% CPU for 10 seconds, so it could kill your server, right? So you have to be careful. So here I have an article on kind of preventing these issues. They recommend to cast arguments to string. So yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on cross-site scripting. I have a link to a number of resources. So the biggest thing is you don't want to put untrusted data in script block, HTML comments, HTML attribute names, HTML tag names, CSS blocks, because there are no escaping or encoding mechanisms that are reliable for those. If you output JSON, make sure your content type is actually JSON and not HTML. That happens a lot, because then somebody can put a script tag in the JSON output, and then if you view your API in a browser, that script is going to execute, which is not great, right? So make sure that you use the proper MIME type. So inside your HTML document, make sure you escape everything. If you HTML entity escape if it's a JSON blob you want to put in there, you can use Yahoo's serialized JavaScript. And then if it's a URL fragment, make sure that you URL escape it. So good news is, whether you're using Symfony or Laravel, output escaping in the HTML is already being handled. So hold on a second. Sorry about that. I'm back. So so that's for rendering. When it comes to saving data, you got to be careful. You want to you want to avoid double encoding things. So I prefer to strip things instead of escaping or encoding. Your focus should be on deleting things that should not be there, such as HTML tags. Try to use proper data types in your data store, right? You don't want to store numbers as strings, right? If they're numbers, store them as numbers, and that's basically it. All right, so CSRF, I'm going to skip over that. The biggest thing is to just make sure you look at your framework, your framework's documentation on CSRF. Okay, so here's Symfony Laravel. Okay, so now let's look at application vulnerabilities. So we're going to look at three topics: user authentication, OAuth security, and then access control and multi-tenancy. So let's dive into user authentication. Within user authentication, we're going to look at a bunch of topics. I have a link to a cheat sheet here on the OWASP site, so you should definitely read this material. But I'm going to give you a lot of perspectives here. So we're going to look at failure messaging, failure handling, multi-factor authentication, account recovery, password policies, password hashing, password transport, session duration, and re-authentication, and then what happens when you have a compromised account. So failure messaging, you don't want to give too much intelligence. So you want to keep, if somebody enters the wrong password, wrong username, you don't want to tell them, hey, you entered the right username, but the password is not quite correct. Please try again. You don't want to give them this type of intelligence, right? So you want to avoid saying wrong password, meaning user ID is correct and then the password is wrong, right? You don't want to say wrong user ID, because now you're saying, hey, this user does not exist, right? Again, giving them too much information. Account disabled, that's also bad. User not active, right? These are all pieces of intelligence that you are giving hackers as to what your system has. So just keep it vague, such as login failed, invalid user ID or password. That's one way to say it. As long as it's vague, it's good. So the thing about failure handling is, you could have a lot of brute force attempts. You could limit failures by IP address, but that could get you in trouble if you have multiple users on the same network, where one user does 5 failures in a row, then you block the IP, and then everybody on that network is being blocked. It's not great. CAPTCHA, you could try to put CAPTCHA on your login form, but that's a good way to alienate your users very quickly, right? But you should at least ask yourself this question, should we mitigate brute force attempts, and how can we do this? So definitely try to log all failures. What was the attempted user ID, any kind of timestamp, IP address. You might also consider logging successes if an account gets compromised and somebody's doing bad things with that account. All right, so multi-factor authentication, I have a link here on Wikipedia that kind of explains what that's going to do. SMS phone-based verification, you got to be careful with it, because those phones do get stolen, and then also carrier accounts get hijacked as well, right? I have a link to what happens with SIM cloning your phones, right? The other thing is close your website and an SMS verification message, because if the phone gets stolen, you don't want to give the finder awareness that they go to this website and they authenticate on there, right? So now account recovery. Security questions, I'm not a fan of them, because really this should be treated just like passwords. You should store them just like you would passwords, with the same amount of security using hashing, and we're going to touch on that a little bit later. However, for different service models, hashing becomes not that practical, and so a lot of companies just implement this very poorly, and there's a lot of very sensitive information out there. So I have a link to an article here that you should read that kind of touches on a lot of these topics. But a more typical way to do account recovery is with an email with a one-time reset token. Make sure that the reset token does not linger in the URL. Definitely redirect it. The problem is anything that lives in a URL, if somebody is on your site and they have the reset token in the URL, if they click off of your page, if you have a link in your footer to some other website, then the URL is going to show up in the HTTP refer header. So now you're starting to leak. Try to, as soon as you've consumed the token, try to at least just kind of quickly redirect right away without the token in the URL. Definitely try to expire that token quickly, not more than 24 hours. But accounts do get compromised. So another way to do account recovery is one-time code over SMS. But again, phones do get stolen, so just be careful. Upon recovery, definitely invalidate all existing sessions. All right, so now let's look at password policies. So one of the first things you should try to do is to forbid users from entering a password which is from lists of known passwords. I have a link here to a small list to a big list of known password by Daniel Miesler. You should try to forbid user from entering one of their last 5 passwords. The length of the password be 10 characters or more. You should not have the username in the password, and you should try to use at least 3 of the 4 available character types, such as lowercase, uppercase, numbers, and symbols. You might consider making users change passwords every 3 months. However, as a practice, this is being added. Windows 10 server is dropping password expiry. So something to keep in mind. Now let's look at password hashing. So obviously you never store the password in clear text, and this is kind of where password hashing comes in. You can assume that your database has been stolen, and if your database is stolen, can the hacker can the hacker get access to your users' passwords, right? You want the answer to be no. Don't use one-pass hashing algorithms like MD5 and all the SHA variants. These are hashing algorithms that are not designed to be password hashing algorithms. They are not secure enough. You want to try to use an industry standard hashing framework which has any number of those features, including it's puts strain on the CPU and puts strain on memory as well. It has a unique salt baked into the hash. That's very important. So bcrypt is what's prevalent today. It's still okay. People are starting to build rigs dedicated to bcrypt cracking with like custom ASICs. If you have good password policies, though, bcrypt is still very strong. With this said, Argon 2 and all of its variants like Argon 2i, Argon 2d, Argon 2id are starting to become the new standard, Argon 2 won the password hashing competition in 2015, and so you can read more about this in an article here by David Whitlock. So the thing about Argon 2 is good, but you have to tune it very properly, and there are threads, memory, and CPU, and in PHP you can really only use tune memory and CPU. So I've created a little PHP application that you can use as a FAR file, but it's also got a full-blown API that you can integrate in any of your projects. It's called Hash Tuner, and it's built right now to help you tune Argon 2id, but you can extend this framework to tune any kind of hashes past and future. I highly recommend reading this article by Nicholas Grekas, who spoke earlier about password hashing in Symfony. Here's an article about password hashing in Laravel. And here's another article by Nicholas Grekas on hashing. He touches on many topics, but one of them is kind of the challenges of having secure hashers, getting taken down by a denial of service attack. And he's kind of showing a little bit some resiliency and scalability patterns, but also kind of shows the challenges that we're going to keep facing on this front. So I think it's very worth reading. Highly recommend it. So for transport, definitely use TLS for everything. Let's Encrypt gets you, free TLS certificates. So it's a good idea to, put encryption. If you don't want to put encryption everywhere, definitely do put encryption for login and registration and password and all this stuff. Let's look at session length and re-authentication. So you want to try to keep sessions as short as tolerable for your application. So what you could do is have a shorter lived session for more sensitive areas. So here's an example. You could stay logged in forever to browse inventory and add item cart, right? So that's like one session that's like a long-lived session. But when it comes to doing anything that is transactional, such as finalizing the purchase, then you could make the user re-enter the password, and then they're only logged in, for 5 minutes, for example, right? That's one way to kind of balance security with usability. So if an account gets compromised, you could have a variable event log, where kind of in a separate data store that you can scale independently with separate credentials, and you could try to gather as much forensic evidence as practical on all activity throughout your system, such as user ID, IP address, timestamp, and the operation being performed. However, do keep in mind that the GDPR Act forces you to have accountability with your users, and if a user asks to get them, you need to be able to do that, right? Including everything that you've logged to your event log. So kind of be careful there. All right, so that was for password. Here's a picture of Archer, my dog. Okay, so we're gonna go briefly through OAuth security. So OAuth, to understand OAuth, there are two things that you need to understand. One is authentication. Authentication, and then the other thing is authorization. What am I allowed to do? So when the OAuth came out, it really focuses on authorization. It doesn't care too much about authentication. So this is kind of where OpenID Connect, also known as OIDC, came out to kind of give you a specialization of OAuth 2 and to really focus on authentication. And it's widely used by social media, web apps, phone apps. They pretty much all use authentication. Important because we're all building web applications, and at some point we'd like to create a phone app which interacts through an API, which interacts with an API for our web application. And that's at that point that we may be interested in adding OpenID Connect capability into our application. And that's kind of why I like to OIDC. So OIDC supports 4 grant types. Implicit used to be one, but it's being phased out, and now people want to use a different flavor of implicit, which uses auth code plus PKCE. I have a link to it. You can read about it later on. So I have an article here about these topics by Keith Casey. It's a great article. So the implicit flow kind of at a high level, right? Super high level, kind of looks like this. Sorry, so that's this implicit flow with auth code and PKCE is going to be very with most web applications. So page applications are going to want to use that, phone apps as well. And the key here is that the user's login and password is never persisted on the client. So the user opens the app, which after a few hands to login, grant HTML page from the OIDC provider, which after some handshakes returns an ID token back to the app. And then the app can send this ID token to your API, and then your API will validate your ID token using a number of shared secrets that it shares with the provider. So the key here is that what pink is your code. So from a security standpoint, make sure you use TLS. If you use an OIDC server, make sure you register the valid redirect URLs. Have a link here to proper token validation. If you're using a JWT token, make sure you don't include sensitive information in your JWT token. All right, assume that it can be leaked. But if you do store it as a cookie, try to make it HTTP only and secure. Definitely try to use OIDC client libraries as well as servers, right? Avoid doing OAuth 2 or OIDC yourself, and definitely try to use libraries. So speaking of libraries and frameworks, I really helped OAuth 2 bundle project from the Tricoder folks to upgrade to Symfony 4 and 5. So as of February 2020, version 3.0, now they're at version 3.1 or 3.2 already. But as of 3.0, now we have Symfony 4 and 5 support. So you might consider that. Under the hood, they leverage the PHP League package. So if you want to add OAuth 2 OIDC server capabilities into your application, you could do your own integration with the OAuth 2 framework from the PHP League. But if you use the OAuth 2 bundle, it's an easier integration, right? It's less work for you to do because it's a built-in integration with Symfony. But if you're not with Symfony, you could use that to use the PHP League package in your Laravel application, for example. So I try to help the friends of Symfony folks. They seem to not be maintaining actively. So I made 2 pull requests, grade their bundle to Symfony 5. I haven't heard back yet. So if you know these folks, let me know. I'm happy to work with them. But yeah, I also have a link to my fork, so you can test it if you want to play with it. I also accept pull requests to my fork if you want. But otherwise, the Tricoder OAuth 2 bundle should be a good way to go. All right. So if you're using a client, if you want to OIDC client, you have Passport.js, and then you have Identity Model for kind of client middleware side of things. All right. So that was OAuth. So now let's look at resource access and multi-tenancy. So there is a category of vulnerabilities which I've come across a lot, and OWASP classifies that as broken access control. Quite simply, imagine that in my application, I have a report with an ID and in the URL. I am the only person who is supposed to be able to see the report, right? But assuming this is my report and I see an integer in the URL and I'm like, I wonder what happens if I change the number, if I increment it, am I going to see somebody else's report, right? This is something that gets very easily overlooked, and it's always very important to always be mindful of who is supposed to be able to see this resource. Just business logic in our application, right? There's no framework that allows you to do that. You really got to think through it, right? Some folks might say, oh, but you could use unique user ID, UUIDs. Now, sure, UUIDs are non-guessable, but again, like I said earlier with the HTTP refer, right? When you click around an application, those UUIDs eventually get leaked. It's just security through obscurity is just not a good way to go, right? Make sure that you accurately control all the access controls in your application. So, all right. And it's also bad when one user of your application sees another user's information. But if you're working in a SaaS application where you have multiple companies, imagine how devastating it is for a user to see another user's information from another company. So, that's kind of why this is very important to keep in mind. I see this a lot. Yeah, just want to make sure that you're aware of it. All right, last topic, architectural considerations. Let's stores. Whether it's SQL or NoSQL, no data store have a public IP address. Okay, if you put a data store on a network, you should not be able to access it from outside of the network. So it should be on a private network with a web server. Only the web server should be able to connect to your database. Definitely, you know, if your data store supports passwords or encryption keys, use them. But the biggest thing is if you don't put them on a public network, then you know they're not accessible. That's definitely the best first layer of security. I have an article here that, you know, for some reason people think that it's okay to put MongoDB databases on an open network. Like I would never put, you know, a MySQL database on a publicly open network. Would never do that. Even if I put a server, even if I set a password on my database, I still would not want that database to sit on an open network. And it's the same thing with MongoDBs, but you know, people still, for some reason, do it with MongoDB. So it's not MongoDB's fault. It's really just something you don't do, right? And yet people do it. So try also to keep in mind the least privilege principle. You might only allow select update operations in your application, right? If you have a root user, you can do a lot more destructive things. So really, on a day-to-day basis, your application should only be doing select, insert, and updates. You might also be doing some deletes, but you know, are you actually deleting records, or are you doing like more soft deletes, right? Kind of marking a flag on a record. And also, if you have to delete records, should these operations happen in an offline process that is separate from your web application? You know, so an offline process, which could have its own dedicated credentials, you know. So the other thing is, if you have a web application, it's a good idea to create multiple users to mitigate the impact of hacks. So you could have a read user with its own username and password that is only allowed to do select, and then you could have a write user with its username and password, which can only do write operations. And so if compromises you through one of those two users, they're still going to hurt you, but they might not be able to hurt you as much as they otherwise would. So now we'll look at kind of network and system design. So anytime you put a machine on the internet, right, you have the machine's operating system on top of which you have daemons, could be SSH, Nginx, MongoDB, MySQL. Then you could have application frameworks that interact with those daemons, right? You have a web framework like Node, Symfony, Rails, Django. That framework could have a bunch of plugins that are tagged into it, right? And then on top of it all, finally, you have our code. So anytime you put a machine on a network, attackers are going to, you know, one of the first things they're going to try to do is do brute force low-level hacks, you know, using credentials or buffer overflow attacks, right, against any daemon that's running on any port, right? They're going to try to do a buffer overflow, or they're going to brute force credentials. Once they're able to hack into one of your daemons, they might be able to compromise the operating system, and then at which point they can very easily compromise your application on a full stack basis, right? So anytime you put a machine on the internet, that's going to happen. Now, if another thing that can happen is they might start coming into your application through OWASP hacks, right, at the higher level of your applications. And then once they do compromise it, then they might be able to go the other way and infect your daemons and your operating system as well. So I kind of want to, one of the main things that you want to keep in mind is you want to reduce cross-contamination and make sure that you try to isolate each service onto its own machine. A machine can be contaminate hardware. You want to avoid running unnecessary services. Try to keep each service securely patched. Try to have strict network restrictions on cross-machine communications, and nothing should connect to your data store except your web server. And nothing should connect to your web server beside your load balancer. And I'm going to show you a little bit what that could mean. So I'm going to show you first an example of a widely insecure setup, right? You have your data store. on the open internet. You have a bunch of web servers on the open internet, and then you put your load balancer, and then you add one more data store, a bunch of web servers, and everything is on the open internet, right? So then attackers are going to look at your load balancer and say, cool load balancer, bro, and they're going to go around it, and they're going to try to hack every single one of your machines that sits on your load balancer. And they're going to hack one of those machines on a full stack basis, from low level to high level, right? So a more secure setup could look like this, right? You kind of have something like this. Boom. You have your firewall between your data store and your web server so that it can only communicate over a very specific port. You may have a firewall between all of these layers and your load balancer. And then if you want to manage these services, you could have a VPN networks such that DevOps can kind of go in and manage all of the boxes. So the key here is attackers can only, architecture such as this, attackers can only attack you through OWASP vectors instead of doing kind of full stack vectors. So that's good to keep in mind. All right, so now let's look at securing credentials. Remember, Git never forgets. Anything that you check into Git is there forever. So check credentials to your Git repo, whether it's data store, AWS keys, your third-party API credentials, don't do it. If it happens, expire everything immediately, right? Do not keep them around. Expire those immediately as soon as you find out. I recommend looking at end files, .m files, so I have links to that. If you use Ansible, you could use Ansible Vault. That's a good way as well. So that was it. InfoSec is a mindset. It is our collective responsibility from executives, managers, software engineers. Try to subscribe to InfoSec mailing list. Here are the few that I subscribe to. There are actually a few more that I do subscribe to. And when someone does get owned, do not laugh at them. Remember that this could be us. Do whatever you can to understand how they got owned and see if it's applicable to us. And that's all I have about all that. Here are slides again, and Twitter. Feel free to say hi, and I'll be available for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chris. We don't have time to actually pop into the Zoom room to do questions there, but just to kind of one quick question from just a general perspective. If somebody is kind of overwhelmed and just getting started with all this, and they just need that one place to go, what's the one place that you would send them to kind of just get started into the InfoSec world, or making sure their app's a little bit more secure?
OWASP.org.
Awesome. That's like the de facto place, huh? Wonderful.
Yeah,
awesome.
Really,
Thank you so much again.
That's why that's why I reference them a lot. It can be overwhelming to jump into OWASP, and so this kind of helps. This presentation kind of helps as a way to guide yourself to it. So.
Absolutely. Oh, we actually do have another question. I believe we're going to pull it in from Zoom, right? The question. We might do a little switch here.
Hello, Chris. So
hey.
I have a question about the using emails for login. So
Yes.
recently, well, previously, as I remember, everyone was using the separate login and separate email, but now they're using email for login. How do you feel about this practice? Is it secure, or are there any things that could go wrong?
Right. So that you're saying like every time somebody logs in, they get sent an email with like a token. They just kind of click on it to log in every time. Is that what you're saying? Right. So you click a password. Yeah, I've seen this done in applications where you don't want to. You don't want to make users create passwords and store passwords, and you want to force them to always go through their email to log in. It puts a lot of responsibility on your email, and email accounts do get cracked. I haven't seen that done too much. I'm not a fan of it, kind of from a usability standpoint, and from a security posture standpoint, I'm not sure really. Like it if my email gets compromised, somebody can see my account to my account, and they can see that I'm always using this website, and now I can go to that website without knowing about it. I mean, if my email does get compromised, somebody might eventually see that right now, the current way of doing things, they need to know that I'm a member of this site, and they need to have access to my email, right? If people do what you just mentioned, as soon as somebody compromises my account, they're going to know almost right away that I'm a member of this site, and then I can just kind of click to log in. So yeah, not a big fan of it.
Thanks so much, Chris. One last question. Do you have any recommendations on specific places that we could use better random numbers? I'm sorry if this is a little duplication from earlier that you mentioned in your talk. I was doing some administrative things, but just sort of like specific places where we might want to make sure that we're not using like insecure random numbers or like with empty rand or something like that. Always kind of keeping that in the back of the head, back of the mind.
Oh, yeah, actually, I have not looked into that myself.
Okay.
But yeah, you're talking like, yeah, I don't much use random numbers in applications yet. But yeah, I could see how that could be a problem. I'd have to research that.
Yeah, no worries. Is there anything in particular, like in your experience, where like you experience one particular problem more than another, and you're like, wow, this one just appears all the time for every application?
Yeah. Yeah, SQL injection to me has been like a big thing. I've come across that a lot in the past, as well as the last thing that I mentioned, which is broken access controls. Where again, you have an ID, a resource ID in the URL, and you just kind of increment it and decrement it, right? And then you can see other users, and these things get overlooked all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
I've definitely been bitten by that one as well. Like,
yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Chris, so much. If you'd like to join Chris in the Q&A room, join the Zoom link that you can see in the chat. We're going to transition to our final speaker. I can't believe it. This day is just flying by. The final talk of PHP Russia Online 2020. If you're like me, sometimes you get an idea for something and you want to code it, and you just get in the zone and you hack away on it for hours, and you turn an idea into something very quickly. But most of the time, we're not coding for ourselves, and we're coding for a customer or working with a team. So how do we keep that momentum going in those situations where it's not easy to just dump our brains into code? I think our next speaker will be able to help us with that. Our final speaker is a web developer, testing and refactoring expert, Pluralsight author, speaker, and former conference organizer. She enjoys realizing seemingly impossible things and has been coding since 1997. Please welcome Anna Falina.
All right, just let me switch real quick. Okay, I want to make sure that my camera is well centered. Cannot see all the screens at once. So hello, thank you for introducing me. Let's talk about effortless software development. The reason for this talk is because some companies are actually up to 300 years behind on their backlog. You may think like, wow, where did that number come from? We actually checked a backlog for a company where we worked once, and we extrapolated based on how long it took to, on average, to create every feature. And so it was estimated that all of that together will take roughly 300 years. So it's just impossible to accomplish. So I want to share some advice that will help you remedy that. And we're going to talk about not just the code, the methodology in general. So I'll show you some of the things I actually used in projects and how it helped really trim a lot of the fat from the processes. So it's not just about the code, it's also about these other tasks. So the first thing you need to do is figure out all the requirements. Okay, so you spend some time, you sit together with a team, and then you produce a 50-page document, okay, which will probably offer very little context about the business motivations. You might actually go and amend an existing 50-page document. So I was an analyst on many of the projects, so I was the one who had to go and edit those documents. So yeah, because there's very little context about what made us create this feature, those documents are often, I would say, pretty useless. And then, of course, you have to go and approve those documents because you have to follow the process. And this is a very enterprise process. I worked on several such projects in the last few years. So you have to approve that. And then once you approve the document, great, you can start writing the code. So this is the part that we like, writing the code. But then that's not over, because while you're writing the code, you have a question or you need access to some database. So you email and you wait on someone else to provide you, to unblock you so that you can continue writing the code. And once you got through all those hurdles, you have merge conflicts, because obviously you had this feature branch that was open for like a month by this time, and because you were always waiting on someone else to provide you some more information, and those merge conflicts took a week just for that. So yeah, you have to finish all that, and once you're done, you are still waiting for user tests, because then you have to wait for someone to tell you, is everything that you shipped okay? And then you're done, or are you? Well, they come back and they say, hey, you are missing some requirements. And you go back and say, what requirements? Like, we didn't discuss this at all during the first stage, because people did not communicate that information very clearly to you. So some things were very obvious in their head and were miscommunicated. So now you have to go and maybe even redesign everything. And then someone that you never heard of disagrees with the requirements. You receive an email and somebody says, well, after all of those user tests are done, they say, well, this thing does not work the way the department needs it. So could you kindly change that? And that, yeah, changes your whole design. You redesign, and then you have to basically start everything from scratch. And you can continue with that for a very long time. But that's not all, because while you're writing the code, you still need to figure out a bunch of stuff. Like in the code itself, you have to figure out 20 levels of inheritance, this extends that, and so forth. And then you have 800-line methods to sift through, sometimes more, and understand what the hell's going on there. And in there, you have 6 levels of nested ifs. So you have like very code with a lot of indentations that you just can't wrap your head around. And then you don't know how to unit test any of that, because it's maybe not even testable. Maybe it requires you to bootstrap the entire framework before you can write a single test. And that doesn't make it a unit test anymore. You have to figure out whether a variable that you're looking at is null right now, because maybe it was supposed to be set somewhere else and wasn't, because all of this is very fragile. And things have to be called in a very specific order for that variable to not be null. So by the time you reach a location where you need to use that variable, it might not have been set yet. And then you have in all of that 800-line method, you have you're using array2, but you don't know what it contains. The name is meaningless, and you have to go back and maybe even to other methods to try and understand what the hell is in there, and is it even an array at this point, because you know how PHP is. And then all you have is just despair, because nothing ever gets done. You have this huge process, you have this terrible code. So how do we get to the good parts faster, and how we can trim the fat from this gigantic process? How can we put less effort into the process in order to get a better result? So I know I've been introduced. I'll just recap this. I've been coding since '97, PHP since 2003. I like to dig into old code bases so you don't have to. I am very fond of test automation. I give lots of talks and workshops. And you can find some YouTube videos that I created to help you understand certain programming concepts. So now let's look at how can we make this big process simpler? Well, there are three parts to it. The first one is to write better specifications. I mean, right, we all know that we need better specifications, but what do we often do? We just blame the bad specs on someone else. Well, they didn't tell us this, they didn't tell us that. But sometimes when you're on the other end of that situation, you realize that you have communicated things to the best of your abilities, and yet the other people did not quite understand what you meant. So you need to find a common language, something that provides mutual understanding and agreements on what needs to be done. So the way this usually works, and I'm talking a lot about enterprise approach to things. You discuss requirements with a whole bunch of people. Everybody has an opinion, and then you emerge from that meeting with a 50-page document, which obviously will not contain all the context because there's just too much information, but you go too much into the details. It will also become very quickly outdated because if you put it on, Confluence or SharePoint or Google Drive, that document will just rot in there and will become out of sync with the code that you're going to write because you're going to make changes. But nonetheless, companies do that. They just put those 50-page documents up, and then you start the development. Great. But then you have a question during the development, and it takes a long time to get an answer because people are going to discuss that between themselves. It just takes ages because it involves often email chains with dozens of people who each have their own opinion, and you might not even get an answer before the end of the sprint, so it's going to have to be pushed to the next one. But if you're lucky enough, you get an answer just in time to finish development. And once everything is done, someone will go and test it. So user testing, or what people call end-to-end testing, somebody's going to manually go through everything that you wrote and go all the way to making sure that the credit card transactions show up, in the Stripe or whatever, or whether the emails have been received correctly in their inbox, or whether the the calendar attachment on the email went to the Outlook calendar correctly. So those kinds of tests. And then they're going to come up with a list of use cases that we missed. Right? Because they weren't communicated. But sometimes it can get you all the way back to square one. And what happens at this point is you have to go and add those missing use cases, often leading to a redesign because those use cases are significant enough to change your understanding of what needed to be done. And then you have more questions and you wait on that. And then there's more testing, and this can go on for months. So simply because you use Agile and you have sprints is not helping solve this problem at all. You just keep adding the same user story to the next sprint with new tasks, and it just can continue forever. In one project, I had a code review process because somebody else reviewed our code. That took 6 weeks. The code was working, the code was satisfying all the requirements. It took 6 weeks just to get that reviewed. And the sprint was 4 weeks. So it took more than a sprint just to get that reviewed, only to get back with a list of requirements such as, oh, can we please add 2 spaces in between of methods? It was crazy. So the solution to that is, first, you want to have a product owner. You don't want to talk to a committee. You don't want to send an email and then there's a dozen people in CC and then everybody just bickers, about what this should do. Let the product owner handle that side of things. If they have a committee, the product owner is going to talk to them and they're going to distill those requirements down to something that they can communicate to you with confidence. So their whole job basically consists of talking to all of these people and understand what the system needs to do. It also ensures that there are no 2 requirements that contradict each other, which can happen when 2 people have a different understanding. And after, you also have to have direct and quick access to the product owner. and they usually, should not have any other roles in the organization. They should not also oversee whole departments. You need to make sure that these people, their job is to be a product owner. They talk to those people, so you as a developer don't have to talk to an entire committee, and then have contradictions in what you get. The product owner also should not delegate questions to that committee. So if they cannot answer the question, they have to go to these other people and then distill that to an answer that you can trust. And then the great thing you can do with that, because you only talk to one person, you can very easily communicate requirements using acceptance tests. I mean, even if they then validate that with their committee, it doesn't matter. You can discuss those acceptance tests with them, and they have this global understanding of what everything should happen, all the things that should happen, and you can communicate that in a language that they can understand, but that's also something that you can use, because without these tests, everything is still vague and subject to interpretation. So here's an example of such tests. I usually use Gherkin, which is a format for writing specifications, and it's something that is supposed to be human readable. You can always write them in a non-human readable way, but the whole idea is to have simple sentences that people can understand, that don't go into any technical details. So a scenario is, let's say you offer some product, you offer some service software as a service, and then users can subscribe to various plans with a credit card. So how does a user subscribe? Given that, so I as a user, given I selected a membership option, when I enter valid credit card details, then I should see a payment receipt. Now, these tests can be written at first and discussed with the product owner. And then once you agree on these, you can convert that to BHAT or codeception. So basically you can associate code to execute with each sentence, and you can actually have an assertion at the end, making sure that you can actually see a payment receipt. And the good thing about this language is that it is centered around the user. It does not focus on technical stuff, and you can be very confident that what you provide is something that the user expected. So for example, how do we know that the transaction succeeded? Well, at least the payment succeeded. We don't go fetch into a database. We don't care. Like when I shop on Amazon, for example, I don't care that something has been inserted into the database. I want to see a payment receipt, because I want to be able to take that payment receipt and show it to them. If they don't ship me the product after a week, I'm like, hey, where's my product? Well, you never bought it. Well, here, I have a receipt. Could you kindly send me the product now? And they're like, okay, cool. So I need the receipt. And that is what constitutes a successful transaction, as something that is very actionable. So you can verify that a receipt can be displayed, and that sort of encompasses the entire scenario from start to finish. And what you see here is a happy path, what I call. So basically, this is the most basic scenario where everything is good, because you see I entered valid credit card details. What happens if I enter invalid credit card details? Well, that's another scenario. But I like to have these even inside of my user stories. So during the grooming process, I would write the happy path, and that makes the user story ready to sprint. Because not only do we understand what it does, but we also know how we're going to test that. Because the hard part, I would say, is not even writing the code, is how do we ensure that it works the way it's supposed to? You don't have to focus on user interaction, so you can write something more specific, like applying a single business rule. So, for example, and these are all scenarios that I wrote in actual application, just different data in there. But these are things that I wrote for a discount system. The discount system would check things like, is it a particular date? Is it a particular product? Are you, as a user, are you of a particular membership level? things like that. So you would get discounts based on a variety of criteria. So what we can do as a test here is say, well, given we have a 5% discount and we give it a name, it can be an arbitrary name, it can be XYZ if we want, but 5 just makes it easier for us to read the scenario. Given a discount 5 active on, between throughout the month of January of 2019, and given another discount of 10% active, in February, and the current date is January 15th, when I check for discounts, then the 5 discounts should be found or applied or whatever you need to do with it. So this is not from the perspective of a user directly, but it does allow you to check for a variety of business rules. It is something that is extremely useful in environments where these rules can be audited, like in a bank. So in a bank, you can process CSV files, and then you have to apply a whole bunch of rules there. And there are legal requirements, basically, what you can and cannot do with those rules. So banks get audited for that. And because of this, it's very nice to have those tests to prove that you have satisfied all of these requirements. So basically, your requirements at the end of these discussions, with the product owner, will be a collection of use cases that need to be accounted for. So once you have all of these scenarios, you can start the work. Make sure you use natural language, no programming talk, no mentions of databases as much as possible. Like, don't go into the technical details. So let's see what happens when we switch the previous process of gathering requirements to using use cases. So we gather requirements, and at the end of this meeting, we emerge with written use cases. So those Gherkin scenarios. And they don't have to be written as Gherkin scenarios. Some people, they might find it too programming-like, so they might be intimidated. Business people, they really like boxes. So this is the exact same scenario, like the first scenario that I rewrote as a sort of a diagram with arrows. It's very easy for everyone to understand. And before you know it, even the companies who are initially impossible to convince to switch to Gherkin, they will eventually provide you themselves those diagrams. So they will come into the meeting to discuss requirements, and they will already have all those boxes. And you just make sure you understand what all of these, you change the language a bit and stick them into your Gherkin scenarios, and you can start work. So this is a nice way to transition the big enterprises into something that's more convenient for us. So after that, you can start development. And if you have questions, what you get back is not just an email with an answer. You will actually try to nail down a new scenario. So you can have an edge case that you discuss. And that's actually really cool because you can postpone certain decisions. I had a situation where I had a client where we had a PO, but the PO could be overridden apparently by other people. So they could chime in and say, I disagree with that during the meeting where we're supposed to receive the requirements. So they had most of the requirements nailed down except for one edge case. And we nailed the requirements in 30 minutes and then spent the next hour bickering about this edge case. So I told them, hey, how about we start development, and while we're developing this, which is going to take a few weeks, while we're developing this, you can then discuss what you want to do with it and tell us. We'll make sure to account for that in the design so that we can easily decide what to do, based on this or that scenario. And that postponement was very helpful. It allowed us to start the development weeks earlier than if we had waited for people to discuss this scenario, because they had to check with a whole bunch of other people. So it also reduces the number of issues that come up during user testing, because then you accounted for all the scenarios. And in a real project where I used this approach, a different project, I had user testing where the only problem that they found was that when they received the email in their inbox, the new lines weren't done properly. And that was because we were told that the system was sending emails in plain text, but apparently it was sending them in HTML. So new lines needed breaks. And that was the only issue. So just one little unknown that took 5 minutes to fix. It was beautiful because in the past, they would come back with tons of issues, and they would spend the next 2 sprints just slaying all of those issues. But now no more issues, because all of them are eliminated through the execution of those scenarios. So once we have those requirements, the second thing that we can change is the design. So the design is basically, what are your classes, how they interact, what are the different components in your code. If you do everything up front, it's going to be really hard to adjust when you inevitably make a mistake, because you cannot account for everything until you get your hands into the code. Let's say you're dealing with legacy code. You assume that things work a certain way, or you have a fairly good understanding. But once you get really deep down into the code, some of your assumptions are shattered, and that can have an impact on your design. Or you can realize that some parts are not even necessary because apparently you had a microservice that gave you exactly the information you needed, and you just need to communicate with that, and you can finish, your feature in a day. So be careful here. I'm not talking that we should not spend time on design. It's just we shouldn't do all of it up front before we write a single line of code. So let me show you an example. This is what happens when you do all of your design up front. You can spend weeks designing, and then you have to get it approved by all the technical people. So in some large companies, they hire a lot of juniors, and therefore they have these people who are there to approve your design before you spend too much time coding. And that's fine. That's great, because it allows juniors to contribute very easily and learn from the inputs, during the approval. The problem is that they design everything up front, and people will come back and say, yeah, this design looks good based on what I understand your problem is. And then you start coding and you realize that design is no good. So once you start coding, you find cracks in the design, which is especially true in legacy code. And so this assumes that basically you know everything in advance and you're not making any mistakes. So now you during the design phase, you spend even more time because you're so scared of making a mistake and breaking this process. You should change your process instead. You shouldn't have an environment or a process where making a mistake is so critical. You should be able to catch those mistakes. Now, so there's a nice quote by a Polish-American scholar. The map is not the territory, and you may have heard that. Basically, you have a map, you think this is what you'll get, and once you are there on the terrain, you see that it might be completely different, which is why planning everything up front is a problem. So if you don't account for a detail, is everything going to be broken? Well, no. Instead, what we want is to have an approach where we are able to adjust. So have a process and have a design where we can easily switch gears and basically have a situation where we can design a little bit, code a little bit, inform our next steps, design a little bit, code a little bit, and just continue this way iteratively. That's why I call it iterative design. So the approach to that, the one I use sequence or activity diagrams. So the sequence diagram is usually when you have a single use case. I actually use that for all of my features to at least demonstrate the happy path, because it's something that's very easy to communicate to the front-end engineers, because I usually work on the back end. I can show it to the front-end engineers, I can show it to the PO, and it kind of makes sense. It's very easy to read. You can also use activity diagrams if you want to encompass multiple use cases. So if you have conditions like based on whether the credit card is expired or the postal code is bad, you can have different outcomes, and you can show that in an activity diagram. And so then you are going to write minimal code to validate the design. So those two things I will show in depth in the next slides. It's an approach that allows for information to flow more freely between the code and design, and it flows both ways. So your design can inform what code you should write, and the code might inform what design you should do, how you should redesign based on what you're dealing with. And it prevents us from spending excessive time on details that may prove wrong anyway. And a lot of them do prove wrong. It's very hard not to make any assumptions, no matter how good you are. And I've been doing this for more than 20 years. So I like to split. So this is a sequence diagram. I like to split by application boundaries. So if I have like a third party, like a payment gateway, I would represent that as another lane. And so at this point, let's take the first Gherkin scenario that we wrote when the person selects a membership, pays with a credit card, and sees a receipt. What does that look like on a sequence diagram? I tried to make it symmetrical so that the language just continues to be similar to what we had in other areas, and that just makes it very easy to translate and fix the other thing if we find issues while designing this one. So the user is going to select the membership with the UI, because we have two different applications. We have the front end and back end, for example. And then the UI is going to create an order by supplying a product code. And the API is going to return an order object that we can then present using a payment screen. So it's going to say, the taxes and everything. And then the user will enter the payment details, so the credit card. And using that, the UI can tell the API to finalize the order using the credit card information. And from there, once it processes the payment, I sort of obfuscate the implementation details of which payment gateway we're going to use in this diagram, because in that case, it doesn't matter. If it did matter, we would somehow highlight it in the use cases, and then we could have that additional lane, because we might want to have different payments providers, which I had in one project where we had people were allowed to pay using Visa checkouts, Apple Pay, and just plain old credit cards, their loyalty points from the company. So then you get a receipt, and then back to the user. And with this, we are ready to write code. So now, once we start with the codes, the problem that a lot of people say, well, there are too many cooks in the kitchen. So in the end, everybody wants to work on their own user story, because they want to basically split the work by saying, well, I don't want us stepping on each other's toes, therefore I work in my bubble and you work in your bubble, and we don't really communicate. So you start all of the user stories at once, you don't finish a single one because there's too much for one sprint, for one person. And so, and you cannot split it into smaller features. So you are stuck basically not really shipping anything, and it demotivates people very quickly. Morale drops, and people are even less productive, and you ship even less code, and it just snowballs from there. And the justification for that, why people don't want to work in the same features, is they say, well, we don't want to work in the same classes, we don't want to duplicate efforts, we don't want merge conflicts. But you can avoid that. So instead of avoiding avoiding working on the same user story, what you can do is avoid the process that causes those problems, because the root cause is not the fact that you're working on the same feature. The root cause is something else. And I'm going to show you how you can design things in a way that allows you to work in parallel on the same feature and ship things a lot faster this way. So the solution is to first start with mob programming. So basically you get everybody in the same room, or Zoom chat, Zoom conference, because we cannot be in the same room at this point. And I actually use that also for when offices were split across multiple cities. So we had half of the team in Montreal, half of the team somewhere else in Quebec. So we would sit together and validate the design. We will basically write the minimal code necessary that will highlight, outline our. And after that, we can split the work. So I'll show you the exact process for doing that. You can split then the work by working on the implementation and the tests. So one of the devs is going to share the screen and then is going to start typing, and the other people can comment and can ask questions, and we can look at diagrams. And we start with this diagram that we initially wrote. And since we're working only on the API side, there is another team working on the UI. We just need to satisfy the requirements of the UI. So how will the UI communicate with us? So they're going to send us a product code. They're going to ask us to create an order, and we're going to send them back an order. So that's basically what all there is to that first part. And so you're going to have to create a controller for that. or also called request handler. So one way to do that is create a class specifically for handling that particular request. So all it's going to do is it's going to receive a request object and it's going to send a response. So that kind of makes it, again, very symmetrical to what you've seen in the diagram. And once you have that, you can instantiate a product code by supplying it the string value that you got from the request attributes. And the reason for that, I'm going to get into some more details about value objects later on, but value objects really allow you to have, to wrap a value in something that allows the value to be, to prevent the value from being null or false or empty, because you don't really know the type of get attributes. Or maybe you want to make sure that it does not exceed 15 characters. You don't even have to decide all of that up front. All you need to know is you want to have some sort of logic around it. It's going to help you. I'll show you some details in a second. So all we know, once we have the product code object that we can work with, all we need to know is, well, we need to get the product, because we want to create an order, and maybe we don't want to create the order directly from the product code. Maybe we want to get the product with all its information. The information might contain, all the price, the pricing for that, the name, other things that we cannot obtain from the request itself. So we're going to find it in products storage. The way it's stored, it doesn't really matter. Is it are the products a database, CSV file, microservice? It's not really our concern at this point. What we're trying to do is put all the pieces together that are necessary to receive the request response, and then we can focus on those details later, because we don't want to code everything together. It's going to be a very long meeting if we do that. And then from the product, we can create an order. Again, we don't know how the orders are stored. We don't care. And with that order, we can then return a JSON response. So the order has been created. We now have the information about the taxes, whatever you want, and we return that. The exact details, again, of what's going to be returned can be decided a bit later. You don't have to decide everything up front. You just need to see how all of those pieces will interact, what kind of parts of the application will you need to interact with in order to satisfy this request. And the thing is, it's worth spelling out the entire handler while you're sitting with all of your team, because it allows you to ask all the right questions. It's the glue that holds everything together, so it will inform what kind of classes you will need to create. It should be as simple as possible. You see, this is very simple. It's like, 17 lines of code. And it will guide you for the rest. Now, here, note the dependencies. We have products and we have orders. I haven't defined those anywhere, so we're just going to inject them. So this is dependency injection. If you're not familiar, you just supply them through the constructor and they become available to your class, and then you can call the methods. And you don't have to implement them right away. So product storage in this case is an interface, and order storage is an interface as well. And because they're interfaces, you can just, once you define that, you can stop right there. And you can go ahead and start unit testing that controller without worrying, because it does not extend from the framework's abstract controller. It has no other dependencies than these interfaces. And so in your test, when you want to instantiate this class, you just provide mocks for the products and the orders. And the mock will be like in PHP unit, it will be this create mock product storage : class. So you don't need an implementation because you're going to mock everything. And so again, with the entire team, you need to define those interfaces. You need to at least know what methods they will contain. And that information you will get from the controller that you wrote, from the handler. So in the handler, remember, we call get by code, and we supply the product code, and we received a product back. So you just need to define that. And whoever is going to make an implementation for the product storage is going to worry about how to satisfy those requirements. And then same thing for the order storage. We will receive a product, and we will output an order. So at this point, you're pretty much done. So you only add the methods that are used by our handler. You are not going to add methods that you think you might need, because then you will need to implement them. And because they're not used, it's going to be dead code. So you're going to design with dead code in mind. So if you don't need them, don't create them. Here you can notice that we'll need those extra classes. So we created the interfaces, but we still rely on the product code, the product, and the order. So these are value objects. It is the data that will circulate between our classes. Those VOs are pre-validated and immutable. I will show you in a second what that means. It basically controls the continued validity of the data. And it's one of the keys to avoid messy code. And you can read up on value objects if you want. I even have a video that shows in depth how these work and how they're useful. So once you create all of these classes, it's really easy to implement the interfaces. And so let's just implement one of those. Let me just show you what one of those value objects might look like. So the product code, it's very simple. It's final because you don't want to be able to extend it and override the constructor. The code is private because you don't want to be able to set it from the outside. This will ensure the continued validity, so you don't pass an object around where it can be sent to null and then all of that has been for nothing. In the constructor, you receive a string. It's not enough to know that it's a string. It might have additional constraints such as being not blanked and also not exceed 15 characters. You don't have to write that validation. So assert is a library basically that will throw an exception if any of these criteria are not satisfied. And that will allow you to write code that basically, if it runs, it works, you know. So you don't have to write the assertion parts up front because you might not have that information when you're initially designing. You can uncover that information during the sprint. Otherwise, you're doing too much upfront, and you're blocked because now you have to go and fetch all that information, maybe sift through hundreds of pages of documentation somewhere on SharePoint. So you want to avoid that. And then you just have a getter, and that's it. So later you can refine this object and you can add tests to it. But for now, just write the strict minimum in order to be able to basically unit test everything. And so that's it for more programming. What you wrote at the end of it is 13 lines of handler, 8 lines worth of interfaces, 46 lines worth of value objects, probably fewer if you didn't add any of the assertions there. And in the end, what you get are 67 lines of code. And I mean, this is very little, and it covers half of your feature. So you have designed half of your feature in under an hour with 67 lines of code. What do you do with this code at the end of that meeting? You open a PR, merge it into master. Because it's not wired into anything at all in your application, it's actually safe to commit. It's just that it's not doing anything. And then if you do need to extend, it's well if you have sort of a greenfield feature, but if you need to extend existing behavior, it might be a bit more tricky. So you can use something called feature flags. You can read up on that too online. Basically, you make some paths disabled until the entire feature is shipped, and then you can toggle it on and just remove those flags completely, and you can then make one final merge to master, and your feature is ready. So it allows you to have a shared vision also amongst all developers, and everybody can have an input, and the juniors in your team can learn. You know, if the more senior people are good at design, they have a good understanding of how to design good code. The juniors can learn from that as well. They can understand the process, the thinking process behind that. So it's a great learning tool as well to sort of increase the skill level of other people on your team. And once this is done, you just have to decide who does what. You split the work. One person can test the handler. Another person can implement one of the interfaces. So they will create like a, let's say a database product storage, or a CSV product storage, or like a microservice, product storage. So they will create an implementation and they will write the unit test for that, or integration tests if they have to check communication with the database. And because you have two interfaces, basically you can have two devs working on that. They're not stepping on each other's toes. The interfaces are well defined. They don't need anything from anyone else. They're not working in the same classes at all. So now you already have three people who can work in the same feature without stepping on anyone else's toes. But then you also need to implement the validation of the value object and write tests for that to make sure that this validation works. So that means we had, what, 3? So that's like a whole bunch of people. You can have like almost 2 teams working on that one feature without stepping on each other's toes. So you just allowed to have a lot more cooks in the kitchen. And this is not over because somebody has to implement the different steps of the acceptance test, right? So, given this and, when that's, then all of these steps need to be implemented in Behat or Codeception. Somebody has to do that. So that's another dev. So now you ramped up to a very big team that can work simultaneously. So we also know that everything will integrate together perfectly because we already defined, all the glue that holds it together. We have the interfaces, so there is no risk of, you create something and it doesn't fit with another piece. Like we created the fitting first, and then everybody creates, everybody makes their own implementation. If you need to make changes to the design, you can, and I'll show you an example. So let's say we have this order storage, but we now need a country, right? Because the country is maybe can influence, which products are available where. I know that iTunes wouldn't allow certain songs in certain countries, things like that, or certain books are not available. So you might want to add this additional thing. And that means that everybody else's work is going to be impacted by that. Well, not everybody else's, but the person who is implementing, who's writing the concrete implementation for the order storage. Well, if you need to add a new argument, get back with the team, discuss it, send a patch to the master branch, merge it there. Everybody can then rebase and continue working as though nothing happened. So the changes to the design are actually very cheap, unless you have to scrap everything and start over, which will probably not happen because you've written so very little. So unless the feature completely changed or they decide that this is no longer the feature, at that point the story is invalidated. So small iterations, and you add things as you uncover new information, and you don't really impact anyone else's work. The person who has been working on the order storage merely needs to update a couple of tests, and that's it. So for the acceptance tests, there are several approaches. It depends on what parts of the application you control. If you control both the backend and frontend, if they're like the same application, then you have to have some sort of, Selenium test, or Cypress is now pretty good at testing these things. So you can have something for both the backend and frontend, but you can also have just the backend. So if you're only working on the API side of things, these are pretty simple tests to write. We'll basically just send HTTP requests to the API for every step. So this is an example of the previous scenario that we wrote. What I usually do is, before I commit that to the codebase to master, I don't want this to break my CI because these steps will fail because obviously none of this has been implemented yet. So I just have a tag which I exclude from my CI. So when I run my suite, my Behat suite, all the work in progress tags are excluded, which means that I can remove it just to run the test and then put it back there and not have to commit it until it's ready. And then I'm going to, so these steps are going to call the necessary endpoints. So the first one will call the create order handler, and the second one will be another handler that you will create. And when once each step, the implementation for each step is completed, so the associated endpoint exists and it works, you can run the scenario and validate whether that step works. And when all of your steps pass, then you're pretty much done. You can remove the work in progress tag and commit this final code to master, and remove all your feature flags and whatnot. So that's pretty much all you need. Once all of these scenario paths, you are done with the user story, and then you can that's it. You have satisfied every single use case. You have tests to prove that they are satisfied. They're pretty complete tests because they call the application as a black box, so there's no problems that you forgot, some routing configuration and things like that are not really unit testable. So you can go ahead and cash in those story points because you're done. So let me just recap this real quick, and we'll have some time for questions. I don't know what exact time we need to finish because I know we started a bit late. So the lessons learned is that code is living documentation. You can have documentation for the users in Confluence and things like that, but you can have actual scenarios outlined in your code that are both useful to the product owner, but also to the developers, and they provide this shared understanding. So once you satisfy those scenarios, you have proof that you have accomplished this objective. Also, don't try to figure out everything up front. There are a lot of unknowns. So if there are edge case scenarios that you're not sure of, you can leave them for later, unless you think that it's going to change everything, it's going to invalidate your design. Then maybe you should, put this back into the backlog and groom some more and gather more information. But don't try to avoid mistakes, basically, because mistakes are normal. Basically, fail fast. You create you start creating your controller, your handler. You see that some things are missing. You can fail fast. You can go back to the drawing board, but you're only redesigning what 15, 13 lines of code. So you haven't lost much. At worst, you lost 20 minutes of work. So yeah, fail fast and work together more often. So I talked about mob programming. I talked about discussing the scenarios with the PO. Instead of documenting something, spending a lot of time working on your own, making a big document, validating with someone, waiting for them because they have to find the time to read it. Then they need to read it. Then they have to prepare feedback for you, and then you have all this back and forth that just never ends. You can work together more often. And so further topics, I would like you to, after this presentation, when you have time, go read up on additional topics. I have actually covered all of these topics, like domain-driven design. When I talked about value objects, that's part of domain-driven design. You can find nice books on that. Test-driven development. So make sure you write your tests before you start writing code, or at least test everything that you write. Make sure that your code passes all the tests. If it doesn't have a test, it's like the code doesn't exist. So you need to have full coverage there. Behavior-driven development, short BDD. That's when I discussed things like BHAT, with Gherkin. You start from the behavior, and then your design is informed by the behavior that you're trying to satisfy. I talked about solid principles, dependency injections, using interfaces. Those are solid principles, so you can read up on that. I actually started a YouTube series on the subject. Only got to the first one. I still need to make 4 more videos. I need to find the time. It's been crazy times. Very hard to find time. Kids are at home, so they don't go to school. You can read up about clean code. You can read up about extreme programming. So, mob programming, all these things, extreme programming, you can read on that. Scrum, so when I talked about iterations, when ready to sprint and all these things, having a product owner, Scrum, or at least read about Agile, but Scrum is a pretty good approach. So all of these things together allow me to write software effortlessly. And thank you very much. I will put these slides on Twitter after the talk, and I'm ready to take questions. Please let me know what time I need to finish.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna. That's so brilliant to get everybody together and just get that mob programming working and like the boilerplate, and everybody sees the pieces that they can work on. That's to unblock things is brilliant. Thank you so much. We do have a question from Ivan from the Zoom room. So if we as we're waiting for Ivan, oh, he's already there. That was quicker than I expected. Hello, Ivan.
Hi. Thank a lot,
Hello.
Anna, for your report. I have a question. What do you think about performance? For example, if we have some kind of high load project and we are processing like tens of megabytes of data, and we have to create a lot of classes for every piece of data, it would be a lot of memory. For example, hundreds of megabytes of memory used, and a lot of load for CPU. What do you think about performance in the DDD and your approach? Thank you.
Are you talking about load tests in general, like how to perform load tests, or how to create tests that touch the database but you have a big data set?
No, I mean that exactly in PHP code, we're processing a lot of data. So, for example, we're processing thousands of users, for example, in one request.
Okay.
So if we create for an object for every user, so we have to fill our memory, for example.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways you can use things that, like yield, so that when you iterate, it only creates the object when you need it. So there are, it's much more technical. I don't want to get too much into the details, but there are language constructs now in PHP 7 that can help you with that.
Excellent. We also have a question from Roman.
Hi. I cannot hear.
Hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear. Yes.
Cool. Thanks for your talk. I also enjoy reading your Twitter, and on Twitter you post sometimes really amusing legacy nightmares. And my question is,
so you read my thread.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, there's a delay.
So if you had to give only one advice on dealing with legacy code bases, what would you say?
Just about an hour and a half ago, I gave a talk specifically on that at a different conference. But one piece of advice when dealing with legacy, I would say don't try to tackle too many things at once. Small steps, make sure you have tests, and continue with that. But yeah, if you check my Twitter, there's going to be a video that will be published on that, and I really cover all the different strategies for tackling legacy code. Will be much more appropriate advice there.
Cool, looking forward to that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna. If you would like to join Anna and others in the Q&A room, check out the Zoom link that's been posted in the chat. And that just about wraps up this segment. Thanks again, Anna, for the talk. We'll be able to transition right into the closing ceremonies officially with Alexander Makarov. Hello, Alexander.
Hello. So the conference came to the end, and I really hope you have enjoyed it. We'd like to thank, first of all, speakers. Your talks were exceptional. Every one of the talks was perfect. So, Semi, I'd like to thank you, and not only me, but the whole conference team. You did really well and created a really great and warming experience. So also participants, thank you for watching. The program committee: Roman Pronsky, Alexander Lysachenko, Konstantin Burkalev, Vladimir Yans, Kirill Nesmiyanov, Igor Somov, Alexander Afyonov, and Alexey Akulovich. Some of the program committee members were seen in the stream, but some did not. But they all participated in doing the conference and making it as good as it is. So thanks to OnTech team who handled all the technical part, stream technicians who dealt with the problems despite anything. And yeah, we had problems, sorry for that. And also the sponsors who made it possible to make the conference free for all, free for anyone. First of all, it's Magic Lab, Badoo, then Avito, ManyChat, Superjob. Thank you. And the special thanks goes to Skyeng for organizing simultaneous translation, and huge thanks for the guys translating. I know it was not easy, and especially in the end. Thank you. Thank you again, everyone, and goodbye. And well, one other thing, that is for the Russian part of the audience. At 1920, the ones who are strong, who are really strong and still want more, will launch some Zoom rooms with participant-powered discussions that were suggested through the conference system. And well, these usually turn quite interesting and will help the moderators team, and the program committee will help with the moderation. So these will be posted either in the Russian version of the chat or both chats. I'm not sure. The OnTech guys will handle it. These will be conducted mainly in Russian, but we may translate if needed. Спасибо и до встречи.
Absolutely. And I do have some numbers. It's been a fantastic day learning about all things PHP. There were over 3,000 registrations and over 1,000 people watching live, and there will definitely be more watching a little bit later. The videos will be available in about 2 weeks, so just FYI. Man, it just seems like it was just this morning that Andrea showed us how to get a handle on the complexities of dates and times, and Anton helped us to navigate the ORM landscape. Nicholas showed us the path to better PHP performance. And then we did a deep dive into performance with Nikolay, Nicholas, Anton, and Roman in the Badoo Tech panel. Then Marcus blew our minds by showing us what 21st century SQL can do. Andrei and Alexander discussed some stuff in Russian. Igor said some stuff in Russian too, and I totally didn't understand, but I'm sure it was awesome. Tobias showed us how to decentralize our applications with message queues. Chris gave us some fantastic tips to help us make our applications more secure. And Anna helped us to get from idea to code as quickly and efficiently as possible. That was a great lineup of talks. Fantastic, lots of learning. I do want to give another thank you to Alexander Makarov, Roman Pronsky, and all the rest of the program committee for putting together this event. I know that there's a lot of long hours that go into making this, so thank you for the late nights and the long hours that you put into this. We hope that you'll join us once again for the conference in September. More information to come on that one. And I do hear there's an after party in a Zoom room, so take a look in the chat for a link to the after party link, the Zoom room, and join us for the after party. And that just about does it for PHP Russia Online 2020. I'm Sammy K. Powers, and we'll see you again in September. Stay safe.